It's time to bounce back and make 2021 the best year of your life.
You got to see it up here, folks. You got to see it in your mind. You got to have a goal. You got to know what you're focused on. You got to know what you want in life.
And I learned 4 things to create culture, man. And I went deep into studying it and also building it. Because right now, I always say all glory to God, man. The companies, they don't need me.
If 2020 has taught us something, is that we cannot rely on the governments, on the economy, and this thing that was sold to us as stability is nothing but a scam.
I don't only just want to tell you my story, but I want to give you some inspiration. I want to give you some tips. I want to talk to you more about, turning what looked like a huge mess in our life and just a traumatic experience into a miracle.
Do a reset every single day of your life. Whenever you wake up, do a reset, either monetary or feelings and everything.
Hey, good morning and welcome. It's Brad Blazer. It is your host for the Bounce Back Tour. We're going live, and I'm so excited to be here this morning with all of you. We're going to give the rest of the world a couple of minutes to log on this morning. But I want to just announce this morning as we get started a couple of big things, some big news today. We got some great speakers. And most important, folks, is we got surprises. I hope all of you like surprises because we got some big surprises this morning. We got some new speakers that have come on that were unannounced at the last minute that are here to add value. I looked this morning just before we got started. And folks, we had over 110 people that have registered for this event through Zoom. I'm now streaming live on Facebook, folks. For those of you that are here already that have just logged on, what I encourage you to do is go to Facebook and find me, Brad Blazer, on Facebook. That's right, folks. You want to look for me on Facebook, Brad Blazer. Go to my page and you will see me streaming this event live. And here's the thing. If you share that stream with your network and tag just 3 people, we're going to give away some big prizes today. We're going to give away the Think and Grow Rich, the Legacy movie with Grant Cardone, Tim Story, Warren Moon, and so many other people. So go to Facebook, find this on my feed, Brad Blazer, and then share it with the world as we go virtual and as we get started today, folks. What I want to encourage everybody to do as we wait for people to sign on and as we build momentum is just let me know where you're from. That's the exciting thing, folks, about this whole process of doing a big virtual event. It's connecting people from all around the world. This morning, as I woke up, I had a text from a gentleman over in Kenya. That's right, folks, over in Kenya. And he said, man, we're praying for you, Brad. You're going to do great. I have people in New Zealand, in Australia, over in the United Kingdom. Anthony, Las Vegas, Nevada, buddy, down on the Strip. Fantastic. Welcome. Sacramento, California for Charmaine. I know Charmaine well, man. She is a beast and she's doing some great things. Jerry Potter, again, Las Vegas, man. That's right. We're on the Strip. We're in lights. David Menendez from Las Vegas again. I love it. So like I said, everybody, let us know where you're from. Let's blow up this chat. And like I said, go to Facebook, follow the feed, share it, tag 3 friends, and let's take this thing around the world. But more importantly, let's help y'all get some prizes today. Let's help y'all get some giveaways because that's what it's all about. Laura Deach, all the way from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I love it. I love it. Well, folks, we're going to bring on our first speaker in about 20 to 30 minutes. But before we even get started, I would just like everybody to know that today is all about bouncing back. It's all about coming back. It's all about getting the courage getting the skills, getting the knowledge to make 2021 your best year ever. And here's what I'm going to tell you. This year, 2020, has been a funky year. You know, we have the election, we have this whole process. We don't even know yet who the damn next president is, right? We have, of course, COVID-19. People around the world affected. They're losing loved ones, they're losing family members, they're losing their businesses, they're unemployed. And so many people are looking for ways to make money. They're looking for new skills. They're looking for side hustles. They're looking for businesses. And that's where a good mentor and a good coach can really, really change things big time. You see, many of the people that are going to be speaking today, folks, including me, have created multiple horizontal streams of income. As my good friend Antonio Smith says, man, we've created our own economy. We're really not as concerned about the global economy because we've created our own. That's what we want to share with you today. Before we get started, folks, there's really 3 words that I'd like to give all of you this morning. And these words are so important. The words basically all rhyme. And I just love them because they really, really get to the heart of how you can bring about transformational change, how you can actually move forward in life and actually accomplish the things that you want to. I believe very strongly, folks, in positive affirmations. People like Zig Ziglar, people like Napoleon Hill are globally famous as some of the best motivational and inspirational minds on the planet. And sometimes when you dissect their messages were so simple. Like Napoleon Hill, life is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Or Zig Ziglar, you will become what you think about most of the time. Folks, the most powerful tool you have in your arsenal to bring about significant change is right here. It's the human mind. And so the first word I want you to associate with this morning, the first word that I want you to write down on your notepad this morning is the word mind. Say it with me at home, mind. Let's say it again, mind. Like you mean it. You got to see it up here, folks. You got to see it in your mind. You got to have a goal. You got to know what you're focused on. You got to know what you want in life. Now, Harvard University, one of the best known universities around the world, folks, did a study many years ago. And here's what they found. They surveyed a group of thousands of people. And they asked that audience, how many of you here in this audience have goals? And hands went up. Roughly 17% out of a huge audience said, yeah. That leaves another 83% that had no goals. They had no idea what they wanted to do with their life. They had dreams. They had things they were thinking about. But as Mark Cuban will say, folks, there's a big difference between being an entrepreneur and being a wantrepreneur. And here's the message. They tracked that group for many years. And after they came back and they said to that same audience, a few thousand people, how much money have you made? What's your net worth? And they found out, folks, that people that took the time to write down their goals, put them on paper, back them with some effort, take some action, earn 10 times as much money as the other 97% combined. Think about that. The power of the mind, the ability to put your goals in writing and then focus on them and back them with some effort and action. So the first word is mind. You got to see it up here. You got to be totally committed. The second word, folks, that I want to share with you this morning is the word grind. I love that word. It's the grit. It's the hustle. It's the hard work. It's the action. It's everything you're going to put into becoming successful, folks. It rhymes with mind because you got to see it in the mind before you can deliver it to your body. And I love the word grind because it's not easy becoming successful. It ain't easy creating $1 million or 7-figure net worth. Man, it's hard work. As everybody says, man, we all want six-pack abs, but very few people are willing to go to the gym and put in the effort. Whenever I walk down the beach and I see people with six-pack abs, I know the work and the discipline and the effort it takes to get that. So say it with me at home. Let's say it together as a group. Grind. Come on, folks, say it again. Grind. Let's say the two words together. Mind. Grind. You got to see it in the mind. You got to give it the grind. You got to give it the grit. You got to give it the hustle. You got to get up every single day and be present. Because if you're not, you're never going to accomplish the big things that you're focused on in life. And folks, the last word rhymes with the first two. It's pretty simple. It's the word find. F-I-N-D, folks. You will find what you're looking for in life. You will reach your goals. You will reach your destiny. You will reach your legacy if you focus on the first two. You got to see it in the mind. You got to give it the grind. And I guarantee, folks, you will find what you're looking for. You will find abundance. You will find an extraordinary life. You will find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow if you're willing to focus on those three things. That's what you got to do, folks. I guarantee it. Now, before we get started, again, I want to remind everybody that's here, we're going to be giving away some prizes. We're going to be giving away some giveaways. Here's what you do. You find me on Facebook. Go to Facebook. Look for Brad Blazer. Again, I'm going to spell my name right here in the chat. That's the dude you're looking for, Brad Blazer on Facebook. Look for this pretty shining face. Find the feed and then share it. Tag 3 friends. Come back here to chat and just say done, and boom, you're eligible for some prizes and some giveaways. I want this thing to affect as many people as we can possibly affect around planet Earth. Again, in the chat, man, tell us where you're from. Tell us what country you're in. Tell us what city you're from. I want to see everybody. Let us know. Anthony Crum, done. I love it, buddy. You are eligible and entered for some big time giveaways. Plano, Texas, Lori Stein. There's my buddy Shakar, all the way from Team ATS. We're going to have some big people from Rakeza family and also Team ATS. So I love that, folks. I love that. I love that. I love that. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. Before we do, I just want to let everybody know that's here that you can go to Amazon and purchase my 2 books. My 2 books, folks, are On the Wings of Eagles. This is the first one right here. It was rated last year as a #1 top-rated read for young entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're somebody, of course, that's struggling, you want to make sure that you actually get that book, On the Wings of Eagles, Learning to Soar in Life. You want to find that and you want to buy it. The second book, if you're a business owner and you have people working for you, is this one right here, man. Put some Thrive in your hive, unlocking potential in any organization. You see, folks, I believe a good book can change your life. Some of the people are saying that they're not seeing the stream yet live on Facebook. It should be there. It should be live. So just give it a minute or two, because I'm seeing here on Zoom that it is streaming. So you just might want to give it a second. You might want to just go back and look for it in a couple of minutes, because I know with Facebook, it sometimes does take time to get there to the page before it actually is seen and before it's actually visible. So just make sure you keep going back there. You keep looking for it. One of the people actually said that he saw it. And so he said, you know, it's there. I see it right now, folks. I'm seeing it on my page. Brad Blazer is live now. And 3 shares already. So it's definitely there, folks, on Facebook. I see 3 people have already shared that to their post. And so just go back and see that there on Brad Blazer's Facebook page. That's what you're looking for. Some people have actually shared it. Some people are seeing it and they're saying, boom, it's done. Folks, we're going to get started with our first speaker here in just a few minutes. But I want to share a story with you. And it's a true story, and hopefully this will affect everybody here this morning. This story was shared with me by a good friend, a wonderful speaker, and also an author of a book called Grit. And if I get emotional and if I get teary, I apologize in advance, because frequently when I share this story, I do tear up because it'll tear at your heart. This story, folks, is really at the root of why you need bigger success, more money, and greater abundance in your life. My good friend, Matt Monero, who lives up in Dallas, Fort Worth, is a phenomenal entrepreneur. He's a great businessman, and he is the founder and CEO of multiple businesses, but one is actually called Commercial Fleet. And what they do is they provide financing to people in the trucking industry, financing the big 18-wheelers. But Matt's businesses generate multiple hundreds of millions of dollars a year. He's an extremely well-off, well-to-do individual. And one day when I heard him speak at a live event, he was up on stage and he was talking about a holiday a number of years ago, right around the Christmas season. And he said, you know, we had my in-laws, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law over for dinner, and the women went off to the kitchen and they were cooking the turkey and all of the great things that, you know, we do on the holiday. And me and my brother-in-law went up and we were actually up in the game room, you know, watching the football. And as we were up there, my brother-in-law kind of dozed off, put his head back on the couch and fell asleep. And it was right about the middle of the third quarter. And I was just sitting there, man, I was watching the game, you know, Dallas was ahead. And all of a sudden, man, my brother-in-law, who had been sleeping, kind of dozing off, jumped out of that couch like he had the biggest damn nightmare. He was sweating. And I looked at him, startled, Matt said. And I said, you okay? He said, yeah. He said, Matt, just, you know, bad dream, man. And Matt said, well, what's wrong? I mean, are you okay? He said, no. He said, can I share something with you? And Matt said, yeah, I mean, you know, your family, you can share anything with me, of course. And he looked at Matt with tears in his eyes. And he said, Matt, I've got cancer. And Matt said, well, you know, I mean, is it bad? He said, yeah, Matt, it's bad. It's stage 4. He said, it's lung cancer. And the doctors have only given me about 6 to 7 months left. Matt said, well, man, I'm sorry to hear that. He said, have you shared it with Susie? He said, Matt, I can't. It kills me. And the worst part about it, Matt, is we don't have any insurance. I don't have life insurance. And so Matt looked at his brother-in-law, who he loved, and he said, I think it's time for a family meeting. And so the two of them went into the kitchen. And there, for the first time, Matt's brother-in-law shared with his wife the fact he was dying of terminal cancer. They hugged, the family kissed, they all embraced. And then after dinner, of course, Matt's brother-in-law and sister-in-law left and went home. The next morning, when Matt woke up, his wife, Cookie, came down and started bawling her brains out, crying. And Matt looked at her and said, well, you know, what are you crying so much about? What are you bawling your brains out for? And his wife said, Matt, did you hear what he said last night? He said, they don't have insurance, Matt. They're not like you and me. They have no money. And I can't sit here and think of my sister living under a bridge with her 3 kids because they didn't plan properly and they don't have insurance. And Matt said, don't worry about it. 8 months later, almost to the day, they had a funeral and they buried Matt's brother-in-law. And a week later, Matt called the sister-in-law and said, hey, we want to have you over for dinner again. We want you and the kids to come. And they did. And everybody hugged and everybody kissed. And after dinner, Matt handed her an envelope. And inside that envelope, folks, was a big, big check with 6 zeros attached. That means they're in the double-digit club, the double comma club, 2 commas. $2 million, folks, set her up for the rest of her life. She never had to worry about money. She never had to worry about where she was going to live. She never had to worry about putting food on the table. And Matt's message to a room, folks, of hundreds of people was, that's why you need abundance, and that's why you need to create wealth, and that's why you need a legacy in your life. It's not for the Rolex. It's not for the Lamborghini. It's not for the mansion. It's for the legacy and the lives you can change. Be the rich uncle. Be the rich aunt. Change people. Take care of people. Folks, you're going to hear from a wonderful speaker later today, my good friend Antonio, who's on a mission to create 100,000 millionaires. And I believe he's already created 10 and counting through what he's doing and what he's teaching. Folks, don't go out and become successful for you. Be successful for those you care about. Many of you have heard my story, and my story that I share about Jack, who came to work for me in my oil company. See, I was hiring people to come to work for me, and I put an ad in the newspaper. And I had an oil company that took up the entire third floor of a very prestigious office building where we had big law firms above us, and we had big accounting firms and securities firms, everybody walking around in business attire. And this poor kid that was in his early 30s shows up for an interview, dressed in a pair of jeans that had holes in the knees, work boots covered with dust and dirt, a flannel shirt. He had a big mullet for a haircut and a big Fu Manchu mustache. He looked like Joe Dirt in the movie, if you've ever seen Joe Dirt with David Spade. Now, let's all agree, for most people dressed like that for an interview, he would have been shown the door and the interview never would have taken place. But I'll never forget something my grandparents told me. They said, Brad, people will forget your name. They will also forget what you do, but they will never, ever forget the way you make them feel. Make everybody you come in contact with feel special. And so I said, Jack, come with me. We got a cup of coffee. We went into my conference room. We sat down for about 20 minutes talking. I got to know Jack. And finally, I looked at Jack and I said, Jack, why do you want to work for me? And he looked at me, and his eyes pierced my heart like an arrow. He said, it's because my wife and my daughter have big goals and ambitions and dreams in life, Brad, and they're much bigger than mine. But I want to give them everything in life they deserve. Whew, man, after interviewing hundreds of people, I never heard that one. I never heard that one before. And I looked at Jack and I said, his purpose and his why is beyond himself. It's for the people he loves. And folks, it's just like the story I shared about Matt Monero. When your purpose and your why is bigger than you can do great things. And when Jack showed up the next week to come to work for me, he showed up dressed not much better than he showed up the day of the interview. And I just sat there looking at this dude that was there wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, who now had to get on the phone and call out to wealthy rich people to invest in my oil company. And I said, Blazer, maybe you made a mistake. Here's a guy that can't even afford a suit and tie, that's got to get on the phone and convince people to send us checks for $50,000 and $100,000. And I looked at him and I said, what do I do with this dude? I said, Jack, come with me. We hopped into my Porsche. I took him to a department store and I invested in his future, just like you're investing in yours by being here today, folks. You're investing in your future, and I applaud all of you for doing that. I bought him 2 suits. I took him to my barber. We gave him a Hollywood makeover, haircut, got rid of the big Fu Manchu. And when we walked back into my office about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, my receptionist did not even recognize him as the same man that left. The next day, when he walked through that door, a transformation in his life began. You could tell he was walking prouder, carrying himself better because he felt good about himself. And then I shared with them the script. I shared with them the psychology behind what we do and how it works in the sales process. And that year, folks, Jack, a guy that showed up for an interview in a pair of jeans with work boots covered in dust and dirt that looked like Joe Dirt, raised $25 million and made $250,000 in commissioned income. Folks, that's because his purpose and his why was bigger and beyond himself. Folks, that's why you're here today. All of you that are here have goals, have dreams, have things that you want to do. You got to make the decision though, and it's a big one, because the biggest sale that you ever have to make in life, folks, is not to somebody else, it's to you. You see, you got to sell yourself. You have got to sell yourself, folks, that you are going to change and that you're going to put your amateurish ways behind, and you're going to become a champion and you're going to go pro. It's as easy as that. You got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I am done with where I am, because I now see greater and bigger potential ahead, and I'm willing to step into those shoes and become the person that God planned me to be on planet Earth. And that's all you got to do, folks. You got to sell yourself first. You got to bring about the change. You got to create the discipline. You got to back it with the hustle, with the grit, with the grind. And you can do anything, folks. I guarantee you can become a person of interest that people follow. You can write a book. You can see exponential growth in your business. It's all there for the taking. It's all there for the taking. So once again, like I said, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started and kick this thing off. Y'all excited? Y'all ready to go? Let me see, folks, in the chat. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? See, I feel like I'm here at SpaceX, NASA, right here in Houston, Texas, Mission Control. I got the controls right here, folks, and I am ready to blast off. I want to introduce our first speaker to Bounce Back. I've gotten to know this dude, and let me tell you, folks, when it comes to studs, this dude is a stud, big time stud. This, folks, is one of the biggest influencers on planet Earth for the Latino and Hispanic market. He was the host and most importantly created the biggest late night TV show called El Pallade de la Noche. Just like David Letterman, just like Johnny Carson, just like Jay Leno, he was the stud. And the thing that has impressed me most about Sergio is he is also, folks, the global ambassador for General Motors and represents their brand around the planet. He's done hundreds of commercials. He's been interviewed by the king himself, Larry King. And let me tell you, when you're on the Larry King show, man, you are a person of interest. I'd like to welcome the man, the legend, Sergio Bruna.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Hey, Brad, thank you so much for not only the introduction, but the energy that you're bringing to this deal, man. So first of all, can you see me and hear me well?
Yes, sir. I see you. Beautiful. I hear you, and you look amazing.
Listen,
Absolutely.
man, I was not planning on putting any rings on, but seeing that you're wearing a couple, I just reached out, dude, and I got one that's pretty ugly and pretty massive. But hey, I'm committing to jewelry too. But
like
listen, man.
Let me ask you, because I know you're hopping on an airplane to go someplace later today, which is why we had to bring you up a little early. Let me tell you, folks, he is on the West Coast. He was ready to go, 7 o'clock. He's texting me.
Bam.
Hey, man, I'm getting ready. I'm excited. Folks, that's what a champion does. They show up, they're ready, they're prepared, they're ready to go. So where are you going today, big guy?
So I'm actually going to Phoenix.
Okay.
And yes, it's a 2-day trip, really quick, just running a couple business meetings. I have 43 minutes before they pick me up. So I need to rush this thing through. And I have to tell you, man, I had prepared some stuff, but I was on a roll, but then hearing you speak really inspired me to follow on what you were talking about. And I was taking notes. Listen, man, one of the things that I got from you that I want to spend a second talking about is choosing not to become successful is selfish.
Yes.
It's selfish to those around us. it is our duty, it really truly is, to become the best version of ourselves. I like what you say, just become the rich uncle. Why not? Just so you can help those that are not ready to jump on and become successful themselves. Today we have the opportunity to gain the education, develop the relationships, and embark in this journey of entrepreneurship.
Yep.
Right? Full of pits, letdowns, falls, but also amazing surprises and successes. So it's at our fingertips. We just have to make the decision. Second thing that I liked about you, hey man, think about it, see it, commit to it, grind, right? Follow through. You were talking about that, and you just described the formula for success. It is not IQ. It is not your college degree. It is focus, clarity, and heart, passion. That's it. Like you were talking about it, and it really hit me, and it really reminded me, and you took me back on a journey about my own life. I left my home when I was 15 years old. Didn't even finish high school. I started working, being a salesman. I've been a salesman all my life. I knew early on that is one thing, and I was never around salespeople. And this is before social media, before, I don't know why, something instinctively told me, hey, dude, your path is not school. Your path is to go onto the world, start working, making money, and just trust. You don't need to see the road in front of you. Just start walking, make one, right? I don't know why. And that's why I left Spain and I landed in Mexico when I was 15 years old. And I started working, and I've been living, taking care of myself ever since. And that's what people need to understand. And now I'm going to use this as a segue to start talking about what I wanted to bring on to add to your beautiful beginning, man, because it was just like, what a great way to kick this off, which is enough excuses. Enough excuses. Who cares about the environment? It's never been ideal. And guess what? Even when the environment and the economy was ideal, we chose to be lying down in the couch and watching Netflix because we're riding a good wave. It's not about the environment. It's not about the stars being aligned. It's about us making a decision to become successful. People are scared right now more than ever. People are freaking out. What a year, 2020. If 2020 has taught us something, is that we cannot rely on the governments, on the economy. And this thing that was sold to us as stability is nothing but a scam. It's nothing but a scam. There's no such thing as stability. The day, like, listen, man, what a way of cheating ourselves out of our own greatness and life, choosing to, instead of listening to ourselves and going out there to get what we want, and now I'm going to blame many grandmas and many grandpas, is, hey, yeah, I get it, but that's not realistic, son. Why don't you do like Uncle Joe, who became an accountant? Nothing, against accountants, but I have something against you doing something you don't want to, just for stability. Why don't you follow his footsteps? Look, he's bought a house, and he's going to have a pension that's going to take care of him once he's retired. To me, that's not a good way of living. That's a comfortable way of dying. I'm going to choose to do something that doesn't inspire me, does not satisfy me. So eventually, when I'm done working, I can get just barely enough money to pay the gas bill and eat crappy food until I die. Dude, if you call that a life, man, like, just give up right now. 2020 has taught us that dream, that is one thing that I'm actually happy about what has happened, because 2020 accelerated the process in my own life of getting rid of the things I don't need, the people that bring no value to my life or that I don't love and I consider close, because it's not just about, using people for my own development, but it's like, hey man, if our relationship is not honest, is not true, if we don't have a real friendship, and or you're not adding value to my life, me dedicating you time and keeping up this front requires energy and resources that the people that I love need, that I need. So if 2020 has taught us something, is we cannot depend on this thing called stability.
Mhm.
1. 2, we need to learn how to hustle, and we need to learn how to sell,
Yeah.
because that is the only way we're going to build our own economy.
Yeah.
3, we need to get rid of the things that we don't need that chained us to that fake life we built just based on trying to impress others.
Powerful.
Dude, my friend Bradley, which you and I both have been on his podcast, he said once, and this was brilliant, talking about dropping bombs, right? So much love for Brad. He said, if I was to put together all the money that I've spent trying to impress people, it will impress people. And I loved it, man. So it's like, listen, man, 2020 is like, do we really need 5 cars? Do we really need to work this hard to buy things that we're not even going to use? No, man. Hey, by the way, who's freaking driving right now and to where? Like, right, the $2,000 a month payment on the exotic, like, what are you doing with that right now, right? So, man, this is the time to, instead of being afraid, to rebuild our lives. Instead of retracting, instead of like playing it safe, this is the time to understand and realize there's no such thing.
Yeah.
Not risking it, not going out there, not going after what we want, not going after becoming successful,
Yes.
not only selfish, it screws the life of people around us.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to hustle, we need to go out there, and we need to make our dreams come true. That's what life is about. Live your life. Don't find a comfortable way of dying.
Mhm.
So become part of the solution. Become a professional. Learn a skill. Add value. Charm can get you far, but not far enough. Don't rely on your looks. Don't rely on the people that you know. Develop a skill. If you are in the sales game, learn how to sell. And sell, we're way past the 80s, the 90s. Close the deal, man. Get committed. Close no matter what. That doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore. Yes, customers do need a figure of authority and a leader to help them make the right decision. But you don't do that by bullying them into doing something they don't want or they don't need. Because that's what, still, man, everywhere that I look around, it's just close the deal, man, handle the objection, tell them they need to do it no matter what. You're going to do it sooner or later. Do it now. Hey, man, so why do you want to keep this money in your bank account? You've never been able to save money. Why start now? Just spend the money. That is bullshit, man. That is BS. Become a professional and you'll become extremely successful. How do you become a professional in the world of sales? Don't just push the product that you, first of all, I like what you said. Sell yourself on your product, on your company, and on your service. Why that's important? So you can push in an authentic, honest way. Because when you are really trying to solve a problem, you understand the customer needs, and you really, truly bring a solution to their problems, you're not lying to them, bullying them into a deal and something they don't need. Sell yourself on your company, sell yourself on your product, then understand the customer's needs. And if your interests are aligned, then you are condemned to close the deal. Because not doing it will represent failure to the customer, to yourself, and to your company. So I invite people, become a professional. Understand the process of the sale. Introduction, pitch, gather of information, go for the close, handle objections, go for the close again. Those are the 7 steps that I have identified, that I've developed and I talked about in detail in my program, The Encyclopedia of Sales. It's the 7 steps, but it starts by pitching, introduce yourself, tell them what you're there to do. I'm a big fan of cutting the crap of spending 37 minutes building rapport. Again, dude, that's just people. It's so disrespectful when you hit somebody outside of their house. Let's say you're door knocking. It's so disrespectful to start talking about the 67 Mustang they're waxing, right? Dude, that's probably the only time this homeowner has every 2 weeks to be in silence with himself doing what he loves, right? What right do you have to start some BS conversation and suck his time and his energy and abuse it by having a fake conversation that he knows is a lie, right? Oh, is that a fishing rod? Are you into fishing? Oh man, when I was in Oklahoma, I went on these fishing trips and man, then I went, to the Ozarks and stop that. Hey, sir, good day. This is who I am. I have something that could really interest you. I'm just going to take 45 seconds of your time. Thank you in advance. Boom. That's how you build rapport. Show that person you're a professional. Like, people spend so much time thinking they can get the deal and that they can get ahead on life. Faking. Lying. Dude, we all see through it, man. We all see through it. Instead of trying to be fake, become a professional. Become a professional. So first of all, this was a great year. This was a great year because it's getting rid of all the pretenders, number one. Only those that are truly committed are still playing the game, whatever game that is. What this means is, regardless in what stage you are of your game and building your life, right now you have a great opportunity because everybody out of fear is retracting. Wouldn't you agree, Brad? Everybody's retracting. Everybody's afraid to make a move, to take a chance. So guess what? All of a sudden, you don't have any competition. You want to be successful, man? Right now is your time. You have a great opportunity. We have a great opportunity. People are retracting. People are saving money. People are afraid to make moves. So guess what? Right now, it's easier than ever to become a leader.
Yep.
We've learned that there's nothing to be afraid of. So how do we take advantage? Let's become a professional. There's a lot of people here I can see because of Amanda and Sergio Prado in the real estate game. Dude, don't push the only property you have available and lie to the customer that is the right fit for them. How do you sell homes? Listen to the customer. Ask questions. Hey guys, how are you? My name is Sergio. If anybody knows this area, is me. I know every property that's available for rental or for purchase. Let me ask you, and I promise you, I'm going to be the person that is going to find you the right fit for you, your family. That's a combination of 2 things. Comfort, looks. I'm going to ask you a couple questions to understand what what it's pleasant to your eye, but also I'm going to find you a good investment. So let me ask you, how many people in your family? Okay. You have boys, girls. Okay. Are they into sports? Ask qualifying questions. So you understand the lifestyle your customers have. And based on that, you can offer them a property in a neighborhood that's going to fit their needs. You see? And when instead of just walking them and showing them properties and trying to close them on each one of them, just tell them, no, that's later. That's the last part. Let me understand who you are. Let me understand what you like. Because I know you want a house because probably you've heard that that's what, but maybe you guys are a penthouse downtown type family, right? Like, do you like to walk to nearby restaurants where you can have a drink and then walk back home? Do you like action? Oh no, you actually like to live quietly in the suburbs. Okay. And do you want to have a park nearby or not? Like, just be interested. And based on that, show them something that fits their needs. Why does that work? Very simple. Very simple. Because everybody tries to take advantage of customers and everybody tries to BS them. So when you are the realtor, because trust me, they've seen 15 more, right? I mean, renewable energy and solar, dude, today, all you have to do is type solar. You're going to have, 2,750 companies pop up. Mm-hmm. So when you're the realtor that tells them, dude, hey, I'm the pro here. I know the market and I know what, based on your lifestyle, will be the right choice. So let me ask you, once you invest time into your customer, understanding their needs, and then you point them in the right direction, they're gonna want to do business with you just simply because you are different, you're a professional, you're showing that you know your craft, and that you're there to help them. It just goes a long way. It's not about slamming deals anymore. Everybody today, like everybody before, if you were confident, you could push an individual into closing a deal. And I'm talking about the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s even, right? Anybody could go knock on doors and post them why this is the best TV and this is the best financing, or the best hair dryer or the best set of books or encyclopedias. Right now, a customer, all they have to do, man, all they have to do is go online, go on Amazon, read reviews. They don't even have to deal with you. So it's a privilege to be talking to customers today. So how do we set ourselves apart and earn the customer's business? By becoming a professional. So I invite people, hey, one, who cares what happened this year? We have an opportunity in front of us to really, truly build the best version of ourselves and be ahead of the pack for when the economy bounces back. How do we do that? This is a perfect time, man, for you to train from home, to read, to invest in yourself, grow, become a professional. Care about your customer. Care about your customer. Understand their needs. Try to satisfy their needs, and you will close the deal, because that automatically turns you into a real figure of authority. Again, enough bullying people into a deal. That's preying on the weak. Hey, if you're confident, if you have presence, if you're articulate, and if you know the basics of sales, you are going to close deals, you're going to make money, and you're going to be successful. Why? Because among the prospects you're going to come across, you're going to see weak people you can take advantage of. But when you step up and operate from a point of authenticity, where you really care to understand the customer needs and your job is to satisfy them, then you have a license to hold their hand and walk them through the deal. Then just even if it is so, just so they don't fall prey to a sneaky, vicious sales guy, you'll close them into the deal and they'll want to do business with you. Let's stop underestimating people. People are not stupid. And guess what? Many people that are not stupid, but that they don't have our character and our presence, don't say no to us in our faces. Many people, because we're sales guys, right? We can come in, we can pitch somebody on the phone, in person, door knocking. It's easy for us to come over and overpower the customer. But when a customer, that again, customers are not stupid, they feel that we're not authentic and they feel we're lying to them and they don't feel comfortable because they see through the snake in us. All they tell us is, hey, I really like this and I really like you, but I have to talk with my husband or my wife. I need to think about it. It's not just my decision. And then we don't hear from them again. You see, that's why that game of bullying people and closing right now, hey man, a customer, all they have to do is sign the deal and cancel it 3 hours later, the day after, right? Even the alarm game, right? I was just thinking around, okay, what service, right, can we push into, let's say, a homeowner? Even vehicles, man. I think there's like the cool-off period is like 3 days. You can just no questions asked. You can bring it back, right? There's a law actually that protects buyers from, I think it's called the cool-off period. But like even the alarm game, right? Vivint, all these big multi-billion-dollar companies that have, created fortunes by bullying people into deals. They install the same day the sale takes place, just to further abuse the customer. Let's just think about this, man. Think about this. There are companies that know their only customers are people that are easy to bully into a deal. And they've built a business model around that practice, and they have installers waiting around in parks, waiting to hear a call or get a message that, hey, somebody just signed a deal. So they go, they install it over with, they don't let a customer cancel. That's bullshit, man. I call it. Educate the customer. Understand their needs. And based on that, service their deal. And not only you're going to have a solid deal that's not going to cancel, you're going to make a friend and you're going to generate future revenue. I invite people to do what right now seems like the hardest option. I promise you, it's going to lead you to an easy life. Do what's hard today, and you're going to have an easy life. I promise you that. I've tried it, dude. I've tried this thing. I've been selling for 25 years. There's only one way to do things, the right way. Sales guys, we love gray areas. We love cutting corners. If the customer is not asking for the fine print, hey, we'll never bring it on. No, don't be afraid. If you feel like you need to lie, then you're selling the wrong product or you're with the wrong company. And you might do well for a little bit, but at the expense of your own sanity and your own health. That's why 2020, in a way, it's a blessing, because right now we get to start brand new. You see, Earth, the universe, has flushed the toilet, man, and has provided right now an environment for us to redo ourselves, to get rid of the things we don't need, the people that we don't love and bring no value to us. Right now, that's the time. So take advantage of it. Become a professional. Do the deal, man. Do the deal. Don't be afraid. Everything you want is on the other side of fear. We've all heard that quote before. Everything you want is on the other side of fear. Why? Because by jumping off the cliff and building the plane going down, meaning taking a chance, going out there on your own like a cowboy shooting from the hip, you learn. You learn by falling. And don't be afraid to fall. Now quoting the great Les Brown. Hey man, you're going to fall down. Make sure you fall on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. I love that about good old Les, man. If you can look up, you can get up. I love his story about how he used to sleep on his cubicle in his office and shower in the bathroom in the office building. Dude, like, you know, talking about emotional stories, Brad, following, you know, up on yours. Like, it's the people I admire, the people that have become extremely successful are people that just did it. Jump off the cliff, build the plane going down. You're going to fall. You're going to get hurt. You're going to lose. But in the process of getting up and trying one more time, not only you're going to build the character, you're going to gain the experience, and you're going to build this persona that gets people attention. I'm talking about being attractive. And being attractive, not in a sexual way. Being attractive. There are people that are attractive. There are people that walk into a coffee shop and everybody notices them and they turn around. That people become attractive because they jumped off the cliff and built their plane going down. They've gone through lawsuits, probably bankruptcies, and they're still playing the game. They got cheated on. They cheated too, and they know how that feels. And that's why they don't do it anymore. And you only become that bulletproof, strong, with great character individual if you go play the game. And again, you don't need high IQ. You don't need a big college degree. You need heart. You need to be willing to get out there and do this deal. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Fear is a sign that you're moving in the right direction. You don't have to be great in order to start, but you have to start in order to be great. I love that one. You don't have to be great in order to start, but you have to start in order to be great. Winners don't wait for opportunities, they create them. I think that why I'm bringing this up, because I wasn't even planning on talking about this, but I got inspired by Brad's talk, and I'm like, you know what, Sergio, dude, nobody needs to hear about the product and the school and no, dude, come on, man, bounce back. Winners. Saturday morning, dude. Everybody that we have here right now is committing and investing time in themselves. And I think this is what people need to hear. It's I was going to curse already. Like, it's making me feel confident again. I think I'm going to kick ass today.
Go ahead, buddy. I'm right here waiting for it.
Yeah, man. No, but seriously, like I'm getting pumped up myself because it's reminding me the journey. It's reminded me of my own journey and what lies ahead. And by the way, like, it's unbelievable. Maybe in California, they're blowing it out of proportion. But by the way, we have the lockdown starting tonight. Like, we're following Spain and France's, what's the word in English? No, it's not lockdown. We're already on a lockdown, but the stay-at-home orders. In Los Angeles, starting tonight for a whole month, you cannot be on the street, period. From 10 p.m., I think it's to like 5 a.m. Paris is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In Spain, where I'm from, it's 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Like, I mean, that's some fascist crap. Like, I remember, dude, like, what's going on, man? I think people are overreacting. I don't get the agenda, and I'm not gonna get but it just, listen, man, it just makes no sense to me. One thing, and this is just food for thought. And again, we're not gonna talk about politics, much less the presidency. But this is the thing. Do you know what makes no sense to me, man? That they're telling us every time they're making us do something more that makes us give up our freedom. And I'm going to tell you why it makes no sense. Because I went to Costco yesterday and we were all rubbing elbows and there was 100,000 people inside the store. So why now we need to stay from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.? Why at night? Dude, if you really care about, if you really think there's a virus that is going to kill us and we need to stay home, then why are we allowing stores to have 100,000 people in it like Costco? I was there yesterday. You know what's funny? And this is not mine. I saw this on a meme on Instagram. It's they're like, oh, somebody posted a picture of like 85 people eating together under a tent outside a restaurant. And somebody says, okay, so we cannot eat indoors, but we can eat together under a tent outdoors, right? Or something like that. But it was more clear than that. Like, it just makes no sense, man. It makes no sense. So I'm telling you, take advantage of this situation. Take advantage of this situation. Stop being selfish. Become super successful. It feels good to win, man. It feels so good to win. It feels so good to win. It feels good to be the guy your loved ones and family can depend on. It feels good to be that person. It feels good. It's the right thing to do. It's what we should be doing. Mm-hmm. Become successful so we can have the character to act as the foundation of the family and society, because our children need that. Our loved ones need that. And guess what, man? Not everybody was given the skills that you have. You know, people need help, man. And there's something just very beautiful about being able to improve somebody else's condition, man. Mm-hmm. Like, listen, the uber ultra successful have one thing in common. Self-made too. They become philanthropists. Mm-hmm. And you know what that means? You know what, dude? Now that I've gotten this far in life and I've gotten all the things that I thought I needed to fill this void that we all have inside, sex, women, dinners, cars, travel, the boat. I don't have a boat, but I know that's what's next when you go down that road. You see, you spend your life acquiring things, thinking that is going to fill the void, right? You see, admiration. I want to be loved. I want to be admired because I feel like I'm not good enough. That's what's going to get me well, once you go, far enough down that path, you realize the only thing that truly fills the void is to help the fellow man and to help another individual improve their condition. That, my friends, is true bliss. And that's why many people, they get to a point where they dedicate their lives to improve people's conditions. I mean, we can start, hey man, you know what feels good? Have some extra food in your car. I'm sure you're going to see somebody that are going to be very glad they cross paths with you and you share it with them. Something that simple. Have some. I love to have. I always have cash with me because I love to be able to be of service to somebody. I don't use cash. I use a credit card or an ATM card. But there are people, man, that they really need those couple of bucks. And I invite you to do that. But anyway, this is not an ethics class. 2021, let's win. Let's win in 2021. this movement called bounce back. I mean, dude, society right now, boom, has punched all of us in the face. Dude, all the people that are in the restaurant business in Los Angeles, in California, this is so big. You know, Disneyland fired 80,000 people. Disneyland, people that had been working for the company for 28 years, that bought cars, got mortgages, thinking the company was going to be taking care of them forever. All of a sudden, their vehicles got repossessed. The bank is in talks with like, dude, we got to take the home back. Like, I know you got some sort of protection, but that was freaking 7 months ago. And you tell me, where do you go to work, right? Where do you go to work after spending 25 years in Disneyland, cleaning the floors, carrying food, when 50,000 people like you now are on the street and the service, food type, restaurant, club business is out the door? Like, what's going to happen to you? Like, it's no joke, man. I honestly feel for, dude, I have 3 kids, man. I feel for the parents that right now are having an issue bringing food home. Seriously, man. And I just remember, I remember when all I wanted was a Porsche. You mentioned, right? I remember, dude, I was selling taximeters in Mexico City. I was 16 years old, full of grease. You know, my life was working 14 hours in a garage, selling taximeters to taxi drivers. And at night, that was, dude, 14-hour shift, bro. I'll eat whatever I could get my hands on the shift. There was no freaking, you know, lunch room and break room. And at night, I will go to the supermarket called Comercial Mexicana, and I'll get a bolillo, like literally a small piece of baguette and a can of sardinas or tuna. I'll wash my hands. I couldn't even shower. I was starving. Every night, dude, I'll go on into my living room of my small apartment, black and white TV that a neighbor gave me, and I'll have that sandwich. Every night was the same for me. And I remember selling taximeters. There was a restaurant in front of us, and I'll see the guys, dude, with a car. Classic, right? Sports car. And it's the style. It was the suit, the tie, and getting out of the car in a certain pose, throwing the keys to the valet, right? And honey, and the girl down, everybody opening the door for you. And back in the day, because I felt that I felt, excuse my English, I felt like I was not good enough. And who I was and what I had at the time was not enough to attract anybody, you know? Early on, I mean, I'm not crapping on that concept because that's what drove me to be successful and to push myself into sales. And I've had not one, but 15 cars like that. I thought at the time, that's what I needed to be happy, the car. So I can get out of the car. And dude, I remember when I got my first car, it's just, I imitated the guy that I looked, you know, and I saw all the time driving in like that. And I thought that's what I needed at the time to be happy. You know, it was that car. And when you start down that road, I mean, at least I'm not shutting that down because at least is better than just staying at home on the couch, eating cereal, watching Netflix, right? So if that's what, even though it's not the right approach, but if that gets you off the couch, by all means. The important thing, again, jump off the cliff, build your plane going down, get out of the couch. But it's not, but if you go down that road, it's endless. In fact, leads to severe depression because there's nothing more sad and depressed than when you finally get the thing you were fighting for and you realize that it does not fill this void that we all have inside. Only contribution, only helping, only giving does. Oh man, it's easy to drop the bags and do something stupid. So this is the time, man. This is the time right now to be different, to lead the pack. It should be your responsibility. Do you want to fill the void that we have inside? Contribute. Become successful. Help out. And there are so many degrees, man. There are people that take friends for dinner. Another level of contribution, setting up your family in a nice home where they're safe, protected. Another level of contribution, private education, if you will. But then there are levels. You can invest in education for the communities, right? Steve Harvey, man, what a sweetheart of a guy. It's somebody that's inspired me and I talk to sometimes, but it's inspired me dearly. Nobody knows this, man. He spends millions, plural, a year. He has a camp where he brings kids that have no dads every year so they can have a great summer. Like, this is just a guy that spends millions of dollars creating an environment that makes kids without dads feel special, feel worthy, shows them that there is something to look out for. And, you know, that's why the guy probably does 7 shows, man. And last time I checked, he was doing 7 shows. Of course, not right now with the pandemic, but he was doing 7 shows at the same time. The podcast, the radio, the TV, because he contributes, man. He works hard so he can contribute. Think about it. What would you kill yourself working, making money? Because the guy does have a Rolls and a Bentley and 3 homes, Atlanta, LA, but he's hustling and he's contributing. So he works hard because he can produce. And then what he does with the money, he contributes. I love the guy, man. I love the guy. So I know so many people, going back to what I was talking 5 minutes ago, that are, you know, smart investors, dude. Smart investors, successful, incredible, impeccable track records that invested money in the club industry in Los Angeles, which is huge here in LA. Clubs, restaurants. I mean, Hollywood is here, right? Can you imagine what the economy and society and the situation has done to these people? Because this is what's happened. A lot of people that they were doing really well, when the news of the pandemic hit, they simply shut down but held on to everything. They even paid salaries. Hey, guys, listen, this is 2-3 weeks. Let's not freak out. I got you guys. My time to give back, right? They kept paying rent and salaries. Then all of a sudden, when this started, you know, looking like it was going to last longer, which we have right now, I think like 7 months now, 8 months, they fire a bunch of people. They stop paying rent. That affects the landlord, right? He has a huge loan with the bank. He's not getting paid rent. He's not paying the mortgage, right? Now the property is useless. But think about what he's doing to investors, business owners, and the people, dude. The people that work in that industry. In Los Angeles, almost every actor and every model that wants to make it in the business makes a living in the service industry. Food, waiting tables, bartending, dancing, you name it, fitness, right? All that is shut down. What are those people going to do? Well, I'm going to tell you who's not without a job. I'm not without a job. I'm actually kicking ass right now in my industry. And also because I'm a sales guy. If you're a sales guy right now, you can be selling solar. You can be selling insurance. You can be selling alarms. You can be selling some technology. You can be selling so much stuff. Once you understand how to sell, that's why I encourage people to go after sales. It's recession proof. It's recession proof, man. If you understand sales and you understand how to move product, you're never going to be without a job. You might go from, you know, making $800,000 one year to 1.4 million to $250,000 if the economy is really messed up. But you're never going to be without a job. I've never been without a job. Dude, if I was to show you, I get, even though I've been working, you know, for myself for a while, like every month I get at least 25 job offers when apparently there is no opportunities out there. There's money, guys. There's money. Sell. Do the effort, man. And this is my take on it. I think, Brad, we're the gladiators, man, of our era. Like back in the day, you had to be strong, keep your family in a cave, go out there, fight, hunt, so you could bring food home so everybody could spend somewhat of a safe winter. Sales is that today, because we go out there and make it happen, man. We go out, we train, we learn a product, we learn the company, we call, we door knock. We're going out there and get hit, dude. Like, it's just so funny how people around me, they tell me, I don't know, you know, how you do what you do. Like, you go out there every day and you talk to people you've never met before, and you spend 3 hours with them, and you leave with, you know, a stack of papers like this sign and $63,000 deal, right? And sometimes I do that 3 times a day. And my answer back is like, bro, I don't know how you are not doing this. Like, even with what I've done in my life, and if I know one thing is that I'm always going to have enough to eat, I'm still afraid. I'm still stressed out. You know, I fight a battle with my own self every day. That's why I love this. Like, Brad, you just pumped me up, man, this morning. You started talking. You coached me today. I'm going to have a great day. I have like 3 more minutes, by the way. And they're already like telling me from outside that they're coming. No, but like that's why the community, that's why it's such a beautiful movement, man. Bounce back. It's like, you inspire me today. You changed, by the way. I had a stack of papers, man. It's stuff that I wanted to talk about that I didn't, because I feel that this is what we need to talk about, is we need to give people hope. Champions are made. Being successful is a decision we make. I want to end up, and I could go on, you know, 16-hour rant, but I want to kind of end up talking about something Brad started talking about, which is clarity, focus, action, grind. Bro, like, if anybody do something today for themselves, is just write that in your bathroom mirror, man. So it's the first thing you see every day when you wake up, is the last thing you see at night after you brush your teeth, because everybody should brush their teeth before going to bed. It's like, seriously, focus. This is so powerful. It's so easily we can get distracted. We can get full of fear, influenced by clarity. This is what I'm going to do regardless. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to do. No matter what is going to work out, I'm going to go out there. I'm not going to be afraid of falling. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to win. And guess what? This is why I love to share this message with people, man, because I know about insecurities and fear and I was scared for so long, Brad, but I know what it feels to win, to overcome, to succeed, to fall, to start from zero again and build it again, and to contribute, to help, to be of service. And that is the kind of attention that really fills the void that I've been trying to fill all my life. I think that's why I left my home when I was 15 years old. I think that's the chase, man. Of becoming a better version of ourselves and being able to contribute as a result is what fills the void. And guess what? Greatness is in all of us, man. It's a choice we make. So I want to finish off, you know, handing this thing off to you so you can probably spend a few more minutes talking about that topic. You're just such an awesome speaker. And probably you can infect the next speaker with the same type of message. I think that should be the theme for today, which, by the way, I hope we keep doing this. We do this very often. And Bounce Back is a movement that's starting today, but is here to stay. And I hope we start a community today. And they're telling me 2 more minutes. I know dude. I'm fired up. What if we start today the Bounce Back movement? And the only let's make a commitment. We start today the Bounce Back movement. Brad, you're a great leader. Thanks for manning this thing up. By the way, this is on today because you acted as a glue and held all the pieces together and you push it through. So I wanted to acknowledge that, first of all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. This happening today because of you. Because yeah, everybody, we're all part of this, but you were the glue and the engineer behind this. But what if we commit to develop this movement, and we tell everybody at home, the only requirement for you to become a bounce back is your desire to succeed and to be great and to be better. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter how much money you have. Doesn't matter how many times you fall down. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You want to succeed. You want to be better. You're a comeback. You just got admitted to the club, man. And I love this, you know, and again, right? I love that you started with this theme because it really affected the way that I spoke, with no ego, not trying to show off, just add value, honest value, because I think we're all the same, right? I think we're all the same. We're just in different stages of the development. So listen, I'm handing this off to you. Love you, Brad. I see Amanda is there waiting. Sergio Prado, my love to you guys. I gotta bounce. I'll be back in LA in a couple of days. We'll keep talking, but this is awesome. Thank you for putting this together, man, and making it happen, Brad.
Thank you so much, Sergio Bruna. Everybody, let's give him a round of applause, boys. I tell you, now you can see why this guy is the global brand ambassador for General Motors and does what he does. If you haven't seen him or his show, El Pelado de la Noche, go to YouTube and look up Sergio Bruna. Just such a wonderful, wonderful entrepreneur. And like he said, somebody really that just wants to share, that is there to add value, that really leads by example, because, at the end of the day, folks, that's really what it's all about. That's what it's all about, folks. I want to wait for our next speaker to get queued up and come on. I just sent him a text, and I know he's out in Arizona with Brandon Dawson, with the Grant Cardone, the Big 10X group out there speaking at the People's Essential event that's going on out in Scottsdale. But before he comes on, let me just share another story, folks. But before I do that, I want to remind everybody of a couple of great opportunities. Number one, make sure you're all using the chat feature. If you haven't shared where you are in the world, please do that. At the very bottom of your screen, you'll see, of course, right there in the center, it says chat. Let us know where you live. Let us know what part of the world you're in as you're listening to this. We'd love to know. The second thing is we're giving away some great prizes and some great giveaways today. We're going to be giving away some of the Think and Grow Rich, the legacy movies, of course, starring Grant Cardone, NFL legend Warren Moon, Sharon Lecter, who partnered with Robert Kiyosaki to author the Rich Dad, Poor Dad series, which has sold over 42 million copies. We'll be actually previewing that live today. So you definitely want to stick around, folks, to the end of the event, because that'll be actually how we close, is actually sharing that wonderful movie, Think and Grow Rich, with everybody that's here. But what you can do is go to Facebook and look for the live feed that is actually on my Facebook page, Brad Blazar, and pick that up and then share it and tag 3 people. When you do that, come right back here in the chat, say done, and you're going to be eligible, folks, for some of those great, great prizes that we're going to be giving away live throughout the event. So make sure you share that. Now, one of the things I want to touch upon here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, folks, is really the power of your mind. I spoke about that earlier. And I said basically that, the decision to become successful, the decision to change is really right up here. I remember a couple of years ago watching the Academy Awards, as some of the best and some of the brightest actors and actresses were called up on stage, to win their Oscar, and they all had their speeches and everything. And they finally said, okay, here we are now. The last big award of the night, the one that y'all have been waiting for, the best actor, right? The best actor. Now, there was a lineup of great movies and great actors, people like Brad Pitt, were there in the audience, people like Tom Cruise, right? Jack Nicholson. And they said, and the winner is, and everybody sat back. And that's when Matthew McConaughey was called up on stage to win the Oscar for the movie, The Dallas Buyers Club. And if you haven't seen that movie, folks, you got to go see it, because what a great movie it was, and what a great role Matt played, right? As we all know, he got up on stage all dressed up there. But what he said moved me, and it moved that entire audience of some of the biggest talent around the world. He said, folks, there are 3 people here that I want to thank tonight. He said, the first person that I want to give thanks to is the Lord above. And he pointed to the ceiling of that huge auditorium. He said, man, he has graced my presence. He has graced me on this planet Earth of being one of the best actors. And I come prepared for each and every role that I partake in. So I want to thank you upstairs because you have blessed me and blessed my life. The second person, though, that he gave thanks to was his wife, his beautiful wife, Camelia. And he said, I want to thank you. You are my rock. You are my foundation. You are my strength. And you bless me, of course, with a wonderful, amazing family. And then he looked out and he said, there's a third person here that I want to bless and that I want to thank as well. And you could see the pause as everybody's like looking around, trying to guess who that person is. Is he going to point to some big famous dude like Sean Connery or like Jack Nicholson or like Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio and thank them for the inspiration? No. You see, what Matt McConaughey did that day is he said, the third person I want to thank is the better version of myself that I'm chasing every day. Man, that was strong. You see, Matt McConaughey made the decision, folks, that every day, every week, every month, what he is doing is trying to create a better version of himself. As good as that dude is, for him, he ain't good enough. And that was one of the best Academy Award recipient speeches I think I have personally ever seen. And if you haven't seen it, go to YouTube and search for it because it will move and it will inspire you. It really was transformational. Because like we've been talking about here, folks, in the first 30 or 40 minutes of Bounce Back, is the decision to be successful is all inside you. You know, Sergio Bruna talked for a few minutes about Steve Harvey and just the wonderful things that Steve Harvey does. But I remember seeing Steve Harvey on stage, and he was there in front of a huge audience. And he said, everybody here in this audience today has a God-given gift. He said, I call it you're something special. He said, see, when our Maker designs you in his image, he put a little gift inside you. Now, for those of you that are here on Bounce Back or that are listening live on Facebook, you probably are familiar, right, with the little teddy bears when you go into the malls, right? And it's the little teddy bear store, like kind of the factory where they give the kids that little heart, right, to put inside that little bear. And then they inflate them, of course, with the filling, and they stitch them up, and you can pick the costume and all that stuff, right? Build-A-Bear, that little heart. That's something special. And the problem, folks, for a lot of people as they go through life is they never find what that gift is. They don't find their hard skill. They don't recognize their talent. And so I encourage all of you to look at yourself introvertly. Go back through time and just ask yourself, what have people told me I'm really good or gifted at? Maybe it was on stage you were speaking, or maybe you were doing something and people said, man, you really have a talent. You really have an innate gift for doing that. If you can focus on that, folks, and continue to master it and refine it and get better at it, and then share that with the world, it can change your life. You see, some of the greatest authors and some of the greatest coaches and trainers talk about this thing called 10,000 hours. People like Tiger Woods, people like Michael Jordan, you see, people that have mastered something to the point where it is so easy, it's almost like a reflex. You know, imagine you're somebody like an NBA superstar, like a Michael Jordan or a Scottie Pippen or a Shaquille O'Neal, you know, and you're fouled, right? And the umpire says, okay, man, you know, you get 2 shots over here from the foul line. But behind that net, right, You've got thousands of people from the opposing team that are waving those noodles and just making a ruckus and yelling and screaming, hoping you miss those shots. You talk about a distraction. I don't know how much more distracted you can get. And they just, man, close their eyes. They dribble the ball and boop. 2 shots, man, right in a row. Why? It's because the 10,000 hour principle, folks. They've got mastery. They've gone long in the same direction, and they know exactly what they want to do. Oh, there's old Matt Buchanan, our next speaker, just queued Michelle Pham. So fantastic. Folks, I am really, really excited. And it gives me great pleasure to queue up and bring in our next superstar. You know, I met Matt first actually through a connection. And he'll talk about how we met. He reached out to me and he's like, dude, I've been following you, man, and I want to blow you up. I want to make you a stud. And he's done that. He helped me build my Instagram presence. I've used his service, Pioneers of Marketing. And for anybody here that really wants to understand social media and how to monetize your content, this guy right here, man, knows how to do that. Now, he was actually in New Jersey when we met, living there, running his business. And, you know, I was following his Instagram and he was talking about, you know, $60,000 months, $100,000 months. And he said, man, next year we're on track to do $3 million plus. Now, let me tell you something, folks. This kid is like 27, 28 years old. You know, he's not in his 50s at his prime. For a kid in his 20s to be running a business generating that much revenue, that's a stud right there, folks. That's someone that you want to be paying attention to and that you want to be following. But here's the secret. He learned from some of the best, and he'll tell you he's invested literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in his own personal self-development. He's worked alongside superstars like Grant Cardone, Brandon Dawson, Ryan Dice. Matter of fact, I know today he's actually out in Scottsdale, Arizona with Brandon Dawson, who I've interviewed, of course, on my podcast. And for those of you that don't know Brandon Dawson, he was one of the youngest people ever to ring the bell on the stock exchange, sold his company Audigy for over $150 million, and today flies around alongside Grant Cardone as Grant's personal partner in business, Brandon Dawson. But it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. And by the way, folks, you know you are a stud at business when you grace the 10X stage and you speak in front of 10, 20,000 people, which is what Matt Buchanan has done. So Matt, welcome, buddy, to Bounce Back. Let's all give
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Can you hear me okay?
Well, you're looking awesome, buddy. I know that you're out west. You're probably out there at the People's Essential event with Brandon and Natalie Workman and everybody else. So I'm going to turn it over to you and let you share your amazing story, but also, of course, share with these people how they can change, how they can bounce back, how they can use their presence on social media so that 2021, man, can be their best year ever.
I love that. And I really appreciate your kind words, by the way, Brad. And we appreciate it. It was awesome seeing you down at the event here that we had last week. And I really appreciate everybody jumping on here on a Saturday in the morning here to grow their business or look whatever it is they're looking to do with their company or something that they're selling or whatever it may be. Now, just a quick recap, just so you guys know a little bit about my story. I started Pioneers of Marketing 4 years ago. I took the business last year from $60,000 a year to $3.5 million this year. Next year, we're actually going to do $7 million in revenue. I have gone from about $25,000 in debt to $750,000 in cash. And I went from living in my childhood parents' bedroom or my childhood bedroom in my parents' house, and then moving down here, opening up $1 million office down here in Houston, Texas. And I'm not saying this to brag at all. I'm just saying it because getting the right information changed my entire life. It changed my entire business. I have been personally trained from people like Brandon Dawson that Brad just talked about before, who sold his last company for $151 million. He was 29 years old when he rang the bell on the New York Stock Exchange. And now he's creating a conglomerate of businesses that he's going to be selling to a company such as Blackstone or something like that for $10 billion. And again, I'm not saying any of these things to brag. I'm saying them because I want to inspire any single person on here that is just looking for the way, the avenue, the steps to just keep pushing forward and continue to do what it is that you need to do, which is just don't quit. Do not quit. Get the right information. I was looking for the right answers for a long time. And by finding the right answers and looking for the right information, I was able to get on Forbes' #1 marketing conference in the whole world, sharing the stages of people like Dana White, Floyd Mayweather, Kevin Hart, Grant Cardone, Brandon Dawson, Magic Johnson, and so many other incredible people. And it was not always like this at all. The single biggest thing that helped me do this, because I've grown this business 30 times faster than the average company. The single biggest thing that helped me is getting the right information and building the right relationships with people that have already achieved what it is you want to achieve and learn from them. I did not grow up with money. I did not grow up with connections. I did not grow up living in a fancy house. None of those things at all. Nothing. But what I did is I was hungry, and I still am hungry to go out and just figure it out and just learn how to do it. And the single biggest thing that has helped me be able to do that is going and finding other people that, like I said, that have already done what you want to do, and then just learn from them, build a relationship with them, and just say, hey, how do I do this? Because you can do it the hard way. You could do it the hard way. I tried the hard way. I used to knock on doors all across the East Coast. And I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to create a company that we can sell for $50 million in the next 4 to 5 years. And that's what we're going to do. But I didn't know how to do it. And I used to knock on doors all across the East Coast. I used to knock on doors everywhere from up to Maine down to Florida. And I got a lot of rejections. Obviously, there's a lot of rejection. You guys know that with door knocking and sales and things like that. And I remember I was staying in this one hotel. I was looking for the cheapest hotel possible in the middle of Philadelphia. And it was like $40. It was a really sketchy place. There was garbage under the bed. The window was cracked. The door didn't even lock. And I just remember that I was sitting there and I just didn't know what the issue was. I didn't know what it was. It was the middle of the winter and I'm knocking on doors in the middle of these cities trying to get business. This was like less than 2 years ago. And I just kept at it. I kept going after it and I kept going after it. And I would get out of 100 door knocks, or not even over the course of the week, it'd be like 35 a day. So that's like 150, 160 a week. I would maybe get 2 customers from that. And I just kept trying to do it over and over and over and over. And I would just go on weeks on end and I would just drive all over the place to try and knock on people's doors. And it was frustrating because I wasn't growing my business. I wasn't growing at the level I wanted to. And it was definitely very frustrating. And what I realized is, like I mentioned before, the right information is what changed everything for me, because I was taking massive action. And if you guys are taking notes, you should definitely write this down 100%, because this information is not me just making this up on a thin air or watching a YouTube video or reading a book and then just saying, oh yeah, do this. Like, this is coming from people that have bought and sold businesses for hundreds of millions of dollars. And even if you don't want to do that, if you just want to grow your business, or if you're selling a product or service and you just want to grow your company, I guarantee you it's going to apply to you. And what you need to do is you need to make sure that when you're taking all of this massive action and you're working 40, 50, 60, 40 hours a week is a massive action. When you're working 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 hours a week, make sure that the actions that you're taking are actually leading you to the results that you're looking to achieve. And if they're not, what you need to do is you need to take new actions, but you can't take new actions until you have new information. And then I would go even deeper and say, you can't get new information until you change the way you think about things. And that's why one of my mentors, Brandon Dawson, said, what you think is what you say is what you do, and what you do ultimately becomes your legacy. Because if you think poor thoughts, you're going to take poor actions. And if you take poor actions, you're going to have poor results, which is going to create a legacy, a business, whatever it is you're looking for long term, of something that is not of the result you're looking for. So getting back to the story that I was talking about, though, I was knocking on doors. I was trying to figure out how to grow my business. And what ended up happening is I finally made the decision to go to this one event. And at this event, there was multiple speakers there that advise billion-dollar companies with sales. and I took a risk. I spent $10,000 for the ticket to go there, and it scared the hell out of me because, again, I wasn't raising money, didn't have a lot of money at the time, and I was just trying to do whatever it is I could do to grow my business. And after that event, I met Brandon, and Brandon turned to me. I said, Brandon, what do I have to do? Like, I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to get there. How can I get there? He said to me, he turned to me, he said, Matt, because at the time he was talking to all of these businesses and things like that. And there's businesses there that were doing 10, 15, 50, 100, $300 million a year in revenue. And he's obviously has to talk to them. He's the leader of his organization. So he didn't give me any time. Right. And, long story short, he turned to me, he said, you need to fire your existing business coach right now. And you need to hire us. I said, I have no money, Brandon. I spent all the money that I possibly had to get to this event, and I have no money. I don't know what you're looking for me to do here. And he just said, do it. And he turned and he just walked away. And I was like, damn, he has confidence. He knows he can help me. So I went back. That event was done. That one event that I paid for that I said that was 10K. And I ended up making the decision there to go to the next one so I could build a relationship with Brandon. And why am I saying all this? I'm saying it because take a risk. Take a risk. Like, if you look at the definition of entrepreneur, it's somebody who is going to take risks. Somebody that is going to risk a substantial amount of time, energy, money over other people or more than other people. So take a risk. Take a risk. What do you have to lose? That's what I thought about it. What do I have to lose? I didn't have anything to begin with. I had nothing to begin with. What do I have to lose? The worst thing that happens is I go to that event, it doesn't work, and I asked for my money back. That's the worst thing that would happen. And that's why I did that. I did that because I realized that I had nothing to lose. And I'm guessing if you guys are in here, throw yes in the chat right now if you guys are in here because you want more. You either want more out of your business, you want more out of your sales, you want more out of your social media. Throw a yes in the chat if you guys want that. Of course you guys do. That's why you're here. It's a Saturday morning. There's so many other things that we could be doing. But you guys made the decision to be here today, and it's awesome. Now, talking about social media a little bit, that's what we're helping people with. I'm helping people with just blowing up their social media, like Brad was talking about. We can help them on the branding side. We can help them on the credibility side. We can help them on the monetization side. It's a process. It does not happen overnight. It takes time. But when you stay patient with it, you stay open-minded, you put the work in, it's going to work just like anything else. I gotta keep swapping arms here because I'm at this event and I'm sitting in this chair. It's a little awkward with the arms, but we're making it happen. But the reason I'm saying this is because just like with business, when you apply those principles, it's going to work. You just can't quit. Do not give up. And what I've learned from using social media is there's a process. And that process with social media consists of branding and credibility. And that's how everything boils down to. Grant Cardone, whether you like Grant or you don't like Grant, he knows social media. He knows it really well. And I like one of the quotes that he says. He's raised, by the way, over $500 million in revenue all through social media. It's actually a Guinness World Record. It should be in the Guinness World Record book. I think they're still trying to figure out how they can get that done. But $500 million in revenue he's raised through social media. And he has a quote, and Grant said this. He said, in order to win on social media, you need to brand before you advertise. You need to brand before you advertise. And I would definitely write that down because I'm telling you that statement right there has made me millions of dollars, and it's made a lot of other people billions of dollars, not just myself. It's nothing in comparison to the large scale of what's going on in the world and marketplace. Now, what do I mean by that? And what does Grant mean by that? Branding before advertising. Well, with branding is all about, and how I'm referencing it and how Grant's referencing it today, is getting known and building credibility. How can you get known and how can you build credibility on social media? That's the question. Then the second point of that, the second purpose of that is advertising. So the question with the advertising is how can you generate leads from it? So branding is all about getting known and building credibility, and then advertising is all about generating leads. And that's how I'm referencing it today in regards to social media. And there's a lot of principles that go into it. There's a lot of principles that go into that go into this process. But if you guys could take just one thing away today, I mean, I served as a social media director for a Fortune 5,000 fastest growing company. I've spent hundreds of thousands. I've spent over $500,000 on training and learning from the top people in the world: Ryan Dice, Grant Cardone, Billie Jean, all these other amazing people, on top of, like I said, serving and working in that company that was a Fortune 5,000 fastest growing company. And that's the process that works extremely, extremely well. And here's the reason why. Whenever you're going to buy anything from anybody, they need to trust you first, and they need to know who you are. If they don't trust you and they don't know who you are, there is no reason at all why they would buy something from you, because the trust isn't there. And like I said, they don't know yet. And that's why this process is so important, because it's just using principles that works no matter where. Just like when I was door knocking, why was nobody buying from me in the beginning? The reason why nobody was buying from me in the beginning when I was door knocking is because nobody knew who I was and nobody trusted me. I was getting the attention of decision makers. I was talking to qualified people, but they didn't know me and they didn't trust me. And my question to you guys in this chat today is, if you did not know who somebody was and you certainly did not trust them, would you buy a product from them? Yes or no? Put something in the chat here. I would love to see what you guys think, because I know what I believe. I know what a lot of people that I talk to believe. But yes or no, if you didn't trust the person and you didn't know who they were, would you buy from them? Yes or no? Hell no. Yeah, 100% not. Why would you? It doesn't make any sense. But it's crazy how many people will advertise their business and ask, why am I not getting leads, when nobody knows who you are and they certainly don't trust you? And my question to them is, why would somebody give you their personal contact information, right? Why would somebody give you their phone number? Why would somebody give you their email? Or why would somebody express interest and say, yes, you can reach me on my personal contact info, if they didn't trust you and they didn't know you? Of course they wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? And it's really important. And now I'm going to share in a second here, how you can actually apply this. And I'm just sharing a lot of ideas with you guys right now about how you can actually apply this. And this is what we help a lot of businesses with. It's an incredible thing. Now, there's three main principles that I've learned on social media specifically. There's a lot that goes into getting known, and there's a lot that goes into building credibility. And it's hard to cover in this 15, 30 minute, however long Brad would like me to speak here, time frame. But what I can share with you guys is these are three really, really important principles that I've learned that people need to apply for their business in order to achieve credibility on social media and help themselves get known. Now, those three principles are: number one, you need to have an audience. And I would write that down. The number one thing you need to be making sure you're doing is you need to make sure that you have an audience. Number two, you need to make sure you have content consistently going out on your stories. And I would do Facebook and Instagram. And that's something I've recently been implementing. I was just doing Instagram, and then I realized how well the engagement is on personal or business Facebook pages on Instagram with stories. People are really, really, really commenting and engaging and staying very interested with that. Now, the third principle with that is posting consistently directly to your wall. Now, your wall is just directly to your page. So it's directly to your page. It is, it's directly to your page. It's what's not going to away. But these stories on Instagram and on Facebook, those are what's only going to last for about 24 hours here. So like I said, it's growing your audience. It's creating and posting out consistently on your Instagram and Facebook stories. At least I would say start with 6 times per day. And then on your wall, it depends on how much content you have on your wall. If you have a lot of content on your wall, then you don't need to do it as much consistently, unless you really want to do it just to promote. But you don't need to do it in this case in terms of getting known and building credibility. Now, that's the process. Now, a lot of people will ask, well, how do I grow my audience? How do I grow a larger audience on social media? And by the way, just so we're crystal clear, again, I'm not talking about right now generating leads. I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about how can you put yourself in a position to generate a lot of leads? How can you do the work before that's going to set you up so when you are generating leads, it's going to work? That's the process. Now, a lot of people will ask, well, how do I grow my audience? How do I grow a larger audience? You guys hearing that echo? Or is that me? But so going back to what it is we were saying in terms of the audience, this audience, there's 2 real main ways that you can grow this audience on social media. The first way you can grow the audience is you could just do the organic guerrilla marketing style of just asking people, hey, follow my page, or sending out an email blast to put a bunch of leads and customers and with a link to your social media handles, just saying, hey, follow me on social media, follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook, whatever it may be. Now that is something that could work. It's going to take a long time for you to be able to bring in a lot of people on your audience. And again, the reason you want to do that is to create a perception of you being a really successful business or person. And I was no different of a person when I went on the 10X GrowthCon stage with 15,000 people there than I was after I came off the stage. But people, they perceived me as somebody different. That's the only difference, because they saw me sharing the stage of people that were advising and are advising the largest companies and organizations in the world, such as Google, the US Army, Ashley's Furniture, a multi-billion-dollar company, as well as sharing the stages with massive influencers, Kevin Hart, Floyd Mayweather, Dana White, and all these other incredible people. But the point of me saying this is one reason and one reason only. It's because I was perceived as somebody different. I was the same person though. There was nothing different about me when I walked off the stage than there was before. I was literally the same person. Now that's the same thing in how it's referenced in regards to social media and how it's going to apply to you. All we need to do is position you guys as a credible brand that people perceive as credible. And then when you can use that to help get known, then when you're making yourself aware and people become familiar with who you are, and they start to know who you are and what you do, then the advertising is going to work. Because think about it. If nobody trusted you and you just start reaching out and introducing yourself, let's just think about it very simply, right? Let's say you go to an event and you're going there because you're trying to find customers. Well, if you go there and nobody trusts you and you go to the event, it doesn't matter if you get known there. Nobody trusts you. So it doesn't matter. They're not going to buy anything, and you're not going to have any of them turn into leads. Now, I'm just trying to make this very, very hands-on and like tactical, and hopefully somebody will take this information today, even if it's just one person, and then just sends me a DM on Instagram and is like, Matt, I did this. I got 5 new customers. We've had so many people have tremendous successes from this, and it's a cool process. But anyway, going back to growing your audience, I kind of went off on a tangent there. There's a second way, and there's another way as well too to grow your audience on social media. First way, like I said, is through the guerrilla marketing style. The second way is you can get into or partner with somebody that already has influence. We've collaborated with major social media brands online, such as Floyd Mayweather and Kim Kardashian, and all these people that have a ton of influence. And there's people just like you and I, but they have a lot of influence. Now, why is that important for you? When you can collaborate with people that already have influence, that already have reach, what it's going to allow you to do is achieve the same thing. It's going to allow you to achieve influence. And John Maxwell, if you guys heard of John Maxwell, throw yes in the chat if you guys have heard of John Maxwell before. And if you haven't, throw no in the chat. I'm curious to see who knows John Maxwell and who doesn't know John Maxwell. Brian knows John. That's awesome. Yeah, so John Maxwell, for those of you who don't know, he is the #1. Amanda knows him too. Brad knows him. Awesome. Yeah, so he is the #1 leadership expert in the whole world. And I love one of his quotes that he says, which is, leadership is measured by the amount of influence that you have over other people. So if you do not have influence over somebody, if somebody does not look at you as the leader in what it is that you're doing, then they're not going to follow what it is you tell them to do. They're not going to take action on what it is you recommend that they do. And that could go for anything. It could go with recruiting people on your team. It could go with generating sales. It could go with pushing a new product, collecting leads. If you are not positioning yourself as a leader, if you do not have influence over other people, over your audience, over your target market, then you're not going to be a leader in their eyes. And if you're not a leader in their eyes, they will not follow you. Whether that means directly follow you on social media and actually pressing the follow button, or whether that means actually just when you put up a post on Instagram or on Facebook or whatever it is, or you send them a message and you're like, hey, I got this deal here, I want you to take it. They're not going to listen to you because they don't look at you as a leader in your space. And it's so important. I could talk about that for a long time, but that's really some of the power behind building a credible brands and also getting known, leveraging social media. And like I said, I could talk about this for a long time, but those are the 2 ways to be able to grow your audience, through influencer giveaways or through guerrilla marketing, organic strategies, and just relying on, your actions, just reaching out one-on-one or in masses to just tell people to follow your page. Now, that is branding and advertising on social media. Branding on social media. Advertising is completely different. completely different. And we go through this, really, really deep in a lot of our events and things like that. So I'm trying to get as much info in here. And I'm very grateful, by the way, for Brad bringing me in here. This is awesome. In terms of advertising, the goal of advertising is to generate leads, right? That's why we're going to advertise anything. The goal and the reason why we are going to do that is because we have to bring some leads in, because we have bills to pay. We have customers that we need to get, and we have payrolls and all these different things. And like I said, the role of advertising is to generate leads. Now, what I've learned is there's really two ways to blow this up. So let's say you're not getting leads, or you have a broken pipeline or whatever it is, and you're looking to generate more leads. There's really only two reasons that I've found that have worked extremely well for myself and other people to bring in a lot of leads fast. And I would write this down, because I'm telling you, you apply this stuff, it's worth a lot of money for your business. Those two ways, number one is you can experiment. Now, experimenting is literally what it is. It's experimenting. Thomas Edison, I believe that's who it was. I think he failed 980 times or whatever it was. But I actually used the word that I shouldn't have used, which is fail. He didn't fail 980 times or whatever it was. He just found 980 ways that didn't allow the light bulb to work. It's the same thing with advertising. There are competitors of your guys, every single person in here, that are bringing in more leads than you're looking for. There's always people that are doing better, and there's always people that are doing worse. And every single person in here has a competitor or somebody very close to what they're selling that is getting a lot of leads for their business. So it's out there. You just have to find it. And that's why when you can experiment, try, like, there's basically two different things you'd have to experiment on, right? There's channels and there's messages. Channels are the actual channels that you can use to advertise. So it could be Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or emails or phone calls or text messages or events or whatever it is. Messages is what you're actually saying in those channels. So if you're speaking at an event, it's the message you're saying. If it's sending out a text message, it's what you're typing up. If you're sending out that type of thing, right? Now, what you need to do to find something that works with that is experiment for 2 weeks. Just experiment for 2 weeks and test and measure everything. Measure exactly what your outflow is, your outreach. How many people are you reaching out to, whether it's text or whatever it is? What's the outflow? What's the outbound? Track that. And then what is that bringing in? What is the inflow from that? How many leads are you bringing in? How many demos are you having? And then how many demos from there are actually converting into sales? And if your industry is a little different, you may not call it a demo, but I think you see the big idea here. The point of me saying this is you need to make sure that you're measuring these things. It's important. The last thing you want to do is spend all this money on advertising and not bringing in results, right? So that's why I'm saying measure it. Second way you can do this, if you're not actually bringing in the leads you're looking for, is a really cool process. And, this is the secret sauce. So I'm giving you guys the inside scoop right now. And all joking aside, what you can do is you can find somebody who already has a process that's working really well and then duplicate their process. That's what you could do. So if you're like, listen, I don't want to experiment, blah, 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 and I know a guy, or I've heard of a guy that is doing really well in my industry, selling the services that I'm selling, then just go learn from him and ask him the question of, hey, how are you getting your leads right now? And once you ask that question, you should be able to get the information. And there's so much money out there that every single person, there's so much money out there for every single person to be multi-millionaires. And the reason why I'm saying this is because those people that are doing really well, those people that are crushing it, those people that are bringing in a lot of leads and a lot of business, they're really not going to care if they're sharing information about what's working and what's not working, right? They're not going to care. The reason why they're not going to care is because they think in abundance. They don't think in scarcity. They know that money actually does grow on trees because it comes from a cotton bush. So money actually comes from trees, and they know that. And they're not thinking in terms of scarcity. They're thinking in terms of abundance. So that's the process. Those are the two options for advertising. I know that I need to pop back into this event in a second because we're about to run through an exercise, but I really appreciate Brad for you bringing me on here. I know this is not an easy thing to do. Get a group of people here together, especially on a Saturday morning, and a lot of really committed and motivated people. And then I really appreciate all of you guys jumping on here and just giving me your time and allowing me to just share some things. Like I said, I hope there's just one person, if there's just one person that takes this away and get some value from it, that would be, that would be awesome, because I know what worked for me, and this is the information that worked for me. And I'm grateful for it. So thank you so much for having me on here. And Brad, thank you so much again for bringing me in.
Absolutely, man. Like I said, everybody, this guy delivers, folks. I kind of convinced Matt to move from Jersey to Texas, and he kind of, took me up on it, took a little trip down here, drove around, fell in love with our great state. And the reason I told him is I said, man, at your age, if you're going to be making millions of dollars, you don't want to live in a state that has a state income tax. Come down to Texas where we don't have one. And look at him now. He's living in Houston in a beautiful property with a, like you said, big time office, beautiful, great part of town. And I spoke at his event about a week ago that he had here in Houston with about 20 people that all paid. What they pay, about $10,000 for the knowledge that you just shared today. A good part of that.
Between 5 to 10,000, depending upon how many people came.
Yeah, so there you go, folks. And share that with you here today. So Matt, thank you so much. Say hi to Brandon. Say hi to the folks out there. I know a lot of people that were at your event have flown out that way, because I've seen them posting on Instagram their pictures as they're traveling west. And did you get a chance, by the way, to meet with Rock?
Oh, not yet. I emailed him through. We're working through it. I'm going to be here till tomorrow as well, too. So I'm hoping we can get together tonight. That would be awesome. And I really appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, he's a stud, dude. He's a stud. So you'll love meeting Rock Thomas. Anyway, buddy, take care, man. Be safe, be well. And I appreciate you. You know it. Let's get together when you get back in town.
Likewise. Let's do it. Thank you so much, Brad. Thanks for having me on here.
Absolutely. Absolutely, folks. Well, everybody, fantastic. Well, I hope that you enjoy that. If you are running a business and you're struggling with how to become known, which, like Matt said, really is what it's all about. It's about becoming a person of interest. It's about becoming somebody that others follow, that others gravitate to. Matt is an expert at this, and so are the people that are in his organization. And like he said, it's about branding. It's about basically creating social awareness before you spend thousands of dollars on your advertising budget, because so many people struggle with that, right? They're throwing money out at advertising and they're sitting back frustrated because they're wondering, why is this not working for me? Why am I just not getting the leads that I would expect to for the ad spend? And a good part of that is just that the world doesn't know you yet, right? And so focus on your social media, focus on really the things that Matt talked about today, and you can ultimately then get where you want to be. It's all about just staying with it, not giving up. I use a phrase, and it's called going along in the same direction. It's just the relentless pursuit of this vision and this goal that you're chasing and that you're after, folks. Now, I want to remind everybody, because I know as the day progresses and as we move west in the time zone, more and more people obviously are signing in and joining us. And as the audience grows for some of the new people, just want to remind you, use the chat feature below to engage or to share comments with our speakers. Great speakers this morning, Sergio Bruna, of course, Matt Buchanan. The next one that we're going to be bringing on here in a few minutes is also great as well. But, one of the things that I would encourage everybody that's here with us today, whether you're live on Zoom or whether you're watching this on the Facebook live stream, and I just looked at Facebook and it's streaming now on multiple platforms, different pages, Amanda Williams' page, Matt Buchanan's page, Antonio Smith Jr.'s page, my page. Is this thing, folks, is really spreading like a virus. We'll call it bounce back virus. And we'll put an end to coronavirus, and we'll start our own. But that's the beauty, folks, of social media and really, leveraging what we're doing. It's like Sergio Bruna said this morning, is let's create a movement. Let's let the people that are around us, that we're not going to settle for anything but what we want in life. One of the things that I'll share with you folks that I've learned and am a big proponent of, and I actually learned this from somebody that I'm very close to now that I follow, and that is one of the great speakers by the name of Rock Thomas. What a great name, man. Rock. Anybody that's named Rock, whether it's Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, or whether it's, of course, Rock Thomas, that's a studly name. But Rock, when I interviewed him on my podcast, basically had a word. And I just love this word. because I'm a big reader and I've read, The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, one of the great books out there, of course, written by Stephen Covey. And what Stephen Covey says is that we as humans have basically 4 things that we should focus on to basically be whole and present. One, of course, is your mind. You got to constantly be learning. You got to constantly be growing. You got to constantly be feeding your mind. I'm a big believer in audiobooks. I'm also a very big believer in podcasts. I listen to podcasts. I've appeared on some of the biggest podcasts around the world. And for those of you that are here today that are not familiar with my own personal podcast, Beast Nation, check it out on YouTube, Beast Nation, or go to my website, bradblazar.com, and you'll see at the top there, of course, the podcast link, and you can scroll down. For those of you that are not aware of it, it was recently rated by Yahoo Finance, Yahoo News as the 2nd highest rated podcast to help people cope with COVID. And so really, it's got some great people. We just interviewed actually this past week, Wendy Bolio, who is a gold medalist in the the Summer Olympics, 1976 with Montreal. She's won the gold. And then, of course, that's when a couple years later, the Germans and the Russians were found to have been doping and taking steroids and robbed the American team of the gold medal. Great story, great person. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and transition and bring on our next guest. This individual I've got to know really, really well, not only as a personal friend, but as somebody that's gone through our personal coaching. He lives out in Laredo, Texas, and is a very, very successful real estate agent and an entrepreneur, but really has accomplished great things in life. And what I love about Sergio is that he really has immersed himself in self-development, has really connected himself and just really surrounded himself with other very, very successful people, constantly learning, constantly adapting, but more importantly, and here's the big thing, more importantly, constantly putting effort, constantly taking action on the things that he's learning and the things that he's applying. So Sergio Prado, how are you today? Welcome.
Thank you, Brad. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you fine. Absolutely. Well, welcome to Bounce Back. It's good to see you today.
Thank you, Brad. Likewise, I feel so honored and I feel so excited to be part of this. And for people that don't know me, I apologize. English is not my first language. As a matter of fact, it's my second language. And let me tell you a little bit about my story. And from there, I'm going to give you also my tips, what I have learned from experience. I've been in the industry of sales for 26 years. Pretty much, let me tell you everything where I started. Everything started because I used to live in Mexico. So when my first year of high school, I dropped out. I didn't want anything to be in school because I noticed being back then in school in Mexico, I noticed I didn't have any chance to be the way I wanted to be successful. So I jump in. Pretty much, let me be clear on this. I was born here in Laredo, Texas, but my parents decided to raise me over there in the part of Mexico. And back then, I used to travel a lot to United States, and I noticed the big gap. It was very, very different people living here comparing to Mexico. So I decided to tell my parents, you know what? I don't want anything to be in school. I was not doing very well in school back then. As a matter of fact, I didn't like it. So I decided to tell my parents, you know what? This is it. I'd rather get a sales job. So back then, I still remember, and it gives me the chills because when I started in the industry, and this is something that I want to tell you that I resonate so much with what Sergio Bruna talked about. Because when I got in the industry, everything was just about numbers, about selling the hard close and the closing right now, because if he leaves, he won't come back. And that was the mentality. And honestly, it was so stressful because everything was about quotas. So one of the first jobs that I have in sales, is when I jump into the cars industry. Honestly, just between us, I understand that there's a lot of people, but please don't say this. But this is just between us. I really hated that job. Management was very rude. People, it was like again, it was just hard closing, and all the people were complaining about there's no enough people, there's enough customers, there's this bad credit, so all and on. So I remember I didn't like it, but I knew back then that was my only hope to succeed in life, doing sales. And I still remember, probably if this person is listening, she's gonna right away she's gonna find out that I'm talking about her. I remember a lady approached me, and I didn't know anything about network marketing. And that lady approached me and she said, you know what? Let me present you to this event. I would like you to come because this is great for sales. So I decided to go. But I'm going to be honest to you. Again, this is just between us. When I went, trust me, I saw the most inspirational video back then in that meeting. They presented a video for Tony Robbins. And that video, I don't want to lie to you, but I still watch that video once in a while. And that video, I still remember. And that video, at the end, it was one of the quotes from Jim Rohn. So that's when I started getting my curiosity. And trust me, I joined that company, but I didn't join because of the product. I didn't because I wanted to be in that type of environment with positive people. I want to be in that space. So that's when I started to notice the type of salespeople that were in the dealership versus this type of environment. So that's why I started getting introduced to those motivational videos. I started to reading. I started to get in hold of people. I wanted to grow. I wanted to grow so bad because back then, this is something that I still remember. I got married, but I didn't have any kids. I didn't have any kids, and back then, my wife got pregnant, and we decided to name my son the same name as me, Sergio Prado. And I started to get that big responsibility because when he started going to school, I didn't want for his friends to laugh at me or that I felt that responsibility. And I decided, you know what, I need to take it to a different level. I need to start learning more, and I need to get more motivational video, more sales. But again, this is why something I resonate so much with Sergio Bruna, what he said, because back then it was only about the quotas, about the selling. And it was a never-ending story because what I found out is that once you close the deal, you needed to start to worry about the next sale. And again and again and again, it was just a numbers game. And it was so stressful. It was so. I sometimes I couldn't sleep because so much stress about thinking about the next sale. And my topic for today for all of you is because nowadays, let's be honest. And right now, I'm in the home sales industry, and this is what I found out. Right now, let's be honest, it's very, very, very easy to sell nowadays. With this technology, it's very easy. Anybody can do a post, anybody can do, but my topic for today is now, I would say long time ago, I learned to start selling from the heart. And this is what helped me a lot because nowadays I feel so much stress because now I feel confident what I'm doing, that I'm providing good value. This is something that I resonate so much with Sergio Bruna, what he said. because now you need to provide value, and you need to still feel those butterflies in your stomach when you feel so happy when they're buying from you. This is something that I learned, that now you need to start selling from your heart, selling with love. This is what I mean. This is my topic for today, because it's not just a transaction anymore. It's about really helping. It's about people. Sometimes when I used to do this in the car sales industry, I used to sell people. I used to see people at the grocery store, and then sometimes they couldn't remember my name. So that was because it was just a transaction, and now people refer me. Now people they feel we are friends, and now my pocket is now this, I'm getting more profit nowadays, because I get so much referrals without pushing the buyer to insist them to buy, because I'm providing value. So this is something that I learned. And again, English is not my first language. Of course, I bet you already noticed this, but this is something very interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna tell you, my high sale profit in my industry, my biggest commission have been with people that they only speak 100% English. This is crazy, and sometimes I don't get it, because again, I'm talking from transparency, from honesty, and this is something that I always see in this industry, because I see a lot of salespeople going in back and forth, going into different companies, and now it's not about just selling. Um, it's about doing the right way, because at the end, people they're gonna start referring you. People they're gonna start referring you, and again, this is something that I'm so appreciative to this type of environment, to this type of coaching, to this type of people that you surround with. I believe this year is so true what Sergio Bruna said. This is a time for us to bounce back, to be the best version of ourselves, because now you had to do different tactics. It's not that used to be before. Absolutely no. Year is people that are more sensitive, people that are gonna be a little bit hard to trust, a little bit hard to because this year they're going through so much pain, but this is for us the time to provide value. So all of you, I really encourage you to start feeling the excitement when you first started what you're doing right now. I remember my first interview when I started in the sales industry. I was so excited. I was telling my wife, you know what, we're gonna make so much money. And trust me, you still to remind myself every single day that excitement, because this is something great. This is a big opportunity for us this year. So this is my story. Again, I started in Mexico on a border. My parents, they didn't want me to be here studying for different reasons. I believe, and I'm not blaming them. It was just pretty much the way they grew up. But I always saw the big opportunity here. I always saw that I still have a chance to improve. So this is my story. Again, I've been in the industry. I've been selling anything that you can think of, from baseball cards, from cars, banking industry, anything that you can think of. And this is so great. This is so great what I'm gonna tell you, because I'm a big testimonial that books, reading books, motivational, it really works. It really works. And I encourage you to get a coach. I encourage you to get surrounded with the right mindset. Because I always tell people. I won't name any names, but there was a friend that I had here, and this friend, he always complaining about money, and he always asking money for other people, even to the managers, even to, he was requesting draws after draws after draws. And I always tell him, you know what? I'm a big testimonial that money will never resolve your issue. Never, 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 because people, they can lend you money as a pretty much as a pity or to help you, but it won't resolve your mindset. As long as you resolve your mindset, your money is gonna start flowing, because money will never resolve your issues. Money is just a temporary. And again, this is something that I always tell people, that don't get too attached to material things. Don't get too attached to material things, because whatever you have right now, this is something very interesting that I learned. Whatever you have right now, at one point of your life or at one point of the history, probably someone else is gonna have it. Your car, someone else down the road is gonna have it. So even your apparel, your shirts, your everything, your TV, someone else is gonna have it one day. What you purchased, that you're getting so attached to it. So don't get so attached to material things. The best advice that I can give you is try to provide value to other people. Try to give your best service to it, and everything is gonna start flowing the other way around. So this is something that I'm a big testimonial. And again, I feel so honored to be here. I feel so proud, and I know we're gonna do a lot of things together. I'm a big prominent to impact the Hispanic market. I know there's a lot of people that they need from us the same thing that I needed from all of you, because again, now you see a lot of people. So I have some notes here that I want to just recap what I just touched right now. Again, do a reset every single day of your life. Whenever you wake up, do a reset, either monetary or feelings and everything. And also, this is something very interesting that I learned also through all my whole experience from sales. A lot of things, you're gonna learn them from the actual buyer. This is something very interesting that I find out, because you can be watching a lot of videos, you can be reading a lot of books. It doesn't mean that is what reality, what people nowadays is asking from you. So this is something that you need to pay attention a lot of to your buyers. And also what I also learned, and I don't remember if I saw it somewhere, but it got me my attention so big, that even if you're the best, there's still a chance of failure. So don't feel bad if you fail sometimes, because even if you're the best, you still have a chance of failure. And also in sales, always has to be a win-win situation. If you notice right away in the transaction, there's only one people winning, you're just doing the wrong way. And also another thing that I found out through my whole experience is that unsuccessful people know everything. Let me repeat that again. Unsuccessful people know everything. So be always open-minded to learn. There was one lady that we were supposed to have this event on a live here in Laredo, and I remember this lady. I sent him an invitation, and she replied to me, and she said, "I don't need to go there. I already have my coach." So for me, it was something like, you know what, like that. Don't even bother, because this is something what I see a lot, that people that they don't not willing to learn from someone else. They're so attached, and this is something that I recommend a lot. Um, don't ever give up. The best days of your life hasn't happened yet. This is something that is crazy, but I learned it from my parents. I remember back in the days when I was so stressful with money, my parents used to tell me, you know what, don't stress out, calm down. The best moments of your life hasn't come yet. And they were right. They were so right, because now I feel so relaxed in a way that I don't have to worry about money. Um, I'm doing great financially, but this is something that it took me years to understand, that sometimes the best days of your life hasn't happened yet. Uh, Also, what I learned going through that feeling, and that quote, is that never judge a person by his past, but what he has planned for the future. Because this is something that I always like to get a hold of coaches, and Mr. Brad Blazer, Sergio Bruna, Amanda, because they will never laugh at your dreams. They will never laugh at your goals, because they are in a different level. They're on a different caliber. They're aligned with the same thinking. So this is something that I understand, that if you talk to a people that they know you from your past, they might, and I don't get them wrong, but they might judge you from your past. So this is something that we need to understand as a human, never just a person by his past, but what he has planned for the future. Um, and again, never attached to the material things. And in sales, what I learned also is that in sales, it's just a matter of little adjustment. Everything can change if you do a little adjustment through your process. Let me give you an example. I used to always try to do the same all over and over. And when I started just tweaking something, um, for example, let me give you an example. Instead of, like Bruna says, you know what, instead of showing the homes first, just getting to meet them, to just was just a little adjustment, everything can change. In sales, everything is just little adjustments. And also, this is gonna sound very, it might sound a little bit confusing, but this is something what I see a lot in this type of industry, or maybe in any sales industry. Plan without planning. It might sound crazy, but a lot of people, they know they have a crystal ball or a magic ball, that everything is gonna go the way we plan it. And I used to think that way. You know what? I used to wake up and I say, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and never happened the same way I had a plan. So what I mean, plan, but never expect, or never jeopardize, or never punish yourself because it didn't happen that way that you expected. Especially now, people are gonna be late. People are gonna be canceling. People are gonna be. So what I recommend is that plan, but just be very aware that it's not going to happen the way you plan it. So the way to work it out, and this is something that is going to help you a lot, is that whenever that happens, and I see a lot in this industry, let's say, for example, you have an appointment and they'll cancel you. You know what? They cancel me. I have an hour or 2 hours free. Let me go and get a coffee. Let me go and let me do this with my family. No, this is something what I learned, and it's gonna be more productive for you. Whenever that happens, always have a backup. Whenever that happens to me, this is what I do. I come to the appointment, and for any reason they cancel, I already know that I need to go to another house and take a video or Facebook Live or something. But that's the only way it's gonna work it out something better for you, because nowadays it's gonna be very important to always have a backup. Whenever that happens, if people they're late, you know what? Let me start calling the other buyers that I have. Let me start doing this. Let me start doing that, because you always need to have a backup. You always need to have a backup in your agenda. Um, and again, always pay attention. This is something that, especially now, always pay attention to your surroundings. What I mean by that is that a lot of people, they're getting so cut off with their work. They go to the office and they go back home. No, always pay attention to your surroundings, to your city. You know what's happening, what's going on, what businesses are closing, what businesses are opening, what this, what that. But the most important thing, and this is something that I also learned that is gonna help you a lot, again, going back to the selling with love. Always pay attention to your family. Always pay attention to your loved ones, because it doesn't mean that you always motivated. It doesn't mean that you always active, you always pushing, you always driving. Maybe they're not. So you also need to encourage them to be on the same page. A lot of people, they just focus on themselves, but ask them, how easy it is for us to ask someone else, how are you? But when was the last time that you asked your wife or your son or your daughter or your parents, how are you? Tell them every single day, because this is something that is going to help you a lot in your career, because they also need to have goals. They also need to be motivated. They also need to be thriving. It's not only about us. It also, you need to pay attention to your surroundings, either to your city, to your family, to your friends. You need to be also that, because everything is going to start flowing a different way, a different direction. And this is something that I learned so much from all my career, that I was only thinking about me and me and me, but you need to be also thinking about your environment, your family, your friends, everything. So you're gonna take it to a different level. So this is something that I learned, and also um, sometimes, and this is something that is gonna make you grow a lot. If you're not feeling uncomfortable, it doesn't mean that you don't want to grow. It means that you don't want to, if you need to feel sometimes uncomfortable with yourself. And that's when you're going to start looking. I've seen so many people that I ask them, how's everything on your work? How's everything? It's fine. But they're not worried. Sometimes you need to be also worried about, you know what, maybe I'm not doing good. Maybe I need to sell more. Maybe I was thinking so small. So this is something that sometimes once in a while you need to feel a little bit, you know what, a little bit discouraged about yourself, because you know that deep inside of you, you have a different potential. So you need to feel that. And also what I learned also from talking about selling with love, and don't get me wrong, again, I'm talking about, do not get attached about material things, but because it's not good. But something that what I learned is that you need to provide your family with something that they always wanted. But whenever you provide them that, it could be material things, and it could be something, a trip or something, some experience. But whenever that happens, look at their eyes and look at their emotions, look at their faces, because that's the only way you're gonna feel more energized and have that motivational. Because like Bruna says, let's say for example, if you're hustling and hustling, let's say you buy that car that you dream of. Maybe your excitement is gonna last probably a week or two. Let's be honest. But if you provide something that your family or your sons or your daughter or your wife or your parents, something that they always wanted, and you provide it to them and you see to their faces, to their emotions, that's the only way that's gonna push you and try more. And again, I'm not talking only about material things, but it could be also experiences. So something that I recommend is not just providing just for us, and that's gonna only way to see increasing. So pretty much that's my topic. Brad, I thank you so much. And yeah, I hope you like it. And everything is talking about transparency, honestly. And again, I apologize for my English. I know, understand it's not that great, but imagine when I started selling at 16 years old, it was bad. It was it was crazy bad. So again, thank you so much.
You know, you did a great job. And as I looked at the chats and I looked at some of the comments, Sergio, what people really resonated with more than anything else is just basically speaking the truth and just the phenomenal story. You know, one thing that I know about Sergio, because I've worked with him for a couple months, he's one of my posse in our Beast Nation coaching. And so I've been able to speak with him and get to know him. Is, you know, when you come into the United States, you know, as an immigrant and you speak very, very little English, you know, the odds are stacked against you, right? And as many people know, you know, people predominantly that come into the country that have very little English, where the odds are stacked against them, they can go one to two ways. They either, you know, like many, turn to a life of crime and drugs, or they, of course, turn to a life of success and abundance. And many of the nuggets that Sergio shared today, folks, I'm a firm believer in. And he's really a living example that, you know, you don't have to have perfect English. You know, you don't have to have been born with a silver spoon in your mouth. It's all, again, about the decisions you make, about the beliefs you have, because your beliefs do define your reality, folks, and you have to understand that. So, Sergio, I just can't tell you, buddy, I am so proud of you.
Thank you.
Great job today. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
For Sergio Prado. You know, I want to just pause here for a second, folks, before I bring on Amanda Williams, who's going to speak about creating residual income, creating basically a lifestyle that's allowed her to travel. You know, she's primarily from North Carolina, which she calls home, but, you know, she's been out in Cabo. I won't say vacationing, more of a workcation, but she has created a lifestyle, folks, that many people would be envious of. She's learned how to do what many people now call virtual real estate. And that's a new term. It's a new term that I wasn't familiar with. When most people think of real estate, you know, you think of a home, or you think, of course, of a building or land, but there's a whole new way to create income that people are learning and understanding. And Amanda Williams is certainly an expert at that. Before we get started, though, I just want to say, folks, you know, like Sergio Prado said, and like many have heard me say, I believe that two of the smallest words in the English language are actually two of the most powerful words. And I learned this from Rock Thomas, who is basically a self-made multimillionaire who has sought out thought leaders and coaches, people like Jack Canfield, who, of course, is the author behind the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, Deepak Chopra, Stephen Covey. He's worked with Tony Robbins and has actually become a certified Tony Robbins trainer and coach himself. But when I interviewed him, he came up with a wonderful word, and it was the word fulfillionaire. And it goes well beyond just the attainment of wealth and having many zeros in your bank account. What he meant by fulfillionaire was very similar to the term that Rod Tidwell in the movie Jerry Maguire used to basically communicate or convey to Jerry what he wanted. And it was obviously more than money. He said, I want Quan. And what he was meaning by that, folks, is he wanted everything. He wanted the relationships. He wanted abundance. He wanted great family. He wanted everything that a well-balanced life brings to the table. But what Rock said also is very important. He said the two most important words in the whole English language, Brad, are the words I am. Now think about that. You know, Sergio Bruno said, hey, when you're brushing your teeth or you're combing your hair, when ladies are putting on lipstick, you should say positive incantations to yourself because they become your belief system and they define who you are. And so when you're there in the morning and you're saying to yourself, I am powerful, I am great, I am going to go out and kill it today, those things will define success. And so just recognize, folks, that two of the very smallest words, I am, associated with something about you that's positive, can significantly have a dramatic change on your life. Well, we're going to transition, like I said, to another fantastic speaker. This person is somebody that you want to listen to, because I'm a firm believer, folks, after interviewing Sharon Lechter, who is literally one of the best financial minds probably on planet Earth. She has created one of the largest financial literacy companies in the world today in partnership with Robert Kiyosaki, where they co-authored, of course, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and took that around the world to sell over 42 million copies. But one of the things that she talks about is creating horizontal streams of income, where you have money coming into your household from a number of various sources. And this next woman, Amanda, is a genius at understanding how to create multiple streams of income. It has allowed her basically to travel and work with other people all around the country. So Amanda Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Brad. I really appreciate that. And it's funny you bring up Sharon. I just love her. I met her back in August. We had a speaking engagement together. And I actually hired her to be my mentor, my one-on-one mentor, to help me with everything. So I look up to her. And one day I strive to be like Sharon Lechter.
There you go. I love it.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's always room for improvement. That is for sure.
Wonderful. Well, it's all yours.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you again so much for, having me on here. I'm really excited to speak to you guys today. I have actually put together a slideshow for you, a PowerPoint, because I don't only just want to tell you my story, but I want to give you some inspiration. I want to give you some tips. I want to talk to you more about, turning what looked like a huge mess in our life and just a traumatic experience into a miracle. And so that's what we've done over the past 3 years. So if you don't mind, I am going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to jump into this because I really want to add value for all of you today. And I want you to actually get out a pen and paper as well, because I think you're going to want to take some notes. So the name of my speech is Turning Your Mess into Your Miracle. And it all starts really with my dad. I got a phone call. A little history on me is I'm a realtor, I'm a real estate investor, and I have my hands in a lot of things. And so about 3 years ago, I got a phone call that my dad had cancer, and it was my mom. I was literally sitting in the attorney's office, signing documents on another house that we were going to be flipping. And I've always been kind of the GC on all these. I'm the project manager. I handle the entire thing, and I just have our subs doing all the work, right? So my mom calls. Obviously, she's upset. She needs me there. And so at first, I was like, oh my God, okay, yes. And then I'm like, no, I have all this stuff going on. I just closed on this house. I have contractors showing up. We have, all this. I could do a whole laundry list of everything that I have to do right now. I'm a real estate agent. I'm selling houses. I have clients I have to show houses to. I don't have time for dad to have cancer. This is not the perfect timing. You guys ever felt like that when you get a really bad phone call? Well, the reality was, when you sit back and you look at what actually had happened was, there's certain things in our lives where you have no control over it. And it's a matter of how you're going to think about it as to how you're going to really deal with the situation. And so I want to ask you this. What if something bad were to happen? What if you did get that phone call? I know for me, that phone call was my dad having cancer, okay? Everything stopped for us. We literally picked my dad and my mom up, and we took them down to Mexico for a cancer treatment down in Mexico. We were there for the summer, and it literally changed our entire life. But what if we couldn't have done that? What if we didn't have that passive income coming in that we could just up and leave our businesses? So if something bad were to happen, like how long could you last? We just had COVID. It's been 8 months. Some of you haven't been able to work for 8 months. Like, are you still going to be able to pay the mortgage, the car payment, the insurances, the cell phones? It is so important to have that passive income because you don't know. Like, who would have known that COVID was going to come? Oh my gosh. You know, but it could be something else. It could be, you know, aging parents. It could be having a new baby. It could be, you know, someone getting into an accident, you yourself getting into an accident or getting some disease. So we never know what the future holds, but we can do something about it. So this is why everyone calls me Amanda the Traveling Realtor, because I actually teach people how to create multiple streams of income so that if and when this happens in your life, because we all know it's going to happen, right? You're going to get something that's going to knock you down for a little while, and you're going to have to worry about getting back up, and you're going to need to know how to do that. So I teach agents, mostly real estate agents, how to create that multiple stream of income where they don't have to worry about the car payments and the mortgages and all that, because that's just going to be paid, right? So I'm going to tell you what got us into this, okay? We had long-term rental properties when this whole mess happened with my dad. We had 15 long-term rental properties. It was paying us okay money. When I say okay money, not enough to live on. I mean, it was paying like $4,000 or $5,000 a month, okay? That is not enough. And so when we took my dad down to Mexico, we actually rented our personal property. Now, our personal property is the mortgage is $1,500 a month. We rented that for the first month because, you know, we didn't really know what we were doing, for $2,200 on Airbnb. And Alex and I looked at each other and we said, I think we're on to something. Like, this house rented for only 14 days. We brought in over $2,000. This paid for our mortgage and it paid for our condo while we were in Mexico. And so we started buying properties. I think we bought 2 while we were in Mexico. And then the house that we were closing on, I went ahead and was working on that house as well, virtually from Mexico. My brother took over, thank God for him. But that property ended up becoming a short-term rental for us because we ended up just saying, hey, you know, we're probably going to make more money on this if we just keep it as a short-term rental property and put it on Airbnb. So that's what we ended up doing. And so everything was going great. Like, it was the first year we came home from Mexico. Dad was doing great. Our businesses were up and going. You know, my real estate brokerage was going really good. We had built this Airbnb portfolio up to over 12 properties, literally within a 12-month time frame. So we had generated a short-term rental portfolio paying us over 6 figures a year, and we built that in 12 months. Like, that was crazy to me. And everything was great. And then Dad went into the hospital to get his test done to see, like, did the cancer really go away? Because the cancer that he had was a tumor in his bladder. And the doctor's like, it's as big as your fist, right? Well, when he went back in for his 6-month check after we had been back from Mexico, the tumor had shrunk to the size of your pinky nail. Like, literally, it was like gone. It was like shriveled and black. And the doctor just like cut it off and said, okay, there you go. And so everything was great. You know, we beat Dad's cancer. He didn't have to go through chemotherapy, which I don't believe in. And then a few months later, life knocked us down again, because Dad ended up getting really sick. And this time it was an infection, and it went sepsis or whatever that is. And it got into his heart, and it really affected his heart. And so again, I took another month off of work, and I literally did not work. I sat at the hospital, and I sat in hospice with my father for his last days of his life. And I was just with him, and I was with my mom, and I was with my family. And that's when it really hit me, because yeah, we still had the long-term rentals. Now we had the short-term rentals. We were like, yay, we have passive income. But it hit me hard because I was like, not all, and most, I would say most realtors could not take off work like we had just done twice in about a 14-month period. Take off work for an entire month and spend that last week or month or however long it was with your loved ones because they had to work, right? I mean, how many of you have had that something like this happen? I'm looking at the chat here, so I would love some feedback in here. How many of you have had something like this happen in your life where it just knocked you down, like down flat? Right? I see you guys coming in. I'm looking at your Facebook comments and I'm looking at the comments here on Zoom. So I see y'all. So yeah, I mean, the whole thing is like, we knew that we needed to build more passive income. And that's when I got really passionate about building the passive income. And my mission in life at this point is to inspire 10,000 realtors to live that passive income lifestyle. And we have a lot of ways to get there, right? But I'm a huge believer in the rental properties and the short terms, and I'm going to get into more of that here in a few minutes. But what I want you to think about right now is, what is the absolute worst thing that has ever happened to you in your entire life? And you don't have to put it into the chat. If you do, if you want to put it in there, great. But you don't have to, okay? I want you just to write it down on your own piece of paper and just think, what was that? Was it a parent passing away? Was it getting into an accident and getting paralyzed? Was it, oh my gosh, last night we were at dinner talking about an individual here, and we're living in Cabo San Lucas right now. And he was like, is it wakeboarding? Yeah, wakeboarding behind a truck. They had a flood here and he had the rope wrapped around his fingers. And something happened, he fell, who knows, right? But the rope actually like ripped his fingers off completely. And now he has this robotic hand. And he has now gone on, he's a huge speaker now. He's got this robotic hand. It's like an $80,000 hand. Like his brain will trigger something in his wrists where like his fingers will move. He can hold a beer. It's like super cool. But that was a mess. Like, oh my God, I just lost all my fingers, to, oh my God, now I can go speak to people in the military who have lost their legs and their arms and their hands. I can go speak to these people and I can inspire them. So that was him turning his mess into his message. So I see y'all coming in, an accident, can't walk now. Yes. I mean, things like that. It's like, how are we going to find a way for you to help people in that area? So from that mess that you're thinking about right now, I want you to think about, what did you learn? And it's not, well, I shouldn't have been wakeboarding behind that car, right? That's not it. It's more about, what did you learn in the process of this? Okay. And if you shared that message with the world, what could actually happen? So for us, I learned that having passive income is the most important thing ever for me, because the passive income allows us the freedom to be able to not only travel. I mean, that's secondary. It's the freedom to be with your family when they need you. It's the freedom, to not, if we did have kids, I don't have kids right now, but if I did have kids and I wanted to have that time with my children, that's the freedom to spend that time with my children or my spouse or my friends or whoever it is, right? So I'm looking at the comments here. So keep them coming. I'm seeing them all coming in. Yes. Oh my gosh. I love this, guys. So let's stay on this here. Okay. So be jotting this down as well. So what happened with us is, I had two choices to make. Quite honestly, I could either continue down the path that we were on with building the passive income and, keeping it all a secret and not sharing it with anyone, or we could actually identify that there was a huge problem here and create a plan, create a solution to help other people start creating their passive income streams as well. And really to educate, like we're doing here today. This is a free summit. We were supposed to do this live in person. Obviously, COVID hit us, right? Your message. But we want this to get out to the world. That's why we're asking you, share this, guys. Share this with your friends, share this to your page, tag someone who needs to hear this right now, because there's a lot of us that have been knocked down during COVID. Come on, 8 months of this crap, right? So think about this and think about how, whatever your mess is, whatever happened to you, what is the message that came out of that? And how can you help someone else? Because I'm a firm believer that if you have not been through it yourself, then you cannot help someone who is going through it right then. And don't feel like you have to be the expert. You only have to be one step further along than who you're helping. That's it. That's all it takes. One step further along, because what you're going to do is you're going to reach down and you're going to pull them up with you. So I'm going to talk about COVID here because that must be real, right? This has been a crazy 8 months. So with COVID, you know, it's been a battle, and it's been a battle that the entire world has felt. It's not just been, you know, this state or this community or this industry. It's been everyone. And so my question to you is, did you grow or did you retract? Meaning these 8 months, and I can tell you the first, say, 3 months, it was a battle. It was a mind battle for me. And being a leader, I have, you know, over 100 agents that look up to me, and I teach and I train on a weekly basis. And I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice to go and like get on the couch and cover it with a blanket and watch the news and like be all down and sad. No, that was not a choice. And I know a lot of you on this call right now, you're leaders as well. And I bet you experienced what I did, because I had to get myself up every day and I had to literally feed my brain. I had to watch the motivational YouTube videos. I submerged myself into courses. I bet you I bought like 5 courses, like the first 3 months. I was just submerging myself into knowledge and learning and challenges. I love challenges. I became like a challenge taker. Like every week I was doing a new challenge. And these are, if you don't know what I'm talking about, challenges are, they can go for 3 days, they can go for 10 days or 21 days. But every day you watch the live, it's a live just like this, and there's homework. And so you do the homework, and then the next day it's another thing. And normally it's just like one person, right? So like I would be teaching a challenge. So, you know, you would be watching me for 3 days, which I do as well. But every single day, the homework builds on each other. And so when you finish the challenge, you can look back and you can say, wow, I did all of that. And that holds you accountable. And so for those of you who are in a leadership position, I know what the struggle was like. The struggle was real because we had to prep ourselves every single day so that we could show up as that leader, as that strong person for our team. Because if that team leader were to show that they were scared or that they were, you know, thinking that the world was coming to an end, then that's going to affect all of the people in your organization, right? So people are still doing big things right now. They've been doing big things all year. If you really think about it, and I have another mentor that's told me this a million times, he said, millionaires are born in crises. So you never want to let a good crisis go to waste. This is the time that we've literally been stuck in our houses, or wherever you are. And this is your time to grow and learn and just whatever that knowledge is, or that class is, or whatever you've wanted to learn your entire life, a new language, internet marketing, building a funnel. What is it that you've always wanted to learn, guys? It's not too late. Yeah, we've had 8 months. You might not have done anything for 8 months, but guess what? We still have 5 weeks left of 2020, and then we have an entire 2021, and we have no idea what it's going to look like, but I can tell you right now, it's going to look good. It's going to look real good if you do what we're talking about here, and you surrounding yourself with those people who are going to bring you up in the world. They have to reach down and pull you up. And what you have to do is look around at your top 5 friends. And I know this has been talked about, and it probably will be talked about more today, but those top 5 friends, average out their income, average out their mindset. That's exactly who you are or who you're going to be. Think about that for a second. Because if you have a negative Nelly over here, why are you doing that? Why are you posting that? Why would you want to do that? That's not somebody you want in your life. And guess what? It might be family. It very well could be family. And I'm not saying to push that family out of your life. I'm just saying be conscious of what you're allowing in. Be conscious of that, because that's what's going to build you as a person, as a business owner, as a leader. So we're all struggling right now, okay? We're all struggling with COVID. We're all struggling with our own internal battles. Of course, we're all in different businesses. I'm obviously in real estate, but there's a lot of different businesses on here. And so we're all struggling. And I don't think any of us have it figured out. If you do have it figured out, please let me know, because that would be amazing. I'll bring you onto the screen right now and let you share how you have it all figured out, because I don't think any of us do. But the only secret I have, honestly, is there's no limits. Okay, there is absolutely no limits in what you can do. If you can think about it, then you can bring about it. And that just ties in perfectly with what we're going to do this afternoon with, John Chen and watching the Think and Grow Rich premiere. I am so excited about that, because I am a big fan of Think and Grow Rich. I'm actually reading Think and Grow Rich for Women right now that Sharon Lecher wrote. And it's an amazing book. And it's all in your head, guys. You guys know this. It's all up here. It starts in your head. It starts in your thoughts. And I know we've covered it, but with your affirmations and everything that you have to do to keep your mind right. So I want to tell you a little story. I have an agent in my organization, and he always says, you know what? We will always win. We will always succeed, because we will never give up. So he tells a story about a rain dancer and his grandmother, and they're Indian. And he says, if you dance until it rains, then you're never going to fail, because it's going to rain at some point. I mean, gosh, we're here in Cabo. It only rains 8 days a year, but it's going to rain at some point. I may have to dance for 300 days straight before it rains. But guess what? If I don't quit, then I'm not going to fail. Does that sink in for you guys? When I was younger, I barrel raced horses. Let me know if you know what a barrel racer is. It's, in the rodeos. And I used to barrel race. And so I was like, I don't know, maybe 14, 15 years old. And there were these weekly events. I forget what they're called, but it was every Thursday night. And it was like a 10-week cycle. And so you show up every Thursday night. You run around the barrels, you ride a horse, and you run around 3 barrels, and you try to get the fastest time. That's the name of the game. And so what I learned through that 10-week cycle, because I didn't miss one of those, by the way. My mom was right there beside me. She took me to every single one of those events, and she cheerleaded me on the sidelines. And I may not have been the fastest horse. I may have knocked a barrel down here and there. But you know what? I showed up every single week, and I won that season. I won the saddle. I had never had a brand new saddle in my entire life. This saddle was beautiful. This saddle had the silver on the edges and the silver horn, and I had never had that. I had always had old used saddles. And this was just an amazing accomplishment for me at 15 years old. And what I learned from that is you just keep going, right? You just keep going. And if you just put one step in front of the other every single day or every single week, then you may actually win that, because you're not going to quit. So hopefully something's coming out for you guys. It's a matter of just not quitting. So will you give up? Will you give up? There's 5 weeks left of this year. Will you give up, or will you keep going? What's going to have you keep going is your why. What is your why? And don't tell me oh, it's because I have kids. Yes, that's great. But what is your real why? Think about that, because that's what's going to push you. My why is my mom. And I'll get into that a little bit more later on. but it's a matter of it, and it's for someone else, right? It's, I want to take care of her. I want her to be able to live her years, you know, traveling and having fun, right? So what does that have to do with anything? Well, I'm Amanda, the traveling realtor, right? What do you want to be known for? What message do you want to be known for? You put that here in the comments. I'd like to see that actually. So to leave a legacy, absolutely. Yes. To build an empire, leave a legacy, passion, absolutely, guys. If you don't know what you should, I guess, create your brand around, what you can create your message around, I want you to do this exercise. I want you to actually go to Facebook and do a post. And you could say, if you could ask me any question, what would it be? And people are going to start asking you questions. And it's going to be around topics that they believe that you are an expert at. Sorry, I have to have some ginger tea. I had COVID, by the way. I had COVID in October. I'm good. I beat COVID. Not everyone can say that, but I beat COVID. So that's why I'm sipping on ginger tea. But it's really important to know that. And something else that that you can do, and I don't have it here on the slides, but I just did this a few weeks ago. And it's a post that you can do onto your Facebook, and you literally take a selfie and you hold 3 fingers up and you say, what are the 3 things that come to mind when you think of me? What are the top 3 things that come to mind when you think of me? And you post the picture. And people are going to respond. I think I had over 200 comments when I posted this. And they're going to respond with, you're a leader, or, you know, you're very knowledgeable and blah, blah, blah. You know, there's all kinds of stuff that's going to come in, but that's going to help you build out your brand and build out exactly, you know, what you want to create. The first question was, if you could ask me any question, what would it be? That was the first question. The second question is the selfie. And it's what are the top 3 things that you think of when you think of me? So those are 2 exercises that you guys can do to really help yourself, you know, hone in as to, number 1, what do people think of you? What do they think? Like, what do they think you're an expert at? And what can you craft a message for? Because you're really surveying your audience. You're surveying your followers. And I do this all on Facebook, because Facebook is where the majority of my people are. Instagram's fine, but I find that Facebook, I have a lot more interaction on Facebook. And so I always do it on Facebook, by the way, but that's totally your choice. Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, if you want to post into the Zoom, into the chat here, you know, if you know what this is, I would love to hear here in the chat. That would just be awesome. So what are we known for? All right. The first thing that we're known for is rental arbitrage. Let me know if you guys know what rental arbitrage is, because I didn't know what this was. All right. When we first got into Airbnbs, we were buying the properties. Well, first off, we had our own property, so we didn't have to buy that because we already owned it. But then we ended up buying properties and turning those into Airbnbs. And then we got smart and we said, oh my gosh, we don't have to go drop $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in down payment and furnishings and everything else that comes along with purchasing a home. We can actually rent these properties from the landlord, and then we could add them to our short-term rental portfolio, and we could rent them out through Airbnb or other methods that I'm going to talk about a little bit more. We can rent those out for like double of what we're paying the landlord for rent. So as an example, what we're doing right now is we'll have a house that we rent from a landlord. This is a vacant property that we'll rent for, let's just say, $1,300. We go into that property. And by the way, these properties have to be really nice. I'm going to talk about how to find the properties here in a few minutes, but we'll rent that for say $1,300. We'll go in, we'll furnish it, we'll make it look beautiful. We'll do all of our professional photos, and then we list it onto Airbnb. This is a short-term rental. And we can generate anywhere, I would say on average, around $3,000 a month from that property, sometimes more, but on average about $3,000 a month from that property. So we're actually earning $800 to $1,000 on every single property that we're doing this on. And we don't own the properties, guys. And some of you are thinking probably, well, why wouldn't you want to own the property? Well, there's a few reasons. The first reason is I don't want to dump $50,000 into a bunch of properties. There's no way I can scale that. I don't have $1 million sitting in my bank account. I don't know about you, but I don't. So especially a bank account, right? So there's no way to scale. But with doing it with the arbitrage route where you're renting the properties from the landlord and then you're turning it into a short-term rental, you're only out of pocket for the first month rent, the security deposit, and then purchasing your furniture. So we are in Raleigh, North Carolina. Well, most of our properties in Raleigh, North Carolina. So on average, it takes us about $10,000 to get a property up and going. So 10,000 or 50,000? Let's see, which one can we scale quicker? Yeah, the 10,000, right? Boom, exactly. So that is what rental arbitrage is. And the genius part, let me know if I have any realtors on here, because I'm about to drop some bombs for you if you're a realtor right now. So we have been extremely successful in marketing these properties for people who are moving into the area. So relocation clients. We are now doing more like 30, 60, 90-day rentals. And we are actually marketing these in these different cities that people are, looking to move to North Carolina from. So there's like some research that goes into that, right? I'll let my marketing girl do all that stuff. But it's genius because they contact us because of, obviously, we have a short-term furnished rental property for them. And it's just amazing because they can come in, they can stay with us for a week or 3 months or 6 months. It does not matter, but we're going to assign them. I don't sell houses anymore. I pass all of these leads to my team there in Raleigh, but we're going to assign them a realtor that is going to fit their needs. All right. And that realtor is going to be able to go out and take their time with them. And the buyer's not going to feel rushed because they're not having to live in a hotel room until, they can go find a house. And then they're putting offers in on houses that they don't like. And, that whole mess, because I don't know about you guys, but North Carolina is on fire right now. And I know there's a lot of cities that are on fire right now. So that is how we're generating these leads. And if you're a realtor on here, I see there's a lot of realtors on here. So if you're a realtor, you can definitely help these clients yourself. 100%. You're their host, be their realtor, boom, there you go. You're getting paid like 2 or 3 times. Or if you really take this the way that we've taken this and we said, you know what, why don't we just spend our time and money actually marketing these properties and allowing our realtors to market these properties so that we can just generate more buyers coming in. And then we just take a referral commission on that, but we pass all of those leads to our team. And so that's what we're doing. So that was just a little bomb for y'all realtors. I know not everyone's realtor, so I'll get off the realtor track for a minute. And so just creating the multiple streams of income, right? I'm not saying don't do long-term rentals. I am not saying that. We actually still have some long-term rentals. But the problem with long-term rentals is if you have an HVAC go out, or if you have a roof that has to be replaced, then guess what? Your entire profit, your entire cash flow for that entire year is now going out the window. Yeah, you still get your, your deductions, your tax benefits, you still get your appreciation, you still get all of that. But all of your cash flow is gone. If I have a property with an arbitrage property that we're actually leasing and renting on short-term rental, and the HVAC goes out. That just happened to us this past week. The HVAC goes out, or let's just say that there's been a flood, right? We had a well go out on one of our properties that we own. We couldn't have any renters come in for like 3 months. Well, if that was a property that we actually had just arbitraged, we had just rented that property, then we could have got out of that lease, and we could have moved our furniture, and we could have gone and put it up in another property and started and continued to run our business. Well, what happened with that well on that property was now we had to come out of pocket $10,000 to fix the well, and then it had to sit empty for 3 months because we own the property. Is this sinking in for you guys? Come on, give me some love here in the chat. I need to know if this is sinking in. Because for me, it was an aha moment, right? I was like, boom, like, yes, this is exactly how you can scale to, tens of thousands of dollars a month in passive income. So this is a relationship business, guys. I go through this a lot in our course. I'm going to touch on a few things here, though. So I'm going to touch on finding the properties. All right. A lot of you are like, well, how do you do this? I'm just going to give you little bits and pieces. I have an entire 8-hour content course on this, but finding the property is important because you're wanting to find properties that are actually for rent by the landlord. You don't want to go through a property manager. I've never had success going through a property manager. Okay. They don't get it. They want to cut. So make sure to go directly to the landlord. We have an entire script. If you're a real estate agent, I have an entire script for you. And the landlords are like, please rent my property after you finish with this script. We're at an 80% close on all of the landlords that we speak to. And because we take care of the property, they don't have to worry about us going in and sneaking dogs in or smoking in the house or, letting a leak go for 3 months or 6 months without it getting checked on. And all of a sudden your roof is falling in or there's all kinds of stuff. Who's a landlord on this call? Give me a yes in the comments if you're a landlord on this call. A long-term landlord, because you know what I'm talking about. Having long-term tenants can be interesting sometimes. So it's really important to really know what you're going for. So when you're looking for these properties, you're not looking for a long-term rental type property, meaning you need something that has been renovated. You need something that looks fresh and clean and has nice countertops and nice floors and fresh paint. And so something that's been updated. You can't really do an Airbnb or short-term rental in something that looks worn. You're not going to get good ratings, and it's just not going to be good for you. So that's really important when it comes to finding these properties. When it comes to furnishing the properties, now I'll give you some tips here. You can go to Amazon and you can order everything on Amazon if that's what your heart desires. You're going to spend a boatload of money. And right now with COVID, you're probably going to be waiting, 2, 3, 4 weeks for your furniture and your shipments, maybe even longer, because a lot of that stuff's coming from China. So with furnishing the properties, what we do is we have now created relationships with wholesalers for our mattresses and our tables and our couches and all of that. We have wholesale relationships for all of the big stuff. Now, for the other stuff, there's multiple ways that you can go about furnishing these properties. Keep in mind when you're furnishing them that you do not want to base this design on what you like. So if you love antiques, please don't furnish this property with antiques, okay? No, it's not gonna cut it. It has to be something that's fresh, that's clean. Think of a nice hotel room. Think of something like that, contemporary or rustic, but like new rustic, not like old yucky rustic. I want to be clean and comfortable in this property. Don't ever have pictures of people in this property. No. I stayed at an Airbnb in Nashville. I took one of my agents down there, and actually it was when I was speaking with Sharon Letcher in Nashville, and me and my agent got an Airbnb together, and they had all of these pictures on the wall of 1900s pictures of all these people, the black and white pictures. You guys know what I'm talking about? they're like really scary. The pictures made me feel like there was like ghost in the house. I'm like, oh God, this was her like grandma's house. And like, oh, are these people still here? Like I'm hearing things. So be careful about how you're furnishing these properties. Again, this is not your house. And you want to be thinking about fresh and clean, especially with COVID, white, white towels, white linens, white mats, whatever you can do, white is really, really good. That's what hotels do. Yes, I see in the comments, IKEA is great as well. Absolutely, yes. And if you can drive to IKEA and get your stuff, that's even better. And then filling the properties, this is where the marketing portion comes in. So this is really about writing your profile correctly so that you can attract the right guest. I'm not trying to attract weekend warriors. I'm not trying to attract people who want to rent my property for 2 days, throw a big old party, and then leave it trashed. No, that's not my clientele. Now, I again am running this as a business, and so therefore, my who I'm trying to attract into my properties are people who are potentially going to be relocating to our area. So they're there for job interviews, to see their family, multiple different reasons, but that's who I'm trying to fill it with. So having a really good profile is super important. Talk about the real estate firm that you're with. Talk about how you love helping people who are moving into the area get to know a certain neighborhood or anything like that. And think about this as you're doing your marketing too, because you're not only going to want to have that on your Airbnb profile or your Zillow profile or whatever you're using, but you want to use this in your marketing on social media as well. And that's huge. I do a lot on social media. We have our business page, which is Carolina Furnished Rentals, if you guys want to check it out. But on our business page, we now have a social media gal who's going in and she's doing all of the posts and the tags and all of that. And she's just keeping that rolling. But when I'm in town, which I haven't been home in a while, I came to Cabo in July for a real estate investment mastermind with about 20 people. And we loved it because I had been stuck at home since March when COVID hit, and I'm just never home. Like, I'm the traveling realtor. I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere. And we got stuck at home for 3 months. I was like going crazy. I'm like, oh my God, like, what are we going to do? And then our friends were like, do you want to go to Cabo for a real estate mastermind? We were like, yes. So we came and we haven't left. Like, we're literally still in Cabo San Lucas right now. I'm looking out over the Pacific Ocean. There's wells everywhere. Like, it's absolutely gorgeous. And again, this is the reason why you had to have passive income. We have this Airbnb business back in Raleigh, North Carolina running. Yeah, we have help. Of course we have help. We have our manager that takes care of everything. He's amazing. We could not do it without Glenn. We have other people who are helping us as well. But you can set this up correctly to where these properties are not only paying you the rent, right? The passive income rent, but if you're in real estate, get your license if you're not, right? If you're really going to take this to the next level, because then you can refer all of these guests out to real estate agents and get a commission on that. You can get a referral commission. Like, why not? Absolutely. So that's what I wanted to talk about as far as, a different strategy. I know there's a lot of different strategies out there for passive income, but this has just been a game changer for us. So one of the common questions that I get, obviously, is how do you use other people's properties to build your short-term rental portfolio? And how are you like generating all these leads? Like, how are you doing this? And I just went over a little bit with you with the find and furnish and fill. But I do have a download for you guys, completely free, no strings attached. And if you go to the7mistakes.com, if you go to that right now, then you can actually download my lessons to avoid when starting your Airbnb short-term rental and mid-term rental portfolio. And mid-term rental, I know that's a little confusing because it's kind of a new term I created, but that's more of like the 30, 60, 90-day rentals, which is what I really go in depth on with my course, because doing the short-term like Airbnb, they're amazing, but there's a little more work because you have more check-ins, more check-outs, more cleaning, more of that stuff. with the 30, 60, 90-day midterm rentals, you literally have one person. And so it's super easy and you're actually able to build that relationship with them. And like I said earlier, it's all about building the relationship, guys. I think we all know that. So yeah, Brad just put it in the chat here. So make sure to check that out and do a download there. Actually, I want to say one more thing about that. I mentioned a challenge. So if you download this, you're going to get a little pop-up that says, hey, do you want to join the challenge? I have a 2-day challenge in December that I'm doing. Again, absolutely free. So if you have any interest whatsoever with starting your own Airbnb portfolio or short-term rental, mid-term rental, then definitely do that and join the challenge. It's absolutely free. You can share it with your friends. I don't care. I'm just doing a huge challenge because I'm leading into a big summit kind of like this after the challenge. So it'll be super fun. All right. So I want you to picture a day, guys. I want you to picture a day when you have a steady stream of income coming in where you don't have to work, right? You don't have to wake up every single day and think, how am I going to close a deal today? How, I'm sick. How am I have to call out to work. I can't go make money today. So what if you could wake up every single day and you didn't have to worry about that? You had that steady stream of income coming in. What if you had more time freedom to be with your kids, to be with your loved ones, your family, whoever that may be, where your kids will come to you 20 years from now, I don't know how old y'all are, but, and come to you and say, you know what, Mom, Dad, thank you so much. Like you took me to my games and my practices and you were there for me and you homeschooled me during that crazy COVID crisis, which I know a lot of y'all are doing right now. And I don't know how you're doing it because I can't imagine having to run a business and homeschool children and probably have your husband or wife at home working right beside you and having to run the household. Like props to you guys because that is like a lot. I mean, that's like having 4 jobs. So props to you guys. And then picture a day where, you know what, you can travel more and you can work less and you can work remotely. Like we literally run our business from our cell phone, guys. Like it's not a myth. You can actually do this. So passive income is 100% the answer. And it was the answer for us when my dad got sick. It's the answer for a lot of our agents. It's the answer for everyone. It's the way that you can really just set yourself free. And I think that's the biggest thing here is how are you going to set yourself free? What are you going to do? Right? So I'm going to end on this. Obviously, unexpected things happen in life, right? And I did not expect to have to, I'm not going to say have. That was something I just learned. I didn't expect to get to take care of my mom when my dad passes away, right? I didn't expect my dad to pass away so soon. But the reality is he did. And now it's me and Mom. And she's coming out. I'm going back to North Carolina next week to go visit her. I'm bringing her back to Cabo with me. And I only have her a one-way flight ticket because if it gets crazy over there, I'm just going to keep her in Cabo with me for a while. But, if it wasn't for passive income and us being able to take care of others, Sergio was talking about this earlier. A lot of you have been talking about this, but it's not about us. It's about who do we want to take care of? What's your why? Right? Who is that in your life that you're like, gosh, like I just want to pay her car off. I just want to pay her mortgage off. I just want to relieve some of that stress and some of that burden that this person is facing every single month because they don't have enough money coming in. What about Brad's story earlier with Matt, writing the check because the family member had cancer and he was dying in 6 months, and he was leaving his family with children with no money, no money, no insurance, nothing. Breadwinner gone, family nothing. Talking about leaving a legacy, talking about building something that your loved ones are going to be able to live on, because you don't know what tomorrow holds, guys. You don't know. We never know. So that's really, really important, is to just hone in on that. And I hope I'm getting to y'all. I hope you can feel me right now. I see y'all in the comment. Absolutely. Yes. It's never about us. Amen. So look, guys, finishing up here, I know you have sacrificed your entire life for other people. You deserve to have passive income so that you can take care of those that you love, so that you can travel when you want to travel, where you want to travel. And guess what? Most importantly, you deserve to have passive income so that you can take care of you. So I am going to leave you guys with that. I'm going to stop my screen share for y'all. And I hope I added some value to your lives. And it was an honor to speak to every single one of you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Fantastic job. We had a couple of questions before I let you disappear. One of the people that were in the chat said, is the challenge for realtors only?
So it's okay. I'm going to say this. I do all of my marketing for real estate agents because that's just my business, right? I'm really good at teaching them how to generate more leads and doing all that. You can still take the challenge. If you are not a real estate agent, you're going to get tons of golden nuggets. You're going to see exactly how we're doing it. And you can put the strategies that we're doing within the real estate market into whatever industry that you're in. So if you're in mortgages, you can use the exact same thing, or insurance is the same thing. You can just put it into your own market. So yeah, anyway, I don't care. All of you can take the challenge.
Wonderful. And then there was another question that came up, and that said, do you have to be physically present in most of these locations to rent out the property, or do you do it by computer with minimal traveling?
I live on a cliff in Cabo San Lucas right now. So we do have a manager there. We couldn't do it without our manager. Okay. Glenn's there. He overlooks everything. He takes care of the cleaning, the yard maintenance, all of that. He takes care of all of that. We take care of messaging. That's the one thing that we won't give up, because with Airbnb, if you don't interact correctly with the guest, then sometimes that can leave you a very bad review. And if you get enough reviews that are not 5 stars, then you'll actually lose your super host status. And that's really important. So we don't want our business to be in the hands of someone else when it's that important. Like, that's really important. But you can do all of your messaging from your phone.
Wonderful. Well, Amanda, thank you so much for the knowledge, the nuggets. I could see by the chat that what you were talking about today really resonated with so many people. And, being a real estate entrepreneur myself, having invested in and owned at some time over a dozen properties, I know all too well the stresses of being a physical landlord, folks, in owning the real estate virtual versus renting it. And then, of course, what she's doing is taking advantage of the arbitrage. So, follow her, seek her out. Great stuff. Thank you so much for your nuggets of information and for being a guest on Bounce Back.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Well, everybody, we're almost halfway through, if you can believe it. Great information, great inspiration from just some great speakers, some great coaches. The next person that I want to bring on is somebody really, really special. I got introduced to him actually at a live event where we were both with a coach that has coached both of us, have been by our side. And we took a liking to each other and have become good friends over the last couple of months. But one of the great things about Victor Maya that I want to say is he is somebody just like Sergio that came into the United States basically as an immigrant, really didn't know the language, and has just accomplished tremendous things in his life, folks. He is the founder and CEO of multiple companies in the state of Oklahoma, a restoration company, a loss mitigation company. He's also a gifted speaker and also an author. As a matter of fact, he's the author of a wonderful book called Conquer, which I'm sure he'll speak about. But I want to bring on our next guest and our wonderful speaker, Victor Maya. Victor, how are you today? Victor, are you there? There he is.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Yes,
There you
sir.
go. Sorry, man. Kind of under the weather, man. I got COVID right now, so I got a pretty. I'm getting kind of cold in here, but it's all right. Turn up the air conditioner at 69.
Yeah, so before Victor gets started, everybody, let me just share the story. He was at a retreat out in the country, and he'll elaborate with some other gentlemen. Started coughing when he got home, and his wife said, "Get out of the house." So he's been quarantining in a hotel the last week all by himself. He does have COVID. He tested positive. And so, folks, this is called the Bounce Back Tour, right? How to deal with COVID. Victor actually, because he is a professional and he is a competitor, and as they say, the show must go on, recently tested positive for COVID earlier in the week, is actually on from his hotel room live. But that's what it takes, folks. That is the difference between success and failure. And so, Victor, just so excited to see you, brother, and so happy that you're here.
Oh, same here, brother. I'm ready to go whenever you say go. So you're, like Brad was talking about that I have COVID. And yeah, man, I mean, we had a great time at this event, man. It was 16 men in total that me and my friend Roger Godwin, a good friend of mine, we put together, and it was a great retreat. I mean, a lot of learning, a lot of inspirational stuff, a lot of different systems given to these men, and, a lot of collaboration, man. And not only that, I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody got COVID in that event. It was 16 of us. Some of them are in some hotels, and some of them are at home. But hey, we're still here, man. And don't get me wrong, like Brad and Amanda was asking, are you going to be able to perform? And I'm like, well, hey, whatever it takes, right? I'll figure it out. Just give me a tea, and I'm ready to go. So, a lot of people are asking me right now, man, since I'm locked up, is like, dude, how are you going to run these companies, man? I mean, from the hotel, you're going to be in quarantine for a while. And man, one thing I can say, man, that I'm very grateful is for the team that we have. I'm very grateful for the team, because I wouldn't do it without them. And that's the thing, man. But what a lot of people don't understand, that we're not like that all the time, man. The companies that we have, our culture, man, which is, I believe, is a business, their number one weapon, what I believe, is their culture. And everyone has a culture. And one thing about my culture, how it used to be back in the days, like 3 or 4 years ago, it kind of felt like, I want to say, like Game of Thrones. If you looked inside of our company, it looked like Game of Thrones. And a lot of people will look at it, Victor, you have a great companies, man. You have great companies. You have a lot of staff. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure y'all making millions and millions and millions of dollars. And, if you told us this, we wouldn't believe you. And I'm like, well, you can't see the picture when you're inside the frame, man. And nobody knew that. Only I didn't even know that. We needed an outsider to come in and point us out. So what I did is we brought in kind of like a person to do a survey. And they did a survey, but the survey was done on me. And what people don't understand, man, that I didn't even understand. I thought really, man, when they did the survey, I thought we were going to do it on all the managers and everyone else, especially the managers. Because I was like, man, I want to figure out who's the problem here. Because like I was saying, man, we had this group of people versus this group of people, this department versus this department, and this manager versus this manager. And like I was telling you, man, I wanted to get to the bottom of it. And then what happened is that the report came back in. And I still remember that day, man. I grabbed the report, read it, got it. And one day I'll share it with you, man. But I just crumbled it because I didn't like what the report had to say. What the report had to say, that literally I was the problem. Not the team, man. It was me who was causing all this chaos in the companies. So then I said to myself, I went, man, first thing first, I got in my truck, went home, got mad, ran to mama, also known as my wife, You know, my wife, she's 5'6". I'm a short guy too, man. I'm only 5'7". So my wife's 5'6". I'm over there whining to her, telling her what I just found out. And I still remember that day when she told me, well, if you're going to fire somebody, just fire yourself. And I was like, man, you know what? Like, forget this woman, man. But not really, man. I always tell people, man, one thing about my wife, I'm very blessed too, because that woman knows how to cook. She knows how to take care of the household, take care of me. She's a businesswoman. She does not need me. I always tell that to a lot of men and a lot of women. That woman does not need me in her life. She wants me in her life. She does not need me. She has her own real estate. She has her own, she's very well educated. She does not need me. It's what I call my sugar mama, man. So no, I'm not going to leave this woman, man. Hell no. So I sucked it up. I sucked it up that day, man. And I got mad. Don't get me wrong. I walked out. And by my house, there's a highway called State Road 66, Route 66. And on that road, there's a store called Pops. And on Pops, there's a big old Coke bottle that's just big, man. It just lights up. I remember just sitting there in the parking lot. And in that State Road 66, a lot of motorcycles go through there. And I noticed a lot of people just started stopping there. And what I noticed, it was the most of all those people were people that were driving Harley Davidsons. And I just paid attention because I noticed that they didn't care if they were black. They didn't care if they were brown, white, woman, man, short, tall. They didn't care if they were gay, a lesbian. They didn't care. If that brother or that sister had a Harley, hey man, they were blood. And I asked myself, how the heck can I create a culture like that? So then I went deep studying culture. What can I do? And I learned 4 things to create culture, man. And I went deep into studying it and also building it. Because right now, I always say, all glory to God, man. The companies, they don't need me. You know what I mean? A lot of people that know us very well, we have created as a team, we have created just machines that can run in rhythm. They just run. They have systems in places. They have focus. It's just a team. They don't need me. They don't need me to write the checks. They don't need me to do anything. I don't write the checks. I don't do anything there. My job is specifically the vision. That's it. So let me start with the first thing I learned was core values. I didn't understand that a business has to have core values. And don't get me wrong, guys, like you go into those offices where they have core values all over the place. They have a core value right there on the wall behind them and everything. That's the simple part, man. That's the simple part, putting your core values all over the place. That's simple. But here goes the difficult part that a lot of leaders don't understand is to live the core values. In our company, we have 6, but to keep on going, I am gonna share with you this link. That's where you can go in, and if you don't have core values, there's a whole line of just core values and core values. So going back to that, man, what I understood then was to develop a culture, we have to figure out our core values. And we went to go and work on them. And we have 6 of them. But today I'm going to be speaking about one of them. Because especially right now that I have COVID, man, one of those core values that I think about is responsibility, is take responsibility. And the reason I say take responsibility is because as I'm locked in here, my responsibility is not to get other people affected. That's my responsibility. You know, my responsibility to make sure that the ladies are coming in here. They're not coming in here, by the way. No one's coming in here. I let the front office know, hey, I might have COVID. I even let the ladies know that are cleaning all the hotels. Hey, I told her in Spanish, hey, por favor, no dejen entrar nadie en mi cuarto. Let me translate that. But please don't let no one enter my room because I have more likely COVID. Because I found out I had COVID on Thursday. So this was like back in Monday or Tuesday. So they understood, you know, before I leave this hotel, it's my responsibility to clean this hotel, to sanitize this hotel with things like this, wipes. People might be like, Vic, but you're paying the money to the hotel. They can clean it. Yeah, man, but it's my responsibility not to get another person sick. It's my responsibility. And at the same time, in our company, that's one of the biggest core values that we have. We take responsibility. When something goes wrong in the company, we raise our hand. That's why, hey, all glory to God, like I always say, man, we're not suffering through this COVID because our customer service is so great, in our companies, because we take responsibility. Something goes wrong in the company, we raise our hand and we fix it. We don't make no excuses because we take responsibility. And that's just one core value. The other one is, I'm going to share another one, discipline. We always say discipline. Hey, we come with batteries included, man. We all come with batteries included. We don't need no one to motivate us to, hey, come on, man, let's go to work. No, and we always talk about this in the company because we have unlimited PTO. Hey, you can take off whenever you want. We have that in our company. People might be like, Vic, but they're gonna take advantage of it, man. Your team member, well, they call them employees, but I call them my team members. I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not, man, because it goes back to our core values is, hey, discipline, man. We have discipline in the company. I have discipline. They know what I'm doing here. They know that, hey, he's disciplined enough to do whatever the heck he has to do. And they keep me accountable still, man. And I am whatever you want to call the founder, the owner, whatever, but at the end of the day, I do have a council around the company that keeps me accountable. And people might be, well, wait, hold on. You're the owner. You get to do whatever you want. No, I don't, because I have built a business around a lot of smart, fast, and people that are better than me right there at the council that I sit on. And I don't make a decision just like that. If there's a decision to be made, we have to bring in data, and that's very important. But like I said, that was a core values, man. Core values is big, and people don't understand that. But the hardest thing about finding your core values, like I always tell people, man, it's not who you are today, it's who you're going to be tomorrow. Because when we found our core values, it was not who we were right there. It's not who I was right there at that moment. Because you're looking at a man that used to make all kinds of excuses, man. So yeah, that was very difficult. It's finding our core values. Now, number two, what we found out, and this was kind of like taught to me by a good friend of mine, Coach Michael Bird, man. And he was teaching me about the whole person theory, which it was from Stephen Covey, the whole person. And what it talks about how a person's made of 4 parts. It's a concept, how a person's made of 4 parts, 4 different intelligence. One of them is the IQ, that's intellectual quotient. It's how smart, how intellectual they are. The second thing is the EQ, emotional quotient. So much, hey, they love, man, and how intelligent is their heart? Do they love? Are they okay with being loved? Third is physical quotient. How intelligent is their body, man? Because like right now, I always say with this, I was like, all right, I got to get the mind ready for what the body was about to do. Because don't get me wrong, man, it was hard with this COVID, and it is still hard. But I understood that, hey, I better get the mind ready for what the body's about to do, because it is going to be hard. And the 4th part is the SQ, spiritual quotient. That's the spirit, it's being connected to a higher power. So I started thinking about that, because I was like, how can you connect that to business? And I was like, oh, pretty simple. Because especially our team, we invest a lot of time and money. There's a lot of lunch and learns in our company. We do them every Wednesday almost, lunch and learns. And it's all about education. It's making their mind, expanding their mind, growing their intellectual quotient. And that's the thing that people don't understand is how are you investing on your team? Are you investing any kind of money or time or effort? Because the mind's need is to learn. What about their heart, man? Do they feel love in the company? Do they feel wanted? Your team members on Monday, are they excited to go to work? because I know our team is. You know, we don't hear all that like, oh man, I hate Mondays. You know, one day you can call one of our team members, man, and you'll be able to see that they love what they do. They love what we stand for. Okay. The third is the body. Is, hey, how do you take care of their body? Do you abuse them? Do you outwork? Do you work them so much, 80 hours, 100 hours a week? Or you make sure that they're taken care of? Because in our company, we make sure we have snacks. We have all their favorite drinks. We have, this Friday, it's funny because they did their Thanksgiving outing, but they did it at the office. And they put a little picture of me because I'm missing in the company. So they put a little picture on the desk. They just cropped it and put me in there. But, you know what I mean? They bought the meal, you know what I mean? Well, the company bought it, but still, you know what I mean? It was a great meal. It's that, hey, we love you, man, and we want you here. They feel wanted. And the fourth one is the spiritual quotient, man, is the spirit. Are they connected to our higher power? Because that's one thing I believe is, as a business, are you connecting them to something higher than just making money? Because I promise you this, man, we got guys in the company that make a lot of money. And when I mean a lot, 100K, 200K. I think some of them get close to 300, 400. And that's the thing, that money is not everything. People might be like, well, the only people that are broke will say that. I'm like, well, I'm sorry to say I'm not broke. So money is not everything. So it's connecting them to a higher power. And what I have learned is that it's connecting to a higher power. Let's go to the third thing that I believe that, hey, to build culture that you need is the mission. And that's our higher power is our mission. Our mission is to impact lives with our services and talents. That's our mission of our company. And we live that. This year, you know, one thing we always promise, we don't like putting on social media or anything what we do for the community. That's all internal. We have a photographer that goes out, takes pictures while we're doing stuff around the community. You know, we're a part of so many nonprofit organizations in the Oklahoma area, but we love to help. And that's going back to our mission, is impacting lives with our services and talents. And again, I said talents because we all have different talents. Everybody in our company has a different talent. They possess things that I don't possess. That's why I always like to say, I love to hire people smarter, faster, and better than me. A lot of them are smarter than me, man. A lot of them are well educated. One of them was about to be an attorney, you know, and that's one thing I'm very good at. I'm not afraid to hire somebody that's smarter, better looking, faster. I'm not afraid to hire them. I want those kind of people. You know, I want those kind of people around me. You know, like Brad was just saying that me and Sergio, you know, we're Hispanics, and a little story about me. Yeah. You know, I came here as an immigrant, you know, at the age of 6. And, you know, if you would have told me at the age of 6 that one day I'll be able to make a big impact. And I don't know, I always say, I don't know where God is taking me because I'm only 36, but the type of people in the company that we get to hire, it's incredible. You know, I can't even believe it sometimes because some of those guys and some of those ladies, man, like I said, they're way more intelligent than me, man. Some of them are way older than me. They got a lot of wisdom. Some of them are in their 57s. Some of them are in their 40s, 45s. So we have young guys, young ladies, 24, 22. It's all different ages. And that's one thing I have learned is how to hire people smarter, faster, and better than me. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to hire people that are better. And people, especially leaders, well, you want to call them owners or business owners, whatever, founders, that's one thing they're afraid of, is to hire those kind of people. Well, my friend, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of hiring those. And if you don't hire them, hey, someone like me will. So again, with this COVID that's going around, ask yourself what talents you have, man. You know what I mean? Ask yourself, and who will pay you the most money for that talent? Because everybody has a talent. Everyone has it. And one thing we use in our company is DISC. we use DISC to figure out what that person is, how to speak to that person, where to put them in the seat of the bus. And we have a very systematic way we hire people. If I talk about that, that will take me about another hour. So I'm not going to go to it. All right. So that's the third thing. The fourth thing is what I have learned how to build culture is focus. Focus, 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 man. I have met so many business leaders, man. And the problem is that I have seen is that they're not a specialist. They're a generalist. They're like literally like, let's use the analogy of like cutting a tree. All right. They go and they hit one tree. And then they see another tree, they start hitting it. Then they see another tree, they start hitting it. By the time you know, they got nothing but scarred trees. They got like 8 or 10 scarred trees because they became a generalist. And for me, it's like, man, I'd rather become a specialist. Like Brad was telling you about the different businesses that we have, but they're all what we call intentional congruence. Intentional congruence means to me is where everything feeds everything. Like one of the companies we have does commercial roofing and luxury residential. And I said luxury. We don't do 20 square houses, small houses. That's not our niche. Our niche is the homes that want $100,000 roofs, $300,000 roofs, residential or commercial, where $1 million they'll spend on their roof, $3 million, $2 million. That is our niche. That is our client. We create a niche. And like my good friend Judge Graham always says, man, is your niche will make you rich. That's the way I got taught, is your niche will make you rich. I don't want to become a generalist. And like Brad was telling you about restoration, we have a restoration company that only does mitigation. We're the companies, I own a company, like let's say for an example, a hurricane hits. We go out there and extract all the water, just the mitigation. We'll extract all the water, we'll set up equipment, dry it down, and that's all we do. We don't do the remodel. We would not do the remodel. And people might be like, and I get this all the time, Victor, you're leaving millions and millions of dollars in the table. And I'm like, well, we don't have systems for that, man. And I don't want to develop a system. I don't want to develop a system for that. I'm not the best at that. So I'd rather stick to the niche. All right. And then now we have Conquer Nation. Conquer Nation is just a niche too. I'm only teaching minorities. People might be like, why only minorities, Victor? Well, dude, I'm sorry to say it, but I'm brown and most people that are attracted to me is brown. I don't know what else to say, but that's just my belief is, I'm going to create a niche. No one's helping the minorities. No one wants to help the minorities. Well, I will. I'll help the minorities. I'll teach them how to conquer their life, their income, and their business. I don't have a problem with that. I'll give them all the systems, everything that I have learned, throughout the years. So like I said, man, focus, man. And, right now, like I'm sweating. Don't get me wrong. I'm sweating. It's starting to get, a little bit of cramping and all that. But like Brad was saying, man, it goes back to the core values, man, is, hey, whatever it takes, man, you're disciplined enough to, hey, if you signed up for something, you better do it. And with this COVID, man, that's going around, man, don't get me wrong, it's real. I'll give you that. Let me take the sweater off, man, because I'm getting hot. So, excuse me. I'm starting to get hot. but like I was saying, with this COVID going around, yeah, it's real, man. But either you contract or you expand. And this year, a lot of people would say, well, how you doing this year? We're doing good. We're not doing great. I'll be honest with you. We're not doing great. We're doing good because we have a pretty decent size, organization. So it's hard to move, so big, especially with everything going around. And again, one of my niches is a lot of my commercial customers. So again, man, it's being realistic. Yeah, it's real. And I like being optimistic too. But yeah, man, it's things that a lot of business owners want to talk about, about being realistic, because I am an optimistic person, like I was saying, but I like keeping it real too. And yeah, it's been hard. But But have we fired anybody? No. The PPE loan, have you used it? No, we haven't used it. It's in the account still, right there, it's just flowing around. It's just right there. I just listen to the lawyers, my attorneys. It's just sitting right there. We didn't have to use it. I always say all glory to God, man. Has anybody took a hit around me? Like I was saying, no. My family, they're doing great. I'm doing great. I'm still healthy, man. And again, man, going to that, I just looked at my time, and I know I still got like another 30 minutes. And don't get me wrong, I'm getting tired, but it goes back to what I was saying about having discipline. But also, going back to the whole person theory, man. Even though I'm locked up in this hotel, I still work on my IQ. I still read books. I still write. That's my journal, by the way. People laugh about my journal because it looks so old. I still journal, write my thoughts. Because that's how I wrote a book, man, is writing my thoughts. That's how this came through, is by writing my thoughts, writing everything I have learned. And the reason I journal, man, is like my good friend, Tom Love taught me, man. Victor, if you don't, I met, by the way, Tom Love, man, he's a good friend of mine. Love him so much. Older guy, his 60s, man, 65s, a lot of wisdom. Man, I love that guy because of what he taught me. And I met him one time at Seaside, Florida. And I remember that man, seeing him outside at 6 a.m. He was journaling. And I asked him, hey, Tom, what are you doing? He goes, journaling. I go, oh, great. He asked me this hard question, like, do you journal? I'm like, no. Then he just responded to me like, damn, you're so damn selfish. I'm like, selfish, man? Why am I so selfish? He goes, well, Vic, think about it like this, man. He goes, you shouldn't journal for yourself. You should journal for your kids and your grandkids that you're not going to get to see. That's what made me to start journaling, because I wanted to make sure I leave a legacy behind. So my grandkids can know, hey, what their grandfather was doing, through his life. Oh, what the heck was he doing when he had COVID? Look, what he was doing, how he made it through. Here goes the thing. And one other thing that Brad knows, I'm very obsessed with fountain pens, and that's an obsession Tom Love, and I hate him for that sometimes because it gets too expensive, man, because these little pens, they don't cost no $10, sometimes $500, sometimes $2,000, and you become so obsessed with them. And that's what he taught me, man. It's leaving a legacy, man. So again, man, what legacy you want to leave behind? What legacy are you going to leave behind even when you're going through all this? What do you want your kids and your grandkids to remember? That grandma and grandpa, they just got scared and stopped moving forward because of what's going around the world, or did they expend it? Because I can tell you this, man, I've been through scarier moments than this, man. I've been to the point where, I remember like doing some, man, and I'm sorry to say it, but some illegal stuff where I was like stealing electricity from a freaking pole so I can have electricity in my house at one point.
So you live near Guns Point Mall in Houston. That's
yeah. And that's the thing, man. A lot of people, Brad, ask me, like, right now with everything going on, especially with what happened at the end, because I was talking about responsibility. The guy who gave me COVID, his name is Jake, man. And he gave me and almost everybody. That's what we're saying. Now we call him CJ, COVID Jake. And he's a young guy, man. He's 22 years old. And he called me on Tuesday. And I still remember when he called me. He goes, hey, Victor, man, I apologize, man, for giving you COVID, man. He goes, I know you're not going to be with your family and you're not going to be at your companies for a while. And like I told him, Brad, you know what, Jake, I told him, this 25th of November is my wife's birthday. And then this 29th of November, we do 20 years together, my wife and I. We've been together since she was 15. I was 17 years old. Wow. 20 years together. I'm more likely I'm going to miss Thanksgiving, but like I told him, bro, look, remember this, man. The biggest apology you can give a person is change. The biggest apology. I mean, as long as you change and you have learned something from the men's retreat that we put together, And you know what, bro? Like I told him, Brad, and this damn COVID was damn worth it. You know, I can take it all day. I can take these chills. I can take these body aches. Let me have them, you know, because it was damn worth it as long as that man changed, that young man changes. And now I'm mentoring him, you know. So, yeah. So what do you got, Brad? What kind of questions you have for me?
Victor, I don't have any, man. I think you're ready for a nap.
Oh, man. Hey, I'll tell you this. Yeah, it does hit you. It hits you in waves.
We were talking the other day, folks, you know, just kind of as a team before today. And we were kind of joking that, you know, Victor, of course, is now dealing with it. Amanda Williams, who you heard from earlier, folks, had it. And she's now recovering. So, you know, we were comparing notes. And what they said is it kind of hits you in waves. You know, you have a fever, you know, for 2 or 3 days. And then, of course, you kind of have these aches and pains and the sluggishness and, you know, just feeling crappy. And, you know, Victor, of course, kind of agreed. It's like, you know, kind of hits you with waves. You know, I get a little bit of energy and then I do something. And I know Victor's an avid fitness buff like I am. He runs. He said, there's no way I could go for a run right now. You know, I'm just lucky to get out and go for a walk. And even after that, I feel winded just because the stress on my lungs and everything else. But one thing I would like you to share with everybody, Victor, because, you know, as you know, I've got a copy of your book. It's great. It shares your story, shares a little bit about you, is where people can find that. How can they get a copy?
Then go to conquernation.com.
Okay.
Just go to a book. And it's right there.
It's spelled a little differently. So
yeah, CNQR. That's for marketing, man. CNQR, Conquer.
There you go, folks. Yeah, Conquer, CNQR Nation. Get a copy of Victor's book. It's a great read. Shares his story. And, you know, Victor's story is really unique. For those of you that don't know what coyotes are not, you know, like dogs. Coyotes are people basically that smuggle immigrants across the Mexican-American border. They get paid to do that. And, you know, Victor's family saved, you know, what was it, hundreds, thousands to pay the coyotes to, you know, basically smuggle you guys across the river into the United States.
It used to be cheap, man. I think it was like $750 or $1,000 per person.
You know, and so, you know, Victor shares in the book, folks, you know, his dad's swimming. He was about 6 with a life preserver with a rope tied around his waist. And, you know, his dad's dragging him across the river over to the other side. And the coyotes are sitting there, you know, making sure, of course, that, you know, none of the immigration officers are there to catch him. Put them all in a truck and drive them up to Houston, Texas. And so imagine this little boy waking up in the back of a truck surrounded by big glass high-rise office buildings. And he looks around and says, this is where I'm going to make my fortune. And that's exactly what he's done. And so I'm just real proud of him and call him my friend. But definitely a wonderful job. Be well rested. As they say, drink the ginger tea like Amanda has advised. You know, have some chicken soup. Chicken soup's good for the soul. You know, that's what all of the Jewish grandmothers will tell you. It's got nutrition in there. So I know you'll be bouncing back. And I know 2021 for you and your team there in your businesses is going to be one of the best years ever.
Well, Brad, it's like you were saying, man, as an immigrant, man, one thing is I'm very grateful in being in this great country, you know, United States, man. And one thing is, even as an immigrant, to me, it's always about giving value. You know, I work my butt off. I pay my taxes. I mean, I pay a lot of taxes. And that's one thing I believe in is giving value back to this country, man, and giving back to the community, you know, and we do everything we can to give back to the community. And I don't care if people are black, white, you know, purple. And I always tell people, you know, man, there is purple because I got a brother-in-law, man. That guy, you put him in the sun, that guy turns purple, you know. So there is purple, man. And I don't care what color you are, man. And that's the thing about giving back to the community, man. So if you're going to conquer something, man, conquer for that, man, so you can give back. It feels good giving back.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's funny. I'm chuckling inside about purple. Many, many, many years ago, before I met my wife, we've been married now, just celebrated our anniversary this week, and together 11 years. I dated a flight attendant, and she was working for Continental Airlines before the merger with United, where, of course, they're now United, and she was with Continental. And she told me the story, and she was actually flying in the air. and had to go use the restroom, the lavatory. So, she's in there and she's, wiping up and everything like that. And all of a sudden, as she was in there, the airplane just caught a major pocket of turbulence. And all of the blue stuff, of course, that they have in the toilet just came flying out. And I mean, just covered the entire restroom, covered her from head to toe. And so imagine she slowly opens the door and now she's covered in this blue stuff and she's yelling for help to the other flight attendants. And they're like, what happened, patients? She's like, just get a damn blanket. And so, the pilot had a radio ahead. They escorted her off the flight. They, of course, loaded her up with a couple of tetanus shots. But she said the worst part about it was that stuff stained my skin, and I looked like that little kid on the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka, the blueberry. Her skin was permanently stained for about a week until it slowly just disappeared. So when you told that story, you kind of reminded me of that, which was pretty funny. But great job today. Thank you so much for being another tremendous guest, another speaker on the Bounce Back Tour, everybody. So we're going to bring on another person that's really special to me. And this individual has a great story to share. It's all about bouncing back. It's all about becoming successful. It's all about overcoming hardships. And the great thing about this next speaker is he overcame significant hardships in his life to get where he is today, folks. And it just goes to show that it doesn't matter, where you are, where you've come from, what your past looks like, because you do have the ability to literally rewrite history. You literally have the ability to push the rewind button on your life and literally kind of build a new chapter. And this person is absolutely no different. And it's my good friend. It's somebody that I've met a number of times. We've shared lunch. We've shared ideas. And the great thing about Antonio is not only is he an accomplished author, and if you don't have his book, which looks like an Encyclopedia Britannica here, called The Richest Man in the Trash Can, a wonderful, wonderful book that kind of goes into his story. He's also the founder of a number of online universities, the ATS University, also, of course, the Ricasa family, which I happen to be a member of myself, promoting that to other people to change lives. But he is on a personal mission to create over 100,000 millionaires through his teachings, through his trainings, and I believe has already transformed the lives of about 10, maybe 11 that now have a 7-digit net worth. But the great thing about Antonio is this guy, folks, literally spent a good part of his youth living in dumpsters on the streets. And then, of course, met the right people, started learning, started being connected to the right people like Les Brown, people, of course, like Joel Osteen, and today is a multi-millionaire training and teaching other people. And he's had a huge impact on me. He's had a huge impact on people, of course, that I coach and train as a speaker and as a trainer. And so I'd like to bring on and welcome Antonio Smith Jr. to the stage. There he is, Antonio.
Hey, man, what's going on?
You're looking awesome, man. You're looking great. It looks like you've been subscribing to some of the things I preach, working on your fitness. Looks like you've lost a little bit of weight.
That's it. I keep losing the weight and keep making money. So both of those things make you look good.
There you go. Yes, they do. Absolutely. They make you look good. They make you look like somebody that people want to be around and be connected to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm glad you got me here, man. I appreciate you.
Well, man, I got the man crush. You know about that, don't you?
That's it. That's it, man.
Antonio Smith, when I come back for the afterlife, because you got a huge following. And, I've read through the book, and your message to people is just so impactful. One of the things, folks, that Antonio said to me a couple of weeks ago with I Love is don't worry about the economy. Go out and create your own.
That's it.
Think about that, right? When you've got thousands of followers, folks, Matt Buchanan, who has mastered social media, who learned from people like Cardone and Brandon Dawson and Ryan Dice. Guy's got 233,000 followers on Instagram. He's got the brand. He's got the following. He knows how to advertise now to that audience. And guess what? They pay him $5,000, $10,000, $25,000 for his coaching and his training. Why? Because he's created his own economy. He's got his followers. And this next guy is also an expert at that as well. So Antonio, steal the show, buddy. Let's light it up and let's share your knowledge and share your wisdom.
Man, I sure appreciate you. Well, Deanna, give me a 45-minute clock there so I don't go over time. I sure appreciate all of you. I polled my audience today, my community that I am very grateful for is large. So if you're team ATS, would you just put it in the chat so we can see you light it up? I'm so grateful for all of you. That would absolutely be amazing for me to see that as well. My audience wanted me to talk about something that they voted, and I put the two together. So they wanted me to talk about the root of your fear, and you need to trust that it is coming. So that's what I'm talking about today. The root of fear and trust that it is coming. A little break away from me talking about money so much, but the root of fear and trust that it is coming. The first thing I want to tell all of you is that nothing is in contradiction. So if you can write that in the chat to make sure that you and I are vibing together, nothing is in contradiction. There is no such thing as a contradiction. That means that every single thing that is going on in your life is there for a purpose, and it is meant to be there. It is absolutely something that you are supposed to be going through. There are things in the sea called plankton. Plankton is in numerous abundance. It is these little small creatures that whales eat. And from the plankton, the whales eat them in tons of pounds every single day. Plankton get eaten. But if you remove the plankton from the ocean will become so toxic. The waste products that fish release in the water, the oxygen that the fish breathe in and release into the water will become so toxic that all the water on planet Earth would become toxic. And if you don't know it, all the fresh water that we drink, even the water that's bottled up in these things, all the fresh water that we drink day in and day out comes from rain. So what happens is the ocean gets evaporated and the rain comes down, and that brings us fresh water. None of you have ever drinking water that did not come from rain. It's been that way since Buddha was walking the earth. It's been that way since Muhammad was walking the earth, since Jesus, since Galileo, since St. Augustine of Hippo, and everyone who has a name, since Gandhi, since all the nomads, since we walked out of caves, rain has allowed us to drink water. Now, back to the planktons. The whales eat the planktons. The planktons keep the water clean. The whales eat the planktons. The fish eat other fish, and other fish eat other fish, and other fish eat other fish. And all the things in the sea make it possible for trees to grow and produce us oxygen. I'll say all of that again. There's this thing in the sea called plankton that has no significant purpose whatsoever. And all of these things are tied together, from one fish eating to another fish, to one fish eating to another fish, to a shark eating a fish, to a whale decomposing, to animals becoming amphibians and walking out on earth and bringing those nutrients to the soil, and that soil having enough nutrients to feed the roots, and the roots of the trees give waste product that is oxygen, and trees don't want oxygen, but Brad and Sergio and Victor and Amanda and myself and all of you, we all need these things. Why? Because plankton, with a K, plankton serves us like everything else. My friends, when I'm attempting to teach to you with that big nerdgasm I just gave you, was something very simple. That this entire universe is here to serve you, every bit of it. Every single thing that happens on planet Earth is here to make sure that human beings live out the highest expression of themselves. Every great teacher has told you this. Every great teacher living today has told you this. This entire earth is here to serve you. Every animal, every raindrop, every mountain, and every valley is here to serve you. So why on earth would you think that a problem in your life is not here to serve you? Rewind, press play. All the plankton, all the fish, all the sea, all the birds, all the waste product, everything eventually comes from the ocean, becomes amphibians, amphibians leave waste products, the ground becomes nurtured, the rain nurtures the ground, the soil begins nurture, enough food for the roots of the tree to become tree, and the trees give out waste product that they don't like. They want sugar from the photosynthesis process, but they do not want oxygen, and we breathe because everything on planet Earth has been designed to serve you. So why would you not think that your credit card debt does not serve you? Okay, I don't know who Julie is, but your use of emojis is fantabulous. You are just on it right now, okay? Julie is on it with the emojis. I want you to think about that, my friends. Your credit card debt is here to serve you. That frustration, I'll push it further. The divorce you went through, even your molestation as a child, all of these things are here to serve you. How on earth could Sergio be financially intelligent if he did not have some non-financially intelligent days? How on earth did Brad Blazer learn how to raise $2 billion, exchange more than billions of dollars in his hands, if he did not have his oil company and then have to let it go? How can you enjoy a hot shower if it was not for the mud? And how can you fall in love if love is the only thing that existed? The great thing about life is that we don't look alike, so we can recognize one another. If we all looked alike, then we wouldn't be able to recognize one another. So all of that is for me to just simply tell you that there is no such thing as contradiction. It is all working in a manner that says, Brad, Antonio, Julie, I brought this into your existence so you can walk all over it. My friends, write this down, please. Never drown in a situation that you were meant to walk all over. Never drown in a situation you were meant to walk all over. So if you're just joining us, we're talking about the root of fear, and you got to trust that it's coming. And I'm giving you the root of fear right now because you think stuff in your life is not working out for your good, and that it's just not true. So here's what actually happens, my friends. As you begin to pursue the perfection of your life, and the better you get in this perfection, the more degrees you get, the more you go to a seminar, the more you learn from losses, the more wisdom attains to you, you start paying attention to the things in your life that are not perfect. The more you pursue perfection is the more that thorn in your side starts looking very imperfect. And it's not that you cannot see the imperfection. It's simply the older you get and the more you pursue your life's journey, the more sensitive to this imperfection you become. You see, it's your desire to live a perfect life that gives you a greater sense of sensitivity for anything that is opposite of that perfect life. I'll say it again. Your desire to live a perfect life, it is what's giving you this sensitivity to all the opposite things that are opposite of a perfect life. So it's not that Antonio is out here tripping and getting sad every time something bad happens. No, it's just that Antonio is more sensitive the more bad things happen in Antonio's life. So what does that mean? It simply means that don't freak out, because to the universe, that thorn in your side is a speck on another speck on another speck. We're a galaxy that is a speck. And then the earth is a speck on that speck. And if the galaxy is a speck, And if the earth is a speck on that speck, and then you are a little bitty speck on that speck, then that thorn in your side is not even noticeable to the universe. It's just noticeable to you. My friends, we have become extremely sensitive to insignificant things on this planet. We just made up credit cards, y'all. But credit card debt is rushing us to ulcers and suicide. But in 1823, there was no such thing as credit cards. There wasn't even a such thing as stoplights. So we are literally stressing about how many likes we get on social media when just 12 years ago, liking on social media was not even a thing. The things that we are worried about are so insignificant to this universe that we have made significant meanings of these things, and we die in our cutback seasons instead of doing what we should be doing. So Antonio, what should we be doing? I'm glad you asked. Rather than focusing on the one thing or all the things that are not perfect in your life, then focus on the power that creates worlds. Rather than focusing on the one thing, all the imperfect things that are happening in your life, focus instead more on the power that creates worlds. Well, what's that power? I'm glad you asked. I don't even need religion to bring up this power, because that power has always been you, nothing else. It was you who created your world, you who created your debt, you who created your wife, you who went into the kitchen, took a bunch of ingredients that taste terrible together, mixed them all up, put the oven on 350 degrees, put a toothpick in the rising substance, and saw that it was coming out good, waited for it to cool down for about 10 minutes, and voila, you got you a cake. You created all of these things, and you created them because there is something fundamentally different about you. Think about that. If I take my water bottle, twist off the top like such, and then if I cut this water bottle in half and then drink this water, under no circumstances can I retrieve the water and put it back in this bottle, nor can I disassemble everything from this bottle and put it back together. But what I can do is I can take a machine, because the water is living, was the point there. What I can do is take a machine, disassemble it piece by piece, then reassemble it, and that machine will have life again. But if I take Sergio, take his elbow from his arm, his neck from his head, his beard from his face, each brain from his head, and then put everything back together, Sergio won't come back to life. There is something fundamentally different about you, my friend. And that difference in you is that all of us are world creators. We are life givers. We speak through vibration, and that vibration hits our vocal cords, and sound gets twisted into words, and then words become things. And from these words, we get thoughts that happen to get hit with emotion, and then those thoughts plus emotions becomes creation. But Einstein tried to explain this to us with his general theory of relativity, that E equals mc squared, that energy is simply mass times 2 by the speed of light. It means the more energy you push at a thing, the more that that energy becomes a visible, solid, hard, weighty mass. My friends, my question to you here is, what are you giving your energy to? Because what you're giving it to is creating mass in your life. So always remember that everything is working out to serve you, from the plankton to the fish to the messed up kneecaps to the back pain to the gingivitis to the drama to that person who betrayed you. It is all there to serve you to get to the highest expression of yourself. You cannot climb a smooth mountain. Now, you do not have to, and let me say this to all of my baby boomers, and let me say this to all of my young folk who just decided to get back your life. How many of you, if you can, in the chat, put a 1 out there in the chat for me if you've been this way or feel this way now. Put a 1 in the chat if you've just got to the point of your life when you've decided, I'm never going back there again. I will now live my life for myself. If that's you in any way, could you please put a 1 in the chat so I can see who I'm talking to? You said, I've done more than enough. Them kids done graduated and I'm done. Or she left me and I'm done. Or I'm on my last journey, I'm done. Okay, so we got 1s all over the place. So listen to what I'm about to say, because it is very important to anybody who put out a 1 or thought about putting out of a 1. You do not have to retire or root out old beliefs. You just have to bring in new beliefs and thoughts that are stronger than your old beliefs. Stop trying to change your old beliefs. Simply come with new beliefs that are stronger than those old beliefs. Did I just help somebody? I'm doing my very best to help somebody, because your problem is you keep thinking you have to retire Moses so Joshua can cross the Jordan, when in truth, both Joshua and Moses can cross the Jordan together. But at some point, you need to respect that it's Joshua's turn. And it doesn't have to be a retirement of old beliefs, because that's not how it works. True story. In Galveston, Texas, that's where I'm from. In Galveston, Texas, there was a friend of mine who was very in tune with the World Series. And in his in-tuneness, my man Sergio, thank you for lighting up the chat for me. In his in-tuneness, he did not care nothing about the high school football game that we was at. Now, if you don't know anything about the Galveston Ball High Tornadoes, just know that we've got of all the high schools in the whole world, Galveston Ball High, Little Ball High, has the most professional football players in the NFL, National Football League, American football. The most. It is a football producing school, and football is religion in Texas, and it is God in Galveston. And here on homecoming, the Tours are losing. The Galveston Tours are losing, and we not just losing, y'all, we super losing. And somehow at the interception that really sealed the game through, there was no way he was coming back, my friend in the row in front of me went, yes! And the whole crowd got quiet and looked at my friend. What they did not know was my friend was not listening in October to the doggone high school game. He was listening to Game 6 of the World Series. And his team had just won. And he was excited about the winning that he, pay attention, was tapped into. My friends, I didn't come here to tell you about a World Series or my crazy friend listen to a baseball game in the middle of a football game. I came here to tell you that you got to be tapped in and tuned in to a different frequency than your losing situation. And just because the situation around you is losing does not mean that in your mental that you can't be tuned in to the frequency of winning. And it has to be somebody here that is willing and ready to listen to the winning of your life and not try to root out all the losing of your life. It is only when you're tuned into your winning. Listen, the World Series was 3,000 miles away from my friend. However, he was tuned in to that winning. And you have to be tuned in to your own winning should you desire to handle anything of 2020 or 2021, because it is crazy out here, but it doesn't have to be crazy in here. You must find your way to be tuned in to your winning. Therefore, the only negative thing that exists on planet Earth, my friends, because there's no such thing as negative energy. There's no such thing as something bad happened to your life. The only way that you can have something negative is when you have a thought or emotion that is contradictory to what you desire. The only thing that is negative is when you're in contradiction, when not your words, but your vibration, your feelings are in contradiction to your desires. Therefore, the only thing that matters, the only thing that you have to do, the only thing you ever have to do is know what you currently want and then have a healthy vibrational relationship with what you currently want. I'll break that down. All you need to do is know what you want and then have a healthy vibrational frequency of what you want. Now, someone's going to say, well, Antonio, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. Okay, you don't have to know what you want. Can you at least not know all the ways that you're going to fail? It is better to be vague about what's happening next, be in the dark about what's happening next, than to be so damn smart that you know all the ways that it's not going to work out. If all you know is how it's not going to work, then your vibrational frequency is in contradiction to what you desire. So do yourself a favor, my friends, and constantly understand that if you have a current active desire and you doubt it, you're not helping yourself. See, for me, I want to create 100,000 millionaires. I've created 10 so far to this date. I looked at 4 of them in this chat right now. And I want you to receive what I'm getting ready to tell you. That I can't have 100,000 millionaires or create 100,000 millionaires if I doubt it one time. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. By 2025, should everything continue to go on pace, I would be a billionaire by 2025 because wealth creates wealth. And on that way to wealth is pretty much unstoppable. However, the moment that I decide to let one of these people or one of y'all get in my head, the moment I decide to take a loss and then feel the frequency of that loss is the moment I become a fraud. Everybody listen to me. It's not that your breakthrough has not arrived yet. It's more of you need your breakthrough to arrive for you to believe. That's just not how this works. If you need to see your breakthrough to finally feel better, then guess what? You don't feel better at all. And this universe is always telling you yes to you feeling bad. So it gives you relationships that make you feel bad. It makes your mother have a problem with you as her daughter for feeling bad. It makes your kids go out there and act crazy. It lets your change act strange and your money be funny. The more that you have to see what you're going to do is the more that you will never see what you're going to do. Any great person who has ever made it on planet Earth had no idea how they were going to get there. They just knew they were going to get there. Brad had no idea he would be here. He just knew, with nobody going to stop me from being here. Didn't know how, right? Didn't know how, but he knew where. Didn't know when, but he knew y'all had him messed up. Because at the end of the day, you have to be in tune with your star player and know that if you have a desire and you doubt it, you are killing yourself. So the now, how do I trust it's coming? So everything I just said was me telling y'all that's the root of your fear. Now let's move on to Antonio. How the hell can I trust it's coming? Well, ask yourself, Tempest, are you enjoying it while it's happening? That's the foundational question for the rest of this keynote. Are you enjoying it while it's happening? Think about it. If I just showed you that there is no contradiction, that means that you're supposed to enjoy every moment of your life, every overdraft fee, every argument, every opportunity. If you're not enjoying your life, then at that moment, you can't trust that it's coming. And if you can't trust that it's coming, it can't come. Life is about enjoyment. Now process this information. The secret, if you believe in the law of attraction, doesn't really matter if you believe, but we'll just say that. If you believe the law of attraction, if you believe that good things exist, here's the secret to the law of attraction: loving yourself. You don't have to eloquently explain it as any of us who have come forth on this panel. You don't have to eloquently explain like Brad can about $250 million real estate deals. If you love yourself, those $250 million deals and all those mentors will come find you. But you cannot live a good life with a bad attitude. And you can't live a good life being a people pleaser, because people pleasers are most people who don't love themselves enough to say no to people who are taking them out their dreams. One thing I have learned as being a millionaire is the more I say no, the more money I make. I can't give everybody a phone call today. I cannot give everybody my good attention because some people don't have good intentions for my good attention. And you have to know that your days on this earth in this form are numbered. And the more you spend in someone else's dreams, the more you are not living in yours. Monica says she's stealing. You know you can have it all. I'm not mad at you. Keep it all. Now, all right, Antonio, I get it. So what's happening there? I got you. This is what you need to know, Monica. There is no such thing as no. It's never happened. It's just a word that we say. See, when I tell you, no, I can't give you my attention, what I'm really saying is, yes, I'm giving all my dreams my attention, and you don't fit the vibration of what belongs in my dreams. I wish I had somebody. I am saying yes to my dreams and all the vibrational equivalents to my dreams. And some of y'all got the wrong vibrations in your realities. Some of y'all got the wrong people telling you all the right things, and you're wondering why you're getting the wrong harvest. Because it doesn't matter if I give you the right thing. If I give it to you with the wrong motives, you don't just get that seed, you get the harvest of my motives. There's an ancient text that says the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. You have to be careful about who you let in. You got to be careful about understanding that there's no such thing as a go away from me in this reality. There is no such thing as exclusion. Everybody write that down in the chat. Antonio said there's no such thing as exclusion. There is no such thing as exclusion. Life is not about learning what is struggle and then making a plan to avoid struggle, because the universe don't act that way. The universe just says attraction, not exclusion. This is why y'all ain't gonna never see no conference from me or no class from me that says, come learn from my mistakes so you don't have to repeat them. You ain't gonna never hear me say that. Why? It's simple. Because you shouldn't be learning from my mistakes, Tyranny, as the number one thing. Because the more you focus on my mistakes, that's what the hell you're gonna get, my mistakes. Don't focus on my mistakes. Turn the radio. Another story. One day I bought me a brand new car. I brought me a car, and this time I was, I'm so used to listening to, how you say it back in the day. You got the Library on Wheels. I had a Think and Grow Rich CD, and this is back when people would listen to CDs. Now we just got all of our headphones, right? CDs. Now, when I bought the car, whoever was in the car before me had on some pretty destructive music. Now, Sergio, did I say this car is tainted? Get this car away from me. Someone ruined my car. No, that makes no sense. The car was not tainted. The car not tainted at all. All I had to do was change the station. Did someone get the point there? You don't throw out good things because something bad vibration then touched it. Just change the dang on station. It'll make your life easier. That means if all you could think about is how that man did you, change the station. If all you could think about is your overdraft, change the station. If all you can think about is paying your mortgage, change the station. If all you can think about is the stuff that is making you feel bad, change the station. Because you need to learn how to focus on what you need, focus on what you desire instead of focusing on what you need. Therefore, when you see something you don't want and you say yes to it, when you see something you want and you say yes to it, the universe begins to draw that to you. When you see something you don't want and you shout no at it, you simply start the process that calls that no to you. There is no exclusion. Your attention summons whatever you give attention to. If you pay attention to it, you summon it. Here is an exercise that I've played with my team, with my network. I would like to play it with everyone here. You may have seen me do it before, but it sets up my last point as it is time to start landing this plane. If all of you, if you don't mind, I know you're rich and I know you're savvy, but if you can just hold up your index finger, I believe they call this the index finger, and if you can put it in front of your face about 3 inches, I would greatly appreciate the participation. Here's the index finger. Put it in front of your face, and I want you to stare at your fingerprints, and don't stop until you have a clear view of your fingerprints. Look at every ridge, look at the design. Everyone's with me. I'm going to count to 5. Everyone's looking at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't stop looking, but pay attention to me. Am I clear or am I blurry? Point proven. Whatever you pay attention to is the only thing that exists. When you looked at your fingers, should you have participated? It's the only thing that your brain can process. I became blurry right now in this hour, I am the conduit. I am the vehicle of your breakthrough. Someone will come after me and do a greater job, and they would be the vehicle of your breakthrough. But when you pay attention to what you put in front of you, we who are the vehicles became blurry. How many of you right now have your breakthrough so blurry your mind can't hold on to it? Whatever you pay attention to is the only thing that will and shall forever exist. If you want something different, pay attention to the something different. Whatever you give your attention to, that thing becomes summoned. So I've got 5 steps to you. If you want to immediately create your life, if you want to create the money, you need 5 things to do. It's super simple. It's called deliberate creation. You could probably Google it. I don't know, maybe Abraham Hicks will have something out there for you. Step 1, you got to respect the contrast in your life. Contrast causes you to know what you want and to know what you do not want. That's it. Don't do nothing else. Just know that contrast is there for you to finally get off your butt and say, I don't want this anymore. I want that. My friends, after you get the contrast in your life, after you get that, then all you need to do is stop having contrast again. So in step 2, it's not about contrast, and it never will be about contrast again. Step 2 is about realizing when you ask for something, it's already done. Now, don't pass this off as no new age thinking, because the dean of motivation, Earl Nightingale, said it. The problem with man is man does not think. He said it in The Strangest Secret. And the moment you ask for something, that something is automatically yours. But what you're missing is resistance should no longer be in your reality. You need to get yourself to a place of non-resistance. Please know, my friends, I will be 100 billionaire. By the end of 2025, I would be the youngest Black billionaire unless somebody else comes before me and do it, and then I'll be the second youngest. Either way, I will be the youngest or one of the youngest. I have no problem believing this. $100 billion is easy for me. $100 billion and $1 scares the hell out of me. Did someone see what I just did? $100 billion don't bother me whatsoever, Brad. I can do that easy. But that damn dollar on top of that 100 billion, that scares the hell out of me. So you need to know right where your limit is, get to this place of non-resistance and smash whatever you're trying to get. So in step 1, respect your contrast in your life. It's just supposed to be there in step 1. If y'all got resistance right now, it simply means you don't know what you want. If you know what you want and you have resistance, you're doing this all wrong. There is no resistance. There's just you appreciating every bit of this life and all the things that come with it. Step 3, you need to find yourself in this non-resistant moment, just like I explained, so you can receive all the great pleasures like me being filthy rich. I'm glad I'm rich. I smell better that I'm rich. Let's just face it. The first thing Brad said was, hey man, you look good, you're losing weight. You know what, Brad? It's kind of easy to buy Whole Foods now instead of the food that was killing me. Kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. Money makes your skin glow. Find yourself in a non-resistant stage so you can get these pleasures that you pray for. You cannot have peace from a tense position. Step 4, it's just you really being good at step 3. This means you just get really, 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 really good at being happy as hell. I've got 2 boys, 12 and 8, and since they were born, I tell them that the secret of life is to be happy. And all they do is repeat to me, the secret of life is to be happy. They understand that you can't be all trashy attitude and have a good life. And finally, my friends, number 5, now that you are in the mastery of step 4, discovering the world and all the things that exist, all that stuff you don't want, you just let that stuff slide. That's simple. If you don't want it, let it slide. Stop participating in arguments you've been invited to. You just don't need to do it. You do not need to be in arguments that you were participated when you were invited to. I leave you, don't want me to repeat number 5. Number 5 is you finding out all the joy of this world and all that stuff you don't want, you just let it slide. Do you have to win every argument? Do you have to prove every point? More importantly, do you have to keep defending yourself? Brad, somebody once told me, the more I defend myself, the more I prove God can't fight my battles.
Yep. That's true.
So as we end with this, you want to find yourself in a position of peace. And you want to take all the stuff Brad is giving you and all the stuff everybody's giving you, and you want to dominate it. Can you repeat number 3 and 5? Number 3 is finding yourself in a consistent place of non-resistant energy, non-resistant moments. You shouldn't be fighting uphill. Go with the stream. If your credit cards stress you out, don't think about those damn credit cards. Okay? Stop. And number 5 is being so enamored with life that all that BS you don't like, you just let it slide. Antonio T. Smith Jr., you can plant better. You can dominate. Thank you, Brad. I sure appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much for just a wonderful, wonderful speech this afternoon. You know, you're so inspiring. And as we know, you've got just a tremendous following with the ATS University, the family at Ricasa, and just so blessed to have you in my life and learn from you and call you a friend. So everybody, like I said, you know, Antonio Smith Jr., phenomenal story behind this individual from literally, I mean, where he came to where he is in life, very inspiring. And if you don't have it, go to Amazon, get a copy of his book. It is a hefty book, I will admit, but The Richest Man in the Trash Can, about how he literally picked himself up and turned his life around. Thank you so much, Antonio. Thank you. Well, our next person, folks, is somebody that I would like to give some time to. You know, before we did this virtual event, we were considering doing a live event, and we're looking to actually get started in Laredo, Texas. And due to COVID and due to restrictions, obviously, it affected attendance. And so we decided to take this to a virtual platform. But one of the things that we did is we reached out to people we knew in our sphere of influence and sought sponsors for the event. And this next person, Lori, decided to become a sponsor, actually one of our bigger sponsors, so that she could bring people that she had influence over, hopefully to Laredo to participate or to watch virtually as well. And so I'm very excited to introduce our next presenter and our next speaker, Lori Stein. Lori's been extremely successful. She lives up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and she has been very, very successful in the insurance industry, but more importantly, has connected and surrounded herself with a lot of great thought leaders. And so for everybody that's here this afternoon, I'd like to introduce not only Lori Stein, but also one of the sponsors of the Bounce Back Summit. So Lori, welcome.
Oh, I appreciate you, Brad, and I feel very humbled in the presence of you and Victor and the people who came before me. I hardly kind of know where to start, but I'm going to say this. I am not at that point yet where I can talk about, you know, creating these funnels of massive income, but I'm on that journey. And one of the things that I love about today is we're talking about bouncing back. And my life story has been a series of events that has caused me to have to bounce back, bounce back, bounce back. And I learned early on that when we don't quit, And when we continue to get back up, we don't fail. So we fail forward. Failure is only when you get knocked down and you choose to not get back up. And this whole everybody today has talked about, I've made notes, many notes today. And the thing that has led me here today, and this is just kind of the message that I really want to bring to people as kind of my debut. This is my debut speaking. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. Is that we have the opportunity to invest in ourselves, but that is a choice. It's a decision. As Coach Michael Burt says, decide is to kill off. And I am very, very intentional about investing in myself at this point in my life. I thought for many, many years I was very successful. I've been self-employed since I was 17. I have 2 beautiful children and 3 beautiful grandchildren, and I've done that myself. I have managed to go from one business to the other, get multiple degrees, do all these things. But success is measured by the heart, but it's also measured by what other people see in us. And I found very early on that personal development was important. I believe in coaching. I believe in business coaching, but I also believe that we have to find somebody that we resonate with, that we can hear. And I'm also very careful about what I ask for and what I pray for, because last year I was in a time when I was going from Washington State to Texas. I was once again reinventing myself. I believe in jumping in the deep end. I believe in taking opportunities. 2 years I shut down my businesses and spent 10 months in the Maria Recovery in Puerto Rico. I fell in love with it, so I have a home there. These are all things that we move forward. When we move forward in our lives, we make changes, we take chances, we find opportunities. But one of the things that I know is that if you choose to not pick up the phone or answer the door or open a letter, you never know if your life could change at that moment. And so last year I was praying for opportunity, and my dream has always been to write a book. My dream has always been to take what it is that I offer to people on an individual basis every day, which is my experience, my strength, my hope, to help them to overcome and to be able to take that to a bigger stage. And what happened was in January, I met a gentleman who I went to an event, and on that stage was Coach Burt, and it changed my life. And we've been talking today, and other people have been talking today about COVID and what 2020 meant. And the thing is that COVID it's out there, and it has changed how we do things. It doesn't mean that we can't do things, just how we do them. So 2020 for me has been one of the best years of my life. I have met people like yourself. I've met people like Coach Burt. I've met those high frequency people that I'm choosing to surround myself with. And I'm having the opportunity to learn and invest in myself, write that book, and create that opportunity to be able to take my story out and truly help people. Because I believe that we don't chase money, we chase purpose. And when we find our purpose, the money will follow. And so I'm really excited right now that I'm on that journey. I'm writing that book, I'm creating that coaching program. And yes, I have a successful insurance business that I just started in March of 2020, and it is successful. And I coach people in how to develop strategic wealth and retirement so that they have a chance to do more for their family in the future. I feel like I'm really all over the place today, but I'm very excited about having people understand some core beliefs of mine. So some core beliefs are: I believe all things happen for a reason. I believe we are not victims, and I believe that we only fail when we don't get back up. And I also believe our language is powerful and that we are responsible for how we act and react. through challenges, our past challenges are our future strengths. So when we take what we have learned in the past, what has happened to us, and we make a choice to bring those into our present as a strength rather than a weakness, then this will be something we leverage for success. It will increase the quality of our relationships, and it will give us the opportunity to rise far above our own expectations of ourselves, because people will see in us a winner. When we go out and we show winner, we get to be around winners. We attract the people we want in our life. I've heard you bring up the term person of interest score. All of this, being a sponsor, making this effort, coming out, writing a book, trying to be a part of the people's lives that I most respect, that is raising that person of interest score. But in doing so, it's allowing me the opportunity to open up my ability to help so many more people. I've lived my entire life working towards helping people and getting up every day and helping somebody. But now I want to help lots of somebodies. So I really am strategic about the 2020 information I got. Amanda brought up 5 weeks left in 2021 or 2020. We're headed into 2021. This Bounce Back Tour is a great opportunity. If you are out there and you're listening to this, 5 weeks, that's a lifetime. If you apply yourself, you're intentional. We heard about intentional congruence today. Be intentional. Take the time, invest in yourself, push forward, because right now, not only are we finishing out 2020 like champions, but we are setting ourselves up and getting ready to head into 2021 on top of the world. And the one thing that I share with people, I do this a lot on my Facebook, I share it with my friends and family. The message that I tell myself every single day, and I share with you, is today is the very best day of your life. Because as Brad said earlier, we have the opportunity to rewrite our story, not just once a day or twice a day, but every minute. If you don't like it, change it, because you have the power to do so. I'm not really sure how much more time I have. I didn't look at the clock. Give me an idea, Brad. But
you're ready to wrap it up. It's all up to you. You're doing great.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't want to overstep my bounds. I'm pretty good at remembering that. But I want to go back to the people who've been on here today, because I have listened to every word said today. And the people here are bringing a message. And if you are out there listening, these are people who have overcome the challenges. They have found the success. They have figured out the way. I wrote in the chat that I went to an event that we were all at, Brad, with Sharon Lecter and Tim Story and amazing people. We do a lot of this. And if you have the opportunity to invest in yourself and there's some part of you says you can't afford it, what I tell you is you can afford not to. You cannot afford not to. Investing in yourself is the best investment you will ever make. I cannot stress that enough. But at that event, Victor Maya had his books out there, and I went to buy his book, and he gave me a gift that is very huge to me. And daily, I find a huge amount of gratitude. He handed me the book, and he wrote in the front, "Write your book." Because at that moment, I was still feeling like my book could potentially be seen as me wanting people to feel sorry for me, because I have a very, very traumatic story. But what I got from Victor is that we owe it to even if it's only one person that we can help to write that book. We write that book for our legacy, we write that book for our families, and we write that book, and if it's only one person whose life we change, then it was worth it. And I am very, very, very grateful and humbled to be among the group of people that you brought here. And I look forward to coming back next time and being able to have that financial success story. It's not that we don't have it, But we are in the process of building a team. We are inviting people currently on our journey to be a part of our organization. And I'm looking forward to being able to bring that story very soon of the successes that we've been able to not just have for ourselves, but for other people in creating that passive income and helping other people to fulfill their dreams.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Lori. Great message. I know you'll be back and you'll be on stage and you'll be gaining experience. And most importantly, you'll finish your book. It's just, one of those things. You just have to sit down. You have to find the time. You have to dedicate and motivate yourself. But a book can change your life. It certainly has changed my life. And I know it's changed the life of many other people that have been able to take that and market it, and then obviously get on the stage and share their message with the world. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being part of our family, and most importantly, supporting us as a sponsor today.
I appreciate that, Brad. Thank you. I'm glad we got to.
The next, 30, 35 minutes before we bring our last speaker on, and then of course, share the wonderful movie, Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy, with everybody. You've heard a lot today, and hopefully you've taken some great notes that you can go back to. This, of course, entire event is being recorded. And of course, I will be sharing that so that in a day or two after it processes and my team edits it, you can go back and watch it again and maybe share it with family or share it with people that are in your sphere of influence that need to see this. But one of the things that I want to focus on here today is this concept or this idea of how you move forward in life when you feel you're stuck. Because this year, certainly, folks, for millions of people around the world has been a year of funk. Dealing with all kinds of things that were unexpected, that disrailed us or disrupted our lives, or worse yet, caused us to be unemployed or put us in a position where we had to close our business. And as a result of that, many people around the world are struggling. I mean, I get direct messages literally daily from people that I don't even know, asking for help, asking for support, asking me to make donations, people in other countries. I don't know these people, but they're suffering. And so today, what I really want to kind of focus on is how you move forward, how you create forward motion, not knowing really what to do or where to go, because it is so very, very important. And that largely starts with a number of the interviews that I've had on my podcast, Beast Nation, that I talked about earlier. And really, the last one I had, which was just a few days ago, was with Wendy Bolio, an Olympic gold medalist that won the gold in the 76 Olympics, that literally did not grow up as an athlete, did not grow up in Florida or California or a state where you would think they would have, gold medalist Olympic swimmers. She grew up in a very, very small town of just a few hundred people in Land O'Lakes, Wisconsin, and really, practiced in a lake rather than, quote, in a pool, but ultimately had a goal in life where she just was relentless about the pursuit of that, and obviously graced a podium at the Olympics with the gold medal around her neck. And what was so interesting in speaking with Wendy, after already interviewing tremendous people in sports like Shea Hildebrand, a former Major League Baseball player that played for the Boston Red Sox, or perhaps Dana Cavalier, who was the performance coach to the New York Yankees, certainly one of the most winningest teams in Major League Baseballs, is this concept or this idea of what it means to be a champion, what it means to go pro, what it means to basically set your amateurish ways behind you and make the decision that going forward, you are going to live every day of your life by being present, by showing up, by being a champion, by treating other people fairly. And it gets back to the resounding theme, hopefully, that you heard today, not just from me, but also from some of the other speakers, whether it was Sergio Bruna or whether it was Victor Maya, or whether it was Sergio Prada. It's the mental decision. And there's a wonderful, wonderful quote, and I believe there's actually a book called Flip the Switch. And for anybody in life that wants to learn how to activate this, what I call innate prey drive, or this savage mentality, which is the desirability to seek abundance, or as prey drive is defined, the ability to see something with your eyes and in your mind, and then obviously chase it and pursue it and hunt it down, much like a lion or a tiger would. You see, I largely believe, folks, in the coaching and training and the work I do through the art of beliefology, which we have trademarked. The art of beliefology is this conceptual concept, or nothing more than a philosophy. And I wear it daily on my wrist. We have beliefology bracelets. If anybody would like one, just DM me. But it says, change your beliefs, change your life. And I believe in that because beliefs will define your reality. You see, most people, as they grow up, are told not to do certain things. Don't do this, you might get hurt, or don't do that. And over time, after hearing that, it creates a belief system that doing something is bad. And so those things become part of our subconscious. They create the self-doubt. They create the limiting beliefs that as we get older, traditionally hold us back from having the success in life we want. It's not that we can't do it. It's that we falsely believe we can't do it. You see, that's the difference. The limiting belief and the self-doubt are like a ball and chain that are holding you from moving forward. Let me tell you a story that hopefully will resonate with many of you here, because I think all of us that are here have probably seen this. And it's a great, great example of how this actually applies itself to us as humans in our lives. When they make a decision to take an elephant that is going to be in the circus, when that elephant is born and it's just a little baby elephant, what they do is they put an anklet around it. And then, of course, they attach a chain and they put a big stake in the ground. And that little baby elephant, obviously being a very, very baby elephant that is not massive like an adult, tries to tug and pull on that chain, that stake to the ground, and realizes he can't go anywhere. And as that elephant, of course, grows, they make the chain a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. And we all have seen, you know, if we've ever been to the circus, these big, massive adult elephants that have this little chain tied to a little stake in the ground, and they ain't going running down the street. They're not charging away. Why? It's because they've been conditioned. They feel that little tug, and then they just stop. They acquiesce. They give up. But we all know that that big, massive elephant could just tug that leg, break that chain, pull that stake out of the ground, and go charging down the boulevard, charging down the street. See, the same thing applies to us, folks. We have these limiting beliefs that are like these anchors that are holding us back. And I firmly believe that once you understand that you have much greater potential in you than perhaps what you see in yourself, you can bring about that positive transformational change. And I believe that a good coach, folks, will do three things in your life. A good coach's job and purpose is to hopefully inspire and motivate you. A good coach will hopefully ask you those hard questions in conversations, one-on-one strategy calls, saying, Brian, why are you not doing this? You know you need to do this. We've talked about it. It doesn't take massive effort. Just a small adjustment to what you're doing could have a huge impact when it's compounded over many months, right? Why, Amanda, are you not taking action on something that you want to do? So a good coach will ask you these hard questions. I like to say, we'll get in your face a little bit. We'll rough you up. But at the end of the day, that's what you're paying for. And then the most important, folks, is a good coach will get you to begin doing things tomorrow that you're not capable or you're not doing today. That's where the transformation, that's where the change will take place. That's where you become a different person. And it's all about recreating and reframing your belief system. Think of your mind like a beautiful garden. And inside that garden, folks, you have weeds, right? What do we do with weeds? We grab them, we rip them out, we toss them into the garbage can. And then you have other things that are in that garden with a little bit of water and a little bit of sunshine, folks, can grow into massive towering oaks. Those are the thoughts. Those are the things that you want to be focusing on every single day. Positive mental attitude. Wake up excited and thrilled about your future and about your life. Now, in order to get unstuck and to move forward, you need a couple things. Number one is I advise you to wake up early. Make it a religious regimen every day to get up early, 5 o'clock, 4:30, because it's quiet. You can get so much done. And focus on something for yourself. I personally go for a run almost every morning, do 6 to 8 miles to focus on my fitness, but it clears my mind and it gives me the ability to think and process what big things I have to do that day. The other thing is plan for success. What I've learned in talking to very successful people like Tim Storey, Sharon Lechter, Coach Michael Burt, Brad Lee, and so many others, is they plan for their future success. Successful people do not look forward to the weekends as a respite to goof off, drink beer, and eat chicken wings. Successful people will have family time, but we also typically take a little bit of time to ourselves to open up our day planner and to plan, what events do I want to speak at next year? Who do I need to be connected with? Who do I need to reach out to that I do not have in my network that I would like to meet? And how am I going to make that connection? What am I doing to grow my success, to grow my income, to grow my wealth? What am I looking at as future investments, both in myself, as well as, of course, to invest in financially? You see, successful people, folks, they live on the offensive. They don't live on the defensive like 98% of the world. And that's one of the things, folks, that you have to get into your mind. You see, many of you that are on this event today are living life on the defensive. Something tragic happens, like the tire goes out on your vehicle or the transmission goes out. You don't have the savings. You don't have the resources to immediately take care of that because you don't have 6 to 9 months in savings as an emergency account to go to, so that if you become unemployed or something happens where you have to make a major repair to your home that's not covered with insurance. Those are challenges, folks. I mean, it saddens me inside when I talk to people every day that are interested in my coaching services. They know they need it. I know they need it. And here are people that are middle-aged in their late 30s, 40s that should have, thousands of dollars in savings, and they can't even afford $300, $400 a month to hire a coach. That saddens me. It really does. Because if you're that destitute, where you can't invest in yourself and understand that the best investment you can make is in yourself, then of course, I pray for you. So how do you bring about change and get unstuck? The first thing is you have to make the decision. Like I said, biggest sale you'll ever make in life is the sale to yourself. The second, which I think is very important, is to understand the psychology of yourself. We as human beings, folks, are creatures of comfort. Okay? In other words, you don't have to hunt for your food like a lion does every day. You don't have to go run through the jungle 2 to 3 miles like an Aborigine to get water out of a stream or a running brook. If you want to go somewhere, you put the key in the ignition, you hop in your car, and you push down on the gas pedal. You've got a warm bed to sleep in. You got a roof over your house, and most of you are able to put food on the table. And so you get to a point in life where you're comfortable. And one of the sayings I have, folks, is we all want six-pack abs, but very few of us are willing to go to the gym every day to get them. Getting a six-pack, being cut, being someone that could be on the cover of Men's Fitness or GQ, or Runner's World takes time and effort. And I love the people that put forth the time and the effort in order to get chiseled abs. But see, we're creatures of comfort. And what you have to do, folks, wherever it is you are in life, is just say to yourself, there's so much more. I need to break through that barrier to get to the next level. And that's why you're here. That's why you're connecting to powerful, influential people. And I believe that part of it takes place virtually, like we're here, but also it's so very important to connect and actually meet these people face to face. When I made the connection with Roland Frazier, who is out in San Diego, California, and we met, he said, man, I love your story. You've raised $2 billion in capital. You know how to do this. You were 23. You started a multi-million-dollar oil company. I love have you on my podcast, Business Lunch. And I said, great, man, I'd love to do it. I made the decision, folks, to spend a few $100s to physically fly to San Diego for the purpose of doing that podcast live in Roland's office. But more importantly, it wasn't just to do a live podcast, it was to meet him in person, to make that connection so that he got to know me as a person, got to shake my hand, got to sit down before and after. And Roland and I have now become good friends. He's referred multiple clients to me that I'm now consulting. Same thing, folks, with Brad Lee. Okay, one of the biggest podcasts. I can't tell you how many thousands of listeners. When he said, dude, I'd love to interview you on Dropping Bombs. Tell me when and where. I'll be there. Hopped on a Southwest flight, boom, flew to Las Vegas again, live right there in Bradley's studio. And then also shook his hand and said, I want to be using your platform to create and build my virtual academy. See, folks, you have to be willing to invest, not only in your self-development by reading and listening to podcasts and attending events like this, but you have to invest in the connectivity and realize that when a door in your life opens and you see an opportunity that's on the other side of that door, you have to be willing to step through that door to the other side. You have to be willing to step through and grab the brass ring. Now, I want to talk about something that I just recently became aware of. And the reason I want to share this is that I think it's important because many of you are in industries or many of you are in careers where you've got to bring your A game. You're giving presentations or you're in important meetings or you're doing something. And many, many years ago, when I was a senior vice president running a large division of a major insurance company, I used to like to ride with people on my team, just not only to supervise them and give them little pointers, but really just to know them. And there was one lady that every year consistently, man, she was the number one or the number two salesperson out of a few hundred people. And what I noticed about her as we were driving around that day from one appointment to the next was she loved Tic Tacs. Now, I thought she was just, taking him for her breath. And literally, before we went into someone's house that we had an appointment with, she'd put a couple in her hand and she'd take a couple. And then, of course, she'd get back in the car and she'd take a couple more. And it was about 3, maybe 3:30 in the afternoon. And I just kind of looked at her as we were heading off to our next appointment. I said, man, you really love those Tic Tacs. Oh, she said, would you like one? And I said, yeah, I'll have a couple of Tic Tacs. And she said, it's not because of my breath or anything like that. She said, it's my ritual. And I looked at her kind of funny. And I said, your ritual? She said, yeah, it's my ritual. And I subscribe my success to my ritual. And I said, well, tell me about it. I'm real interested. And she said, what color are these? And of course, the Tic Tacs at the time were green. And she said, exactly. What's the color of money? And I said, green. She said, it reminds me to be thinking green going in, and it reminds me to be thinking green coming out. You see, the beautiful thing about that message, folks, is that for her name was Susan, it instantaneously flipped a switch. It was a ritual that reminded her to go into every sales presentation, right? Assumptive, thinking she's going to close, thinking she's going to run out with the money in her hand. It was a consistent reminder to always be present, always bring her A game, to never prejudge a customer. And I said, man, I love that. No surprise. She was the number one, number two person in the company every single year. And then what I started recognizing is very, very successful people in sports and in business also have rituals. There was a very, very famous Major League Baseball player by the name of Mark Fidrich. And if you go back and Google him or you watch videos, he used to talk to the baseball. He used to sit there and he used to literally talk to the baseball. He'd have his mitt and you'd see him on the mound. Nobody knows what he was saying, but before he pitched, man, would be talking to that baseball. And what I learned by connecting with Rock Thomas, whose name I mentioned earlier, is one of the best in our business. Tony Robbins has a ritual. Now, most people would argue that Tony Robbins is certainly one of the best known motivational speakers. And if you've ever been to a Robbins event, man, it is a life changer, whether it's the fire walk or just meeting Tony, going up to him. He's obviously a giant and a Goliath of a person, both physically, but also, of course, in his writings and what he teaches. But imagine you're at a Tony Robbins event and he's got his team. He'll usually have, 6 to 8 people out in front of the curtain on a stage. They've got great music going. You got a whole audience up on their feet. They're excited. They're dancing. You got laser lights. You got, the smoke machines. I mean, they're getting that audience fired up. Why? Because old Tony Robbins is about to come out. Now, Tony's assistant will look over and say, Tony, 3 minutes to go. And what Tony does, folks, is his ritual. He gets on one of these little trampolines and he starts jumping up and down to get his heart rate up. Okay, he starts jumping on this little trampoline, jumping up and down. And then his admin will look over and say, Tony, you got about a minute to go. And he says, great. He'll start doing some of the chest pumps, just like Matt McConaughey did, right? On the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, kind of getting into the zone. And then his assistant says, 30 seconds, Tony. He says, great. He hops off that trampoline, spins around 3 times in a circle, and then boom, just goes running out, not walking or jogging, but running out onto that stage, clapping and motivating. And the reason that Tony Robbins, folks, is Tony Robbins is what he's capable of doing is flipping that switch. He's capable of bringing his energy level up to the same level as the audience. And that's why Tony Robbins is Tony Robbins. Now imagine how different that same event would be if Tony Robbins was on a couch, sipping on a cup of coffee. And his assistant said, Tony, 30 seconds. He said, okay, great, I'll be right there. And he just got up off the couch casually. And of course, everybody's clapping and applauding. And he just kind of walked out on the stage, coming off the couch, drinking a cup of coffee, rather than having that ritual that makes him who he is. Think about it, folks. Do you have a ritual? Do you have something you're doing that activates that prey drive? That's a constant reminder that allows you to flip that switch, that allows you to operate at your optimum level. Because I believe that all of us were given the gift where we were basically designed by our creator in his image as 12-cylinder Ferraris and Lamborghinis to be driving down the expressway at 150 miles an hour. The problem is many people are putting along like Yugos as a 4-cylinder running on empty. And so you've got to figure out, folks, how you can activate that switch. And one way to do it is to realize that in life, when you make the decision to do something, you're going to do it. Okay? It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, there ain't no plan B. Because if you're already thinking about a plan B, you ain't committed to your plan A. So folks, all I want to ask today for all of you is that you make the commitment to be your best. Make the commitment to bring about the change that you're capable of. Okay? Seek out people that have done what it is you're wanting to do. Seek out people in life that you can be connected to. That's the secret, connected to. And then lead with value before you ask. Don't be a taker, be a giver. Add value. And then obviously build on that relationship, because what I've always found in life is that successful people, folks, will help you get to that next level. It's like Lori just said, Coach Michael Burt, who I know and Victor Maya knows, and of course Lori knows, is probably one of the best people because he is so impassioned in helping people, in helping change people's lives. Same thing about me through our Build Your Beast coaching or my capital school, where we're teaching people the science and art of how to use other people's money to build wealth, how to approach investors, what to say, how to ask them to make an investment in your business or in your real estate project. It's an 8-week mentorship. It's all about helping people, helping them change, realizing most importantly, like I said, that they can change. You know, and one of the things that I'll touch upon as it relates to the art of beliefology, which again is the concept that by understanding you change your beliefs to create a new reality that transforms your life. And I'll end with this, is I remember having a conversation with one of my students. And when we had our first strategy call, I explained to him the very importance that I stressed earlier of using positive affirmations. And I said, you know, 2 of the strongest words in the English language are actually 2 of the smallest, and they are the words I am, followed by something powerful about yourself. And you say that over and over and over again, and it will bring about change in your life. It's like Zig Ziglar used to say, right? You become what you think about all of the time. Or like Napoleon Hill, life is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Do you think these brilliant men that have sold millions of books say that just because it sounds good? No, it's because it's true, folks. It's like the book, The Secret, okay? Understanding that. So on my second call, I said, have you been using positive affirmations? And he sadly said, no, I really can't. And I just said, well, why? He said, because when I look in the mirror in the morning to brush my teeth or to comb my hair, I don't see anything great. He said, Brad, you know what you don't know about me is I weigh about 380 pounds. Hugely obese, overweight. And I said, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I certainly empathize. And I said, we need to work on that. And I said, here's what I want you to do. I want you to get up an hour early tomorrow and I want you to go for a 3-mile run. And after about 30 seconds, he was like, you got to be kidding me. He said, I can barely make it to the corner to get my mail without working up a sweat. And I chuckled. And I said, well, you know, I kind of was expecting that answer, but I said, let me ask you a serious question. How devoted are you to lose the weight and become the person that you've dreamt about becoming probably for the last 10, 15 years? He said, man, I'm so devoted. I'll do anything. I don't want to have the surgery, but I'll do anything you tell me to do. And I said, well, you're still going to get up an hour early. I just want you to go for a walk. Walk briskly for 30 minutes, just swing in your arms, work up a good sweat. Can you do that? He said, I'll try. And I said, I want you to do that for a week. And that second week, I want you to continue doing it, but all we're going to do is we're going to increase the intensity just a little bit. You know, the telephone poles or the light poles, I want you to look for those as you're walking, and I want you to walk from one to the next. And then I want you to lightly run to the next one. And then you have my permission to walk again. And all you're going to do is you're just going to walk and then lightly run and walk. And you're just going to alternate poles for another week. And then you're going to just increase the intensity, distance of 2 poles. Do that for a week. And then increase the intensity, 3 poles. Fast forward, folks, about 4 months into this process, we were having an update call. And I just said, you know, how are things going? He said, pretty good. You know, business is going good. He said, you know, feeling better about what's going on in my life. But he said, you know, I got to share with you, Brad. You remember about 4 months ago, one of the very first calls we had, you talked about positive affirmations. I said, yeah, I remember that. He said, well, today I looked in the mirror and I was able to say something positive. And I said, oh, here it comes. I said, this is what I've been waiting for. I said, yeah, what did you say? He said, for the first time in a long while, Brad, I saw an athlete actually looking back. And I said, man, you see what this process has done? What you've just done is you've defined a new belief in your life because you're now an athlete. You're not this fat dude that you didn't like. I said, you're an athlete. That's your new belief. That defines your reality. I said, what do athletes do every day? They eat for nutrition. They don't eat sugars and carbs and starches. They eat proteins. They eat salads, right? They go to the fitness center. They work out like you've been doing. I said, just out of curiosity, what do you do? And he said, man, I'm running 3 to 5 miles a day. This dude couldn't even get his mail 4 weeks earlier, folks, and now the guy's running 3 to 5 miles a day, and he's increasing because, again, I instilled in him, just increase the effort, just increase the intensity. You see, folks, I'm an avid runner myself. I go out every morning. 6 to 8 miles for me is like nothing. I mean, I can roll out of bed any day of the week and I can go run a half marathon like there ain't no tomorrow because I've been doing it for so long. But here's the thing that I do. I wear a Garmin. It monitors my heart rate, monitors my distance, monitors my time. And in training, we as runners and sometimes cyclists and of course people that are swimmers will shoot for what we call a PR. Now, for those of you that aren't athletes, a PR is a personal record. It just means that you're going out that morning with the goal of maybe shaving 5 minutes or 5 seconds off your best run in a 5K or a 10K or whatever it was. For Wendy Bolio, an Olympic swimmer, it was 1/10 of 1 second. Imagine that, where you're that good. You're one of the fastest swimmers in the world, and your coach says, man, if you can just shave 1/10 of 1 second, Wendy, I think you can be gold. That, folks, is dedication. When someone like Michael Jordan, someone like Tiger Woods has gotten to the point where they are so good at their craft and what they do, it's no longer that they're good at it. It's because it's now just like a reflex. Okay, imagine, like I said earlier, you're Michael Jordan, you're Shaquille, you're shooting a foul shot, and you've got thousands of people that are behind the net on the opposing team trying to distract you. They're yelling, they're screaming, they're waving the noodles. And all you do is you dribble the ball and you just shoot it, and you make 2 baskets in a row so your team can win the game. It's not that they're that good, folks. These people put on their pants just like you and I do. The only difference is that after they put on their pants, they go out and they win the NBA Finals, or they go out and they win Super Bowls because they're devoted. They show up every day. And most importantly, they've made the mental decision to be pro, to be a champion. So all of you that are here today, be consistent, show up, make the commitment to yourself. Like I said earlier, when I was telling the story about Matt Monero, you've got to have purpose. You've got to have a why that drives you beyond the Ferraris, the gold watches, the big bank accounts, whatever it is. Because, folks, if you're pursuing that, you're never going to get it. Okay, I hired a dude that showed up for an interview in a prestigious oil company, literally that looked like Joe Dirt. He showed up with jeans that had holes in the knees, dust-covered work boots, flannel shirt, big old mullet. But because his purpose and his why were his wife and his daughter who had bigger goals and dreams, he was able to change and do the things that he needed to do to earn $250,000 that year and learn the skills that would change his life forever. Today, he's a very successful financial advisor in Austin, managing approximately $600 million in wealth for families and people that have entrusted him. And it wasn't for his purpose and his why, he'd probably still be on an oil rig out in West Texas in the hot summer heat, doing manual labor, earning the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 he was earning before. So folks, find your purpose, find your why. It excites me now more than ever to bring on our next speaker. This gentleman has accomplished so much in life, folks, that he has a huge following. He's changed lives, and most importantly, he's done a lot. But one of the things that I know he will do today as he shares his story and as he inspires and motivates everybody is talk about many of the special relationships that he's built and that he's been able to capitalize on in the creation of doing something big in life. And that is basically partnering with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. Napoleon Hill, of course, the author of Think and Grow Rich, one of the best read books around the world on success and what it takes, is Sir John Shin, who will be our next speaker, basically partnered with Napoleon Hill's Foundation to take that book and turn it into a movie, right? Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy. And in that movie, of course, you have multiple people: Grant Cardone, NFL superstar Warren Moon, my good friend and the world shaker, Tim Story, the personal coach to about 300 of the highest paid movie stars and professional athletes, Sharon Lecter, who we've talked about today. So I want everybody to give Sir John Shin a warm welcome and a round of applause. John Shin, welcome to the Bounce Back Tour. Hey, how are you?
What's up, Brad? How you doing, man?
Oh man, you are prepared for COVID just like when I first met you. Look at this guy, man. He is literally prepared for COVID-19. I love it.
I'm ready. We're getting the lockdown in California right now. Curfew.
Oh, I love it, man. You are a riot. You are a riot. So are you there in the Disney house?
We are about to leave. In fact, right after this, we're actually going to be driving to Vegas, and then we'll be at our Disney home.
Fantastic. I love it, man. Well, hang on to that toilet paper. You never know, you just might need it, I think actually for a lot of the companies in the financial services industry, and of course, I know you and I have both spent a lot of time there, we know all too well the importance of tchotchkes, right? These big financial services companies, they have pens and they have the coffee mugs. I think the big seller for financial services companies next year are going to be face masks.
Yeah, right. Seriously. Yeah.
I think the big financial services companies like WFG, PIMCO, all these big mutual fund companies are going to be having their logo on these. And when you go to the conferences and the wholesalers are out there, it's like, you want a face mask.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, I'm so glad to have you folks. Pay attention because this gentleman here is going to really share some great information. He's going to share his story. He's going to set us up, obviously, for the preview of the movie that we'll hear later this afternoon. So, John, the show is yours, my friend.
Right on. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and just share my screen with you guys real fast. And there we go.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, let's take it. Hey, folks, first of all, I want to thank Brad and all the other speakers for putting on this Bounce Back Tour. I think this is awesome. It is very unfortunate that we are in the era that we are. And this was supposed to be a live event down in Texas. And for those of you that had to make some last minute changes and shifts that you're here today with us on this virtual program, there's been a lot of content, a lot of wonderful speakers that have been giving you some wonderful nuggets. And so I wanted to just tell you, I've got a message here, but I see a lot of these virtual events and people that come to events, Tony Robbins events, John Maxwell. These are all wonderful things that you attend. But what I see is I don't see a lot of times, you get excited, you get pumped up. Even today, you've heard some speakers. You're like, okay, that was it. I've learned it. What I really want to empower you to do is to apply and act on the things that all these speakers have been talking about today. So when I look at the word act or to take action, ACT, I love acronyms. I do well with acronyms. It helps me with my memory and remembering things. So what I want to do is tell you the acronym of ACT, and the letter A, stands for appropriate. I hope you take appropriate action based on everything you've heard today. All right. The letter C stands for consistency. All the things that you've been taught to do, you got to stick with the basics and do it over and over and over. If you're in sales and you're getting rejections, right? And people are saying no and no and no, it's okay. You'll get the yes, but stay with it, stay consistent, and I have been a martial artist my entire life since I was 5 years of age. Even today, even last night, I was doing some stuff in my house, just making sure that I still keep my skills. I could still do the splits, believe it or not. I know it sounds a little shocking. Some of you that know me, you're probably going, man, I can't imagine John doing the splits, but I can still do the splits every which way you can think of, because I want to stick with the basics, okay? And I'm consistent with my basics. And then, of course, the letter T is to be tenacious. So of all the wonderful content you've heard today, just make sure that you take action on all the stuff that you've heard. For me, my journey in the entrepreneurial space really started back in the early 90s. My parents basically, growing up in a very traditional Asian family, and I am of Asian descent. And I know you're like, I know, but it's tough to tell these days. You don't know. People are like, is he Asian? Or, and even it's funny because even with Asian people, we don't even know. Like some people will say to me, hey, John, is that guy Chinese or Japanese or what is that guy? Like, I don't even know. We don't even know anymore, until you hear their last name. We used to know, but now, people have mixed marriages and, they use different people's last names and you can't even tell what their last names. So I actually thought when I met my wife, I thought she was actually Chinese. And then I find out she was Korean after, a couple of lunch meetings, See, we don't know, but my parents immigrated to this country from a country called Korea. And I want to be very specific and say it's South Korea, because I know some of you guys are watching the news. You're like, hey, wait a second, you Koreans, you guys, aren't you guys the communists? Well, there is a part of Korea that is communist. That's North Korea, but our parents came from South Korea. And even if we were from North Korea, I would still tell you we're from South Korea. All right. So we came from Korea, and why would most people want to come to America? Why the United States of America, the greatest country on the face of this planet? And the reason why we come here is because we're seeking the American dream. And I want you to know, yes, the American dream is real. It still exists today. And I don't care what people will say. I can argue, no matter how bad you think the United States is, it's better than the rest of the world, okay? Like I think I've traveled to almost every continent on this planet, and I go there and it's nice, take some pictures and all that kind of stuff. I love the history, but I don't think I'd ever want to live there. There is no place like the United States of America. It reminds me of a movie I watched when I was a kid called The Wizard of Oz. Do you guys remember watching that movie? Some of you have, some of you haven't. But it was about Dorothy and how she had discovered these three people because she landed at the land of Oz. And then, of course, the whole story is her trying to get back home. And she kept on saying, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. And I got to tell you, there's no place like home, which is the United States. And let me just tell you, as a kid growing up, I was always a dreamer, always wanted to be somebody, but I just didn't have the right tools. And the people that I saw successful, I would go up to them and say, could you teach me how to be like you? And no one really wanted to tell me their secrets or share their intellectual property. So it's awesome that we have speakers like all of the speakers we've had today, and Brad and Sergio and others that put this event on. So I want you to realize that we did not have in the early 90s podcasts, YouTube, Google, all these amazing things, right? I actually went to a bookstore, okay? And then I went to a library. And by the way, I did not go to Barnes & Noble. I don't think Barnes & Noble even existed. But I went to a bookstore called Crown Books, picked up a book called Think and Grow Rich. And as Brad has alluded to, this is a timeless classic. If you have not read it, it is an absolute must read. I really, really hope you guys get it on Amazon today. And it was written in the 1930s. Okay, now it was actually released and published in 1937, the year 1937. But imagine in the 1930s what was going on in our country. We were going through as a country a depression. And this is really one of the times that our nation faced some of the greatest challenges and adversities ever. Okay, and I mean, it was bad. I know a lot of you guys are right now thinking it's bad now. Actually, it was worse, right? During the 1930s and even in the early 1900s when there was smallpox, right? And things like that. So let me just tell you that we as a nation of resilient people, okay, have overcome some of the greatest challenges and adversities. And here's a guy named Napoleon Hill, who was only 25 years of age, approaches a man by the name of Mr. Carnegie. He says, Mr. Carnegie, what does it take to be successful like you? Carnegie, and my God, if you don't even know who Carnegie is, that is a homework assignment for you guys to go and research who Andrew Carnegie was, okay, and is. Andrew Carnegie was so intrigued by that question. So he approached, Carnegie said to Napoleon Hill, hey, Napoleon, I'd like to commission you. I want you to go and interview some of my greatest friends and interview them and ask them the very same question. So Napoleon says, who are your friends? He says, there's a guy named Thomas Edison. He actually believes that we will one day not need any candles anymore, that we're going to have light without candles. Now, you got to remember during that time what that meant to people. That somebody said, this guy is going to create something that we may not need candle lights anymore. And then he goes, I want you to go talk to this other guy who says that he can actually move a cart without horses, like move people without horses. And he introduces him to Henry Ford, right? And then he goes, and then can you imagine, you know, as we ask people like, hey, what do you do? You know, and they'll say, I'm a real estate agent, I'm a doctor, I'm an architect, I'm whatever they are, I'm a financial guy. Can you imagine, right, meeting these two brothers and said, hey, what do you guys do? And these two brothers go, we are going to fly like birds one day, right? And that was not Theodore Roosevelt, it was the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers, these two brothers are the ones who invented the airplane. So can you imagine that, right? These two guys, the vision and the dreams that they have. And, you know, when we sit there and you look at somebody like, you know, Elon Musk, okay, despite what you may or may not think about a lot of these people and Elon Musk, okay, imagine talking to Elon Musk and said, hey, Elon, where do you see, what's your vision? What's your next project? And he goes, I'm going to build a space shuttle and we're going to go into orbit. Okay. We're going to go into our galaxy and we're going to colonize another planet. I mean, seriously, I mean, that's like stuff that we saw in sci-fi movies, Star Trek, right? For those you Trekkie fans, you would think that they're crazy. Okay. And this is kind of where a lot of you may be in your life right now, where you talk to people and you say, hey, guess what? I'm going to become a millionaire. I'm going to start a business. I'm going to become a motivational speaker. And your friends and family and coworkers like, bro, what are you on, man? You must be on some crack. You're on some drugs. Are you kidding me? You know how hard it is to become a millionaire? They're already raining in on your parade. And I want you to know that it's very difficult to dream and dream big when it seems like our country is divided. It seems like we got all these viruses and the world's in a lockdown. We're going to go to war. You're tuning in onto CNN, which I call constant negative news. You're going on Yahoo or whatever, and you're feeding all this stuff. Your coworkers are feeding all this stuff, okay, into your head. And we're in a very negative environment. Yes, it seems like it's very difficult to what? To dream big. But let me just tell you, I want to challenge you to dream big, because let me just tell you, I know right now, despite the fact that the elections are going on or off or what have you, that seems like the people are divided, that there is a virus and a corona and a pandemic and this, I got to be honest with you. I do know lots of people right now that are doing big things and shattering numbers, you know, and I don't mean to toot my own horn right now, but I got to tell you that my company right now, we are up almost 300% over last year. So why is that? Look, we're all going through the same thing. Okay. And yes, I've lost people close to us and not, you know, for whatever reason, there's been deaths, there's all sorts of stuff. I've got 4 kids. They're at home right now, trying to school them and educate them. We're all going through the same thing. But why are some people excelling and others aren't? Because I want you to know that most people, their dreams have been hijacked by other people. You know, Dr. Martin Luther King said that most people die at the age of 25. We just don't bury them until they're 80. Okay, so what do we mean by that? That whole that we die at the age of 25, meaning that most of you have given up on your dreams, right? You've let other people hijack your dreams, and I want you to know that you cannot live your life today letting others hijack your dreams and letting a COVID-19 or other things or an election paralyze your life. Okay, just like all these people in this book. Okay, John D. Rockefeller, the list goes on and on and on. Literally 500 people have been interviewed by Napoleon Hill, and Napoleon Hill discovered the 13 common denominators. He took those principles, or the so-called secret, and embedded into this book called Think and Grow Rich, which has now sold over 200 million copies around the world. Now, I want you to understand that this book right here, since 1937, is only one of 5 books, okay? One of 5 books that have ever sold over 100 million copies around the world, okay? You're like, oh, okay, what are the other 5, John? Well, there's a book called Lord of the Rings, okay? There's another one called Harry Potter, and there's another one called The Twilight, which became the saga, a trilogy. And then, of course, we've got the Bible, which has outsold all of these combined. But out of these 5, 4 of them have already become a theatrical movie. So get this, the only book of these 5 that never became a movie is Think and Grow Rich. I mean, go figure that out. 7 billion people on this planet, right? 1.5 billion people on planet Earth has been influenced by this book, Think and Grow Rich, and not one single person actually did what? Called up the Napoleon Hill Foundation and asked to get the rights. But my team and I did. And so people said, how did you do that? How did you do that? Let me tell you what the takeaway is from that. The takeaway is to ask without fear, okay? That you ask without fear. Some of you right now, you don't ask people. Okay, you know, there's so many wonderful speakers that are on this platform. Why not go to Brad right now and say, Brad, I need a coach. I need a mentor. Some of you say, well, I already have a coach. It's okay. You could have more than one coach. Does that make sense? I've had more than one mentors. I've had numerous mentors to help me in all areas of my life. I've got a spiritual mentor. I had a business mentor. I had a marriage mentor, someone who had been married for many, many, many years. And so I sought his wisdom, right? Because he had 6 kids, okay, married for 40 plus years, very, very successful in business. And I'm like, now that is what I want. So I went and sought some advice from him in counseling, okay? So let me just tell you this. Losers, okay, seek people's opinions, okay? Winners seek people's counsel. So all these wonderful speakers who have shared their message with you here today, I want you to go and seek them out. And I want you to ask without fear. And I can tell you, right, without any reluctancy, right, without any reservation, these speakers today will say, absolutely, it would be an honor. It would be a privilege, okay? And I see it for me right now, even being on here, I see it as a privilege, right? It is an honor for me to be a part of this organization and amongst these speakers today and share with you what will help you to get to where you want to go. All right. And so let me just tell you, we made the movie. Okay. The movie came out. And then guess what? We're doing all these wonderful screenings. We did a theatrical release. We did all the Hollywood world premieres. We went to Amazon Prime. And then this year we were supposed to be in all the Walmart stores. Okay. And of course, COVID happened. Walmart says, hey, listen, we decided that we don't want to release any movies into our store and our retail outlets until next year, which is very unfortunate because imagine the original book that was released during the Great Depression. And so I'm like, wow, wait a second, here we are. Our country is facing some of the greatest challenges and adversities again. And now is the time to release this movie. And so basically, this is why we're doing these complimentary screenings. And for you guys today, right after I speak, I believe we're going to go right into the screening of a movie, okay? So turn up your volume. It's going to be awesome. I know it will change your life. Okay, it really will. And I'd love for you to reach out to me and tell me what your thoughts are. And I'd love to have a conversation with you about that. Now, I want you to know that this book right here called Think and Grow Rich has been re-released. The original unedited text of Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill in this format here. It's actually my favorite version of the book is the original unedited text by Napoleon Hill. And then, of course, we have the Black version, the Latino version, the women's right version. And you know what's crazy? Is there was no Asian version. Can you imagine that some 4 billion, almost 40-50% of the world population on this planet is of Asian descent? Who knew? Okay, now you can go and Google it and fact check all that, but I'm telling you, it's about 50%. So let me just tell you, can you believe that there's a Black choice, a Latino, and for women, but no one went to the Napoleon Hill Foundation and asked them if they can get the rights to write the Asian version of that? So that's when I went to them and got the Asian version. So I am officially now a faculty member of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. This book is now available on Amazon. We changed my publishers and all these smart people who have what Napoleon Hill refers to as specialized knowledge. Okay, so what do I know about getting a book out into the mainstream so I can get it into all the airports? Yeah, can you believe it? My book is in all the airports. It's in all the Barnes and Nobles, right? It's on Amazon. You know, I had people call me like, John, holy, did you write a book? And I go, I did. And they're like, no. Is it called How Rich Asians Think? I'm like, yeah. How did you know? They're like, I'm at the airport. I'm looking at this book, and it's got your name in the front of it. And I'm like, I know a John shit. I wonder if this is that book. And it was awesome to see a lot of my friends call me and say, bro, I'm going to buy your book. I'm like, thanks. I really appreciate it. And so people started writing my book. I've got some great interviews. Elon Musk, right? Steve Aoki, Kevin Harrington, the list goes on. People say, John, I notice you have non-Asians. And I'm like, yes. In my book, in the opening chapter, I talk about this, that I have, you know, I interviewed non-Asians in my book. I interviewed Black people, brown, yellow, white, different ethnic groups, right? Different religions, people that are gay, people who are straight, whatever. Because though there's a lot of forms of discrimination in our world, okay, not just the United States. You know, a lot of people say, oh, there's discrimination, as if discrimination only exists in the United States. It's not true. Discrimination is a worldwide problem, right? And as I said, there are different forms of discrimination, but one thing I know for sure is that success doesn't discriminate, okay? Success goes to the people who have that burning desire, that are so hungry. Are you with me? You got to be hungry to achieve your dreams and your goals, okay? And then I went on a tour, and on my tour, I mean, I've had on my stage people like Condoleezza Rice, right? Barbara Corcoran from the Shark Tank show. She's a shark in my movie. You guys will hear from her this afternoon, right? Martin Sheen, both he and I both sit on the Manny Pacquiao Foundation as board members because we want to do humanitarian work around the world, okay? Rob Dyrdek, big TV personality in my movie, Think and Grow Rich, okay? This is Les Brown, okay? Another fantastic guy. Who would have thought that one day I was sitting there as a kid listening to Les Brown, right? Listening to his audio, watching his YouTube videos, and who would have thought that one day I would be sharing the stage with Les Brown, and there I was in Chicago where he and I were just tearing it up on that stage, right? Can you imagine, right? A black guy and a yellow guy on stage, man, just giving it all we got, you know? It was spectacular, man. It was unbelievable. Stedman Graham, Oprah Winfrey's other half, right? So this is Oprah Winfrey's husband, spiritual partner. Stedman and Oprah are huge Think and Grow Rich fans. They come to my house. Can you imagine? Who would have thought? I'm sitting there one day thinking, I wonder what Oprah Winfrey, what she's like in person, or her husband. What's it like being married to Oprah, you know? And my wife and I, we grew up, my sister loves Oprah, and here they are in my house. Can you imagine that? I mean, it's mind-blowing. Now, Stedman is 6'9". He used to be a former basketball player. And so a lot of you guys are looking at that picture and going, wait, if he's 6'9", John is taller than him in this picture. How tall is John? Because I don't know too many tall Asian guys. Yeah, I know. I'm 5'8", man. I'm 5'8". But that's how I got a little taller than him so that I could be in the picture. My photographers, everybody who was at my house, and all the press and all that, everybody, the word got out. They were at my house, and so we grabbed the chair, and it was absolutely hilarious. Stedman says, John, in all my life, no one has ever grabbed a chair like that and taken a photo with me. He was literally on the floor laughing, okay? It was hilarious. Anyway, Steve Aoki, Mario Lopez. I've been on his podcast show a couple times. He's got a great podcast called Listen to Mario. Unbelievable guy. And then you guys imagine, you know, people say, John, you're in front of your name, it says Sir, S-I-R. You know, are you really, were you knighted? I'm like, yes. Can you imagine a South Korean guy born in South Korea, immigrates to LA, grows up in East LA in the barrio, as some people would say, and who knew that one day I would be knighted by the royal order of Constantine the Great in St. Helen, and my wife here got her knighted as well. She's getting her medallion and her scepter and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so enough about me. So if all this stuff can happen to me, guys, it can happen to you. It can happen for you, okay? But yes, there are some things that got to change. Number one is, you know, as people say, how did this all happen to you guys? It's like the number one question, everybody. How did it happen? When did it happen? Tell me everything. So number one is this, we prayed, okay? Now let me ask you this. When you guys pray, and you should pray, okay? And I'm not here to preach to you. I'm not a pastor, okay? But when you pray to God, okay, do you ever wonder when you're asking God, please give me $1 million. Do you really think that God's going to send you $1 million in a briefcase, FedEx with a tracking number to your house? Okay, I believe that God sends you what you're asking for in a different package. It really, okay? And you have to look for those little things that God is sending you what you're asking for, okay? And I believe that you being here today, right now, listening to me and all these amazing speakers this afternoon and this morning, it's a message, okay? It's a message for you to do something with your life. Let me ask you a question. Do you ever think about what you're thinking about? Do you ever think about what you think about? In between those 6 inches, what's going through your mind, okay? You know, I like to drive. You know, we're going to be, right after this, we're going to be driving to Las Vegas from California. It's about a 3.5-hour drive. Okay, we're going to be driving. And people say, why don't you just fly? Well, I could fly. But by the time I get there, hour check-in, hour this, blah, 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 yada, yada, flight delays, whatever. Sometimes it takes longer to fly to Vegas, and it's just for me to drive for 3.5 hours. Boom, I'm there, right? But when I'm driving, I think about a lot. And I want you to think about what you're thinking about now. What are you thinking about today? Okay, because Albert Einstein says that the world we have created is a product of the way we think. And it cannot be changed without the way you without changing the way you think. So we got to change this. See, I believe that every single one of you guys are wired for success, but programmed to fail. Okay, programmed to fail. Wired because you're created in somebody's image, all right? Whether you're a believer or not, you were wired somehow, okay? And all the seeds of greatness in you. You were born with seeds of greatness, okay? My job, the other speakers, our job is to fertilize those seeds of greatness, to give you water, to put light on you, okay? But we got to change the way you all think. So let me just tell you, what does this say right here? Look at this and tell me what it says. Type it in right in the little chat. What does that say? Do me a favor, engage, indulge me here, right? What does it say? Anybody? Take a quick look. I want to look at what some of you guys are saying. What does it say here? Can I see it? Oh yeah, a bunch of you guys are saying, good times are here. Good time. Great, thank you. Well, let me tell you, good times are here, okay? But that's not what it says. Let me tell you what it actually says, okay? It says nothing, okay? It says nothing. But do you see how your brain was programmed? See, this is what I mean. When we tell you to go start a business, get in entrepreneurship, you want to fight me and say, no, I don't want to. It's too risky. Risky compared to what? I'll tell you what risky is. Risky is working for somebody for 40 years and retiring on Social Security. That's risky, okay? But starting a business is not as risky in my opinion, all right? Now, a lot of you guys going, damn, is he mad right now? You guys, I'm not mad, okay? But I'm just very passionate right now about my message to you this afternoon, all right? Let me ask you, as you're looking at this next slide, do me a favor. Just do me a favor, right? And just look for the letter F, right? Like F is in friend, F is in Frank, F is in funny. I mean, I'm not asking you something very difficult, right? All I want you to do is to look at this, the little paragraph here, and tell me how many F's you can find. Okay, I'm just going to give you a few seconds, browse through it, and tell me how many you find. Here we go. Ready, set, go. All right, all right, all right. Okay, that's enough. How many did you guys see in the chat? Go ahead. Come on now. Type it in there. Okay, Sugar. Is that really your name? Sugar, da, 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 da. Honey, honey, All right, here we go. So, yeah, 3. A lot of you guys are saying 3. Okay, so if it's 3, what were they? Finished, files, scientific, right? You see the 3 F's. Okay, now we're going to do this again right now again. But do me a favor. What I want you to do now is look for the letter O. The letter O, okay? Here we go. All right, so here we go. So as you're looking at this, a lot of you guys saw what? You found this F, you found this F, and then you found scientific. Then I said to go back and look for the letter O. Oh, 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 oh. All of a sudden, there's what? 6. You see, folks, sometimes you think that you know it all. And that is the problem that some of our younger generation have. They're just not coachable, man. They think that I know, they got the I know. Are you kidding me? I got to look for the letter F. That's like so insulting. Anybody could do that. And then you went in there and you only found 3, right? You found this one, you found this one, and you found this one, but you didn't see the other ones, right? You didn't see it until a coach showed you what you don't see. See, a lot of times you don't see the seeds of greatness in you. And this is why you got to have a coach. You got to have a mentor, someone who believes in you, right? We live in a world that most people don't have anybody who believes in them. You know, we grow up our whole life and, you know, you would think that the parents would believe in their children. Like you would think that every parent is saying great things and believe in their children. But let me just tell you something. We don't. Okay. We don't have a lot of people that believe in people. And so one of the first things I want to do is I want to believe in people. Okay. And then I want to get them to dream again, because I believe that if I show them how to change the way they think about who they are, their self-worth and their self-image, right? Those thoughts, when I start to talk to people, right? And I want you to think of this word, this letter called EPR, okay? EPR. When people are, you know, when someone's about to die and they can't breathe, right? Or their heart stops, you got to give them CPR, right? CPR, because you got to resuscitate them. Well, just so you know right now, the world needs resuscitation. People need resuscitation, okay? And so your job, my job, we've got to work together, right? And we've got to resuscitate people, right? And the way we do that is something called EPR. It's not like I can go around and start giving mouth to mouth to everyone, all right? And start giving them chest compression. But I got to give them EPR. So what does EPR mean? So EPR is to encourage people. Okay, you got to praise people. You got to recognize people every single day, right? People, you know, carry around an invisible sign over their head, and it says things like this: speak good to me, be nice to me, encourage me, empower me. Are you with me on that? That's the kind of sign. Everybody needs it. You know, people say, you know, I don't really need a stupid little trophy. You know, who needs a little trophy? People want trophies, man. You look at the Stanley Cup, people are holding up a trophy. The NFL, the NBA, baseball, hockey, the team, they cry. Grown men with big testosterone, women, right, that win a trophy, they're standing there with their trophy crying because of the sacrifice they made to get those awards. So my question for you today is, who have you encouraged today? Who have you praised? Who have you recognized? Okay, one of the things I did is I love giving recognition to my associates and people who work for me, and I was giving all this recognition to people. And my son, my oldest son, his name is Matthew, he was a little kid, right? He came back home and he had something called a spelling test. You guys remember those? He had 10 words and he came back and he got like 8. And he's like, I go, let me see your spelling test. And he shows it to me, he goes, oh, Dad, I did really good. I'm like, oh, great, let me see it. And he goes, I got 8. And I go, you got 8 out of 10? You got 8? And he's like, yeah. But Dad, but Charlie got 3 right, and such got 5 right, and such got 6 right. I did the best. And I'm like, yeah, but dude, I don't want you to compete against other people. I want you to compete against yourself, right? I mean, I want you to get a perfect score. And let me just tell you something. If you go get a perfect score on your next spelling test, you and I, buddy, we're going to go out. I want you to grab your 5 best friends, and we're going to go out. And we're going to celebrate. He's like, all right, what do you want? And he goes, Dad, I want to go get stone cold. Right? And I'm like, you want to get not stone cold, not stone cold, but it's Cold Stone, right? We want to go to Cold Stone. So I don't know where you guys live, but it's like a fancy ice cream joint. And I was like, done, brother. All right, you go get a perfect score. He comes back, he goes, Dad, and I'm in a meeting and he calls me and he says, Dad. I was like, what? And I goes, Dad, I got a perfect score. And I was like, what'd you get? And he goes, Dad, I got 10 out of 10. I go, well, that's not a perfect score. And he says, what are you talking about? It's a perfect score. I go, it ain't a perfect score. So long story short, he goes, what do you mean? I go, I know there's 2 bonus words. So I want you to realize, like, Dad, he goes, how'd you know that? I'm like, Dad knows everything, right? So he goes, I go, so does that mean we're not going to do any Cold Stone or Stone Cold? I'm like, nope. But then the following week, guess what? He goes and gets 12 out of 12. And so now, guess what? I had to recognize him for that. And so he and his buddies, after school, we went into the ice cream joint. We're standing in line. If you've ever been to Cold Stone, it's like a line out the door. We're all standing there. And my kids and his friends, they're all wearing their basketball jerseys, except for my son. But my son's friends are all wearing jerseys. And on the back, it said like Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson, right? And one of the guys that was standing in front of us turns to my son's friends, and he's like, so you like the Lakers? And he's like, love the Lakers. And he's like, so who do you like best? And he's like, man, he goes, I love Kobe, man. I love Kobe. He's like my hero. And he's like, oh, he goes, yeah, Kobe's great, blah, blah, blah. And the other guy's like, yeah, Kobe's good, but Kobe wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Shaq, da, da, da. And they're all talking. And he turns to my son, and he goes, how about you, kid? He goes, are you don't have a jersey on? He goes, are you into basketball? And he goes, I am. And he goes, well, why aren't you wearing it? He goes, these guys, all their heroes are Magic, right? Shaquille, Kobe Bryant. And he says, yeah. And he goes, don't you have a hero? And he goes, oh, I got a hero. And you know what my son says? He goes, who's your hero? And he goes, my dad is my hero. He says, my dad's my hero. He goes, I don't know about those other men. He goes, they're good basketball players, but they're not my hero. My dad's my hero. And he goes, yeah, in fact, my dad's the one that brought us all out here. We're standing in line because I got 12 out of 12, right? And all of a sudden, this man, this like grown man, he's like, wow. He's like, whoo, man. He looked at me and he goes, bro, he goes, you got an amazing kid. I'm like, yeah, we started a conversation. He goes, dude, your son's comment, man, made me kind of choke up right now. And I'm like, yeah, you see, and so this is why right now, what you say to your children, what you say to your husband and wife, your domestic partner, what you say to your parents today, right? Have you called up your parent lately as we're coming up on Thanksgiving? Have you called up your mother and your father and your grandparents, your aunt, uncle, whoever it is, and said, man, thank you. Thank you for everything, right? What is going through your mind? See, what is affecting your thoughts will affect the way you feel. And the way you feel is the way you act. And your actions will determine your results. And your results are predicated on what you're thinking about. What do you think about? And that is the key. And this is why you got to think and grow rich. Okay? And so I want you to know, they say that you got to have a dream. Okay, so great. If you got a dream, write it down with a date. What is that end date? What is the if the IRS says, hey, well, look, we all know what the date April 15th is, right? What is April 15th? It's the tax due date. What if the IRS said, hey, you can file your taxes anytime you want? Would you file your taxes? No, you wouldn't, right? When do you guys all go do your Christmas shopping? A day or two before Christmas, right? So because you know that it's not like Christmas is another date other than what? December 25th. So you got to write down your dream with a date. That date becomes your goal, right? And then all of a sudden your goal broken down into little mini steps becomes a plan, right? People don't plan to fail. They what? Fail to plan. So you got to plan, right? And then when your plan backed up by action, which is what I've been talking about over the last 30 minutes, becomes your what? Your reality. Okay? So let's take your dream and make it a reality, folks. All right? So listen, I need all of you right now to have a little blood transfusion and be positive. You know, some of you guys, you know, there's a lot of negative out there, right? So a lot of these people need a little blood transfusion to be positive, okay? Let me just tell you, you can't litter negativity everywhere and then wonder why you got a trashy life, okay? You got to let go. You got to let go of your past, all right? And so, you know, I've only got a few minutes left, so I want to just skip some of my slides here, guys, so I apologize because I'm on a time crunch, right? So check this out. This right here is my information, okay? This is the modern day business card. As most of you guys are doing virtual Zooms and all that kind of stuff, you can't like hand people a card. And even if you were to go somewhere, right, and you meet people at a live event, you know, the days where you're handing people a business card, those days are gone. Does that make sense? Like obsolete. So I want you to know that you got to have a modern day business card, and this is it. So what I want you to do is open up your camera on your phone, right? Get the camera, and then all you're going to do is just take your camera and you're just going to scan it. You're just going to scan it with your camera, okay? Then my information will pop up on the screen, and then on the right-hand side top corner, just hit save. Boom, you now got my business card, okay? But let me just tell you this. I want you to have your own business card, okay? So your own QR code. So you're going to look cool. You know how awesome it is for me to go places and I'm like, hey, you know, they go, you got a card? I'm like, yeah, here, I got my phone right here. Go ahead and scan this. And they scan my phone. They're like, whoa, that was cool. You know how cool it is to hear it from millennials, right? That I'm actually sharing something cool with the millennial group. So here's what I want you to do is go to goqr.me, goqr.me. And then you're going to, right here, the circular thing I highlighted in red, this is your contact icon, and then you're going to go in there, type in your full name, your last name, your title, all that kind of stuff. And then when you do that, at the very bottom, you'll see your contact info or your QR code. And then you're just going to save that to your screen, and then you're going to use that as your new business card. Okay, now let's go over, I got like 3 minutes, guys. So let me go over the 10 time wasters. So here we go. Ready? Time waster number 1, stop waiting for inspiration. Okay, be the inspiration. Okay, I get too many people just waiting for inspiration. You need to be the inspiration. Number 2, stop worrying about what other people are saying and thinking about you. Okay, because who cares, right? What they're thinking. Look, the greatest prison people live in right now is the fear of what other people think about you. I don't care what people think about me. Okay, I only care about what I think about me, okay? And so what you need to do is start getting rid of all those toxic people out of your life, okay? Now, you need to stop complaining. You have time to whine and complain and bitch about something, then you've got time to do something about it, okay? So 2021 is a year you're gonna do something about that. But between now and the beginning of 2021, you got to start planning. Number 4, trying to please everybody. As I said, the only thing wrong with trying to please everyone is that there's always going to be at least one person that's going to remain unhappy. So as I said, get rid of those toxic people. You know, people say to me, John, how do I get rid of toxic people? It's really simple. Here's what you do. You change your voicemail greeting. And this is what you change it to. This is what you say. I'm making some changes in my life. If you don't hear from me, you're one of them. Okay. And that's how you get rid of those dull, disillusioned, dadgum crybabies out there. All right. Number 5, stop comparing yourself to other people. Don't compare yourself to others, because there's no comparison between the sun and the moon. Would you agree? They shine when it's their time. So guess what? Your time is coming, and your time is coming in 2021. I know it. I feel it. I see it. Okay. I predict it. So let me just tell you, number 6, repeating the same mistakes. All right. You can never make the same mistakes twice, because the second time it's not a mistake. It was a choice. Okay. A lot of you guys have made mistakes. I've made mistakes. I am now nowhere near being what? Perfect. Okay. But let me just tell you, you go screw up a second time, you made that choice. All right. Number 7, perfectionism. There's no one that's ever going to be perfect. There's only one man who's perfect, and none of us will ever come close to that guy. All right. So number 8, lack of priorities. Okay. Lack of priorities. You will never find time for anything. If you want time, then you got to make it by making it a priority. Okay. Just like it was for all of you guys to be here today. Number 9, fear of failure, right? What does the word fear, F-E-A-R, stand for? It stands for feeling excited and ready. Okay, so do me a favor on that little thing, do a high five and let me know that you're what? Feeling excited and you're ready. All right, so don't fear failure, embrace it. And number 10, not living your life, folks. This is your time. If you're living your life in fear, then you're just not living. I want you to find your passion, find your purpose, and do this. That during this quarantine right now, if you don't come out of this quarantine with a new skill, new knowledge, new side hustle, a new business, then folks, you can't say you never lacked time, okay? You lacked 3D. And those 3Ds are what? Your desires, your dreams, and your discipline. Okay, so let's focus in on that kind of stuff right there. I'm going to just skip this right here for time. And then guess what? I taught you guys about EPR and CPR. So let me just tell you, as I finish up my talk, if you're going to quit, all right, then do me a favor. Could you quit making excuses? If you're going to quit, could you quit blaming everybody else? Could you quit being lazy? Could you quit waiting for the right time? Could you quit going on vacations you can't afford? Can you stop buying shit you don't need? Can you, and most important, can you quit quitting, okay, and start doing? So let me just tell you, folks, time is not running out, but your life is. Man, time is ticking just like that. Time, boom, 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 boom. Time is ticking, but guess what? Time is running out, but your life what? Time is not running out, but your life is. So let me just tell you something. What you gonna do? What you gonna do in 2021? So let me just tell you, this is my information here. If you want to get a hold of me, you need a coach, you need a mentor. I'm not gonna call you. You call me, right? Because I don't know how many of you guys are dead serious about conquering your future. Because if you are, then you can get a hold of me and let's go down and do the dirty. So without any further ado, guys, we're going to show you a movie. I hope that I got underneath your skin. I hope I made you feel uncomfortable. Are you with me? Right? And the ball's in your court now. So Brad, thank you for having me, brother, from another mother. I'm turning it back over to you. We'll get started with this movie.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I'll tell you what, man, this guy, folks, I have to literally unbuckle my seatbelt. I literally had to hold myself into my chair. You've got more energy than a nuclear power plant, John Shin. One of the comments I saw scrolling in chat is, you are the vaccine for COVID-19. It was amazing. Wonderful, wonderful job. And like I said, folks, this guy is prepared, man. Look at the wall of toilet paper he's got behind him. We're going to go ahead, folks, now. And like John said, we are going to share Think and Grow Rich, the legacy. I've been looking forward to this all day. It's been what's motivating me and inspiring me to bring John on. What a great job that was, folks. You know, everybody let John know in the chat just how much you admired him and just how great his message was today. I want to let everybody know, though, before we actually share the movie, that this entire event Bounce Back Virtual Summit has been recorded. It will be available here in another day or two after my team does some editing and some revising of it before we re-release it for all of you. But I want to preface the fact that the Think and Grow Rich, the Legacy movie, will not be part of that recording. The reason, of course, is for piracy and copyright infringement, which John and his team have made me aware of. So I will actually stop recording, but we will continue. So I encourage all of you that want to see the movie, that want to watch this great, great movie that John and his team put together in concert with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, stay here, because it will not be part of the recording and the release when we make that available. Let me say that again, folks. The Think and Grow Rich, the Legacy movie, will not be part. So that concludes the summit and the speakers. Stick around. We're going to go ahead and launch the movie now.